The story begins with a man standing on top of a mountain of corpses. The main character asks Luge why things turned out this way. He recalls that they used to be like brothers, fighting through life and death together. Luge reminds him of the beginning of the disaster. Monsters emerged from strange spatial rifts, spreading chaos everywhere. Over time, those rifts became known as dungeons, and the people who came into contact with them gained a mysterious power known as a profession. For that reason, the Profession Corps was formed to conquer the dungeons, and they advanced in triumph. Luge begins to stare at the main character, revealing that this is exactly why he must be eliminated. The man has become out of control. Those who possess powerful professions can easily disrupt the order of the Empire, and he, who has surpassed even the SSS rank, is the most dangerous enemy of all. Ultimate power must remain in the hands of the royal family, for only then can the Empire maintain its stability. Eyes blazing with indignation, the main character questions whether this is just an excuse to slaughter his family and comrades. With malicious eyes, Luge clarifies that he did it for the stability of the Empire. Right before the main character can take another breath, Luge triggers a terrifying explosion, revealing that he had tampered with his armor a long time ago. The explosion will also pump a toxic compound into his wounds. Luge knows that after an SSS rank battle, the main character will have no strength left to resist. To ensure this, Luge has prepared an entire army, considering it his final sign of respect. And right before dying, the main character begins to recall the memories of his time with Luge. At that moment, his hidden skill, Mirror World, meets the conditions to activate. Mirror World, an SSS rank hidden skill, is the ultimate ability to reverse everything. He loses his life, and his soul sinks into a lake. Decades later, a pair of teenagers are torturing another boy, tying him to a tree and submerging his body into the lake. One of them punches him in the stomach and tells his friend to push him under the water again. While torturing him, they cannot help but mock him. They decide to keep him underwater longer to teach him a lesson if he is still pretending. His expression looks hilarious to them, and they plan to pull him up just to beat him a few more times. The boy can no longer hold his breath.
He didn't understand why he was always the one suffering. At that moment, the soul of the main character began to awaken. A boy wearing glasses approached the bullies and told them to stop because the other boy was dying. A bully turned around with an arrogant look, saying that if he was dying, he should heal himself, since that was the job of a priest, even though he knew it wouldn't be of much use. Then he added that the bespectacled boy was a hypocrite because it was he who led them to find the other boy. Therefore, if the boy died, it would be his fault. The boy with glasses panicked, explaining that he only did it because he was forced. This angered the bully, who was preparing to attack, but then a strange thing happened. A powerful beam of light began to emerge from the lake. The bullies started to run away, screaming in terror about the appearance of a dungeon and the need to escape quickly because a new dungeon was beyond their capabilities. The bespectacled boy's attention was entirely focused on the boy being tortured. Seeing that he was still submerged underwater, he started running towards the rope, knowing that he had to save him. At that moment, the lake dried up completely and monsters began to appear. The boy with glasses started untying the knots, and while he was distracted, a monster rushed straight towards him. But right then, the tied-up boy grabbed his shirt and pulled him out of the attack trajectory. Then he reached out and used a skill called Frost Collision. The system announced that he had used basic healing on Little Demon A, but the action failed because the target's HP was full. The boy with glasses panicked, not understanding why he was healing a monster. When the monster was about to attack again, he summoned a shield, blocking the blow by a hair's breadth. When the main character opened the information window, he saw his name was Uche, and he possessed the priest class. He realized he had used a healing spell, and this was not his original body. Normally, when a person touches a dungeon, they will connect to the system and receive a random starting class, which is inherently unchangeable.
Afterwards, they will mature and grow stronger through the dungeon, acquiring skills associated with their professions. However, in the past, he was a warrior who had reached the pinnacle. At that time, he used a skill named Mirror World. Subsequently, he was trapped in the Mirror World until he heard the dying cries of that young boy. Finally, he realized that he had been resurrected in that boy's body.
This wasn't exactly a happy thought, but he still thanked the boy for giving him a chance at revenge. The boy with glasses informed Uche that monsters were surrounding them and immediately called for help, as he could only deal with a maximum of 3. The protagonist knew his body was too weak. Even these minor enemies were beyond his capabilities, and with their speed, he couldn't even run away. Opening the skill window, he realized everything was useless. Basic healing recovered 1/4 HP for a single target, while binding vines summoned vines to immobilize a single enemy with a low success rate. The support class was too specialized. Its strength lay in supporting, but in every other role it was completely overwhelmed. It was no wonder this profession was always looked down upon. Currently, with his combat instincts from his previous life, he could only hold on for a short while. Uche dodged the monster's attack, knowing he needed a quick escape route, because if his stamina depleted, he would die. At this moment, the hidden skill Mirror World was his only hope. The protagonist dodged an attack without knowing how this skill operated. Then he touched the monster, but the skill failed because the conditions were not met. He didn't know if it was due to his level being too low, or if he needed a real mirror. When he used the skill on the monster again, it failed again because his level was insufficient. Realizing this, he concluded that Mirror World needed a reflective surface to activate. The level issue couldn't be resolved yet, so he decided to try another target. When the protagonist used the skill on the monster's weapon, it failed again due to insufficient level. He tried the skill on a torn loincloth, but it also failed for the same reason. The boy with glasses panicked, telling him not to waste time with useless skills anymore because he couldn't hold out much longer. A beam of energy descended from the sky, and a level 10 elite monster named Deformed Overlord appeared. The boy with glasses knew they were dead for sure. Such an elite monster required at least level 10 to defeat. Many more beams of energy began to descend from the sky, causing his eyes to widen in fear and making him collapse to the ground. Hundreds of ferocious monsters appeared before them. While the protagonist was still busy using his skills, the monsters began to charge. Uche couldn't even use the skill on a rock, wondering if the level gap was too large. Then the protagonist decided to use the skill on Chokaki's temporary shield, but the system notified a failure because someone else's skill could not be reversed. Realizing he couldn't reverse someone else's skill, a smile bloomed on his lips, because that meant he could reverse his own skill. When the protagonist used the skill on his own ability, the system showed that Mirror World had successfully reversed his Binding Vine skill. Uche used Chaotic Thorns, causing thousands of sharp spikes to erupt from the ground.
When a monster was about to attack, another monster covered in a red aura hit the target. From Kachi's perspective, he was a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. But the main character realized the skill's effect had been completely reversed. Instead of binding, it now caused a state of confusion. The Binding Vine skill originally only bound a single enemy with a low fixed right. However, its reversed, upgraded version, Chaos Thorns, now caused the thorns to whip the target with a low chance of causing confusion. The monsters started attacking each other due to the confusion status effect, causing them to attack random targets. The main character could not help but smile upon realizing a useless skill had become powerful after being reversed. This made him wonder what it would be like if he reversed all the remaining skills. Mirror World truly lives up to its reputation. As an SSS rank hidden skill, it not only reverses skill effects, but also provides overall enhancement. If he used the unreversed version, the success rate would be very low. The binding time would be at most 1 second, completely falling short of its current power. He grabbed a sword stuck in the ground and couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he reversed the remaining skills. His attention shifted to the enhanced strike skill, which consumes 20 mana points, lasts for 30 seconds, and increases attack power by 5 for a single target. The effect ends when the target consumes mana. When Uche reversed the skill, it turned into a Tricky Blade, consuming 40 mana points, lasting for 60 seconds, and increasing attack power by 10% for every mana consumption. He activated the Tricky Blade, and the sword began to emit a powerful aura. He realized that every time a skill was used, it increased attack power by 10%. The Tricky Blade still had 60 seconds of effect. As long as the skill was active, any skill usage would trigger an attack power increase. The potential was incredible. Uche leveled up, reaching level 6. He realized many monsters had died from slaughtering each other and understood that they provided a significant amount of experience upon death.
When a monster tried to sneak attack, he reacted in time and blocked the strike. Uchi's attention focused on his HP bar, which had 480 HP and 120 mana points. He realized that leveling up would fully restore his mana. While the monsters were still in chaos, he decided to test out this Trickster Blade. Uche activated Chaos Thorn, consuming mana, which triggered the effect of the Trickster Blade, causing his mana to decrease rapidly while his attack power continuously increased by 10% with each consumption. At this moment, he had 12 mana left, but the Trickster Blade had brought a 120% increase in attack power with 44 seconds of effect remaining. His eyes began to flash, his gaze locked on to a rushing monster. He realized this skill broke all common sense, allowing him to easily reach 2.2 times his attack power. When the monster attacked, he parried the blow, moved behind it, and delivered a deep slash on its back, followed by its stomach. Watcher Gabsi was stunned. He couldn't believe this was Uche. Observing every movement, he wondered how a level 5 priest could be so strong, and since when did a priest possess such skills? He continued fighting the monsters, killing them one by one. With level 6 stats, 120 mana, and the ability to regenerate 1 mana per second, he realized theoretically he could achieve 2.3 times his attack power. In the blink of an eye, he defeated a level 11 monster and couldn't help but smile. He realized his current strength was just enough to deal with these level 11 elites. Right at that moment, an arm emerged from the ground, and Uche's attention was firmly drawn to it. When a level 21 monster named War Demon Chimera emerged from the ground and began to roar, it spun around and slaughtered the smaller monsters in a single blow.
Watcher Gabsy was filled with fear, while he was slightly amazed to see a level 21 hidden boss appear in this dungeon. The boss started charging straight towards him. When he tried to use Chaos Thorn, the skill failed because the monster was immune to confusion. Just before the monster could attack,
Chokaji stepped forward and summoned his shield. Uche felt somewhat surprised, and not long after, he began to see a familiar face. A blonde-haired teenager scolded him for being an idiot, saying he had told him not to rush forward. His eyes widened. The bug launched a powerful attack, shattering the shield that Chokaji summoned and sending his body crashing heavily to the ground. Uche rushed toward him. He reached out his hand and started using a skill. He activated basic healing on Chokaji, recovering 1 HP, consuming mana, leaving him with 54 points. Deceitful Blade activated, providing a 10% damage increase. Immediately after, basic healing activated on Chokaji again, this time critically recovering 5 HP. His mana was down to 1 point. He thought to himself that the healing skill of a priest was truly pathetic. Then he asked Chokaji if he had any recovery potions, and he said he had an emergency vial. He told him to drink it. His Deceitful Blade had 85 seconds of duration left.
The boss started killing the other monsters. Uche knew that he was currently no match for it, but the small monsters were almost completely wiped out. A plan formed in his mind. Raising his blade, he told Soju to try and hold out for a minute, as he would clear out the monsters, which left him somewhat astonished. He moved like lightning, slashing every monster to pieces. As the timer of the tricky blade hit 0, Uche leveled up. His HP and MP were restored to 80 and 120. He activated the tricky blade by continuously using chaotic thorns. Every time he consumed MP, it triggered the effect of the tricky blade, increasing his attack power by 10% per activation. He knew he needed at least a 400% increase in attack power to defeat the boss. He continued to slaughter monsters and leveled up again. His MP was restored to 110. He activated chaotic thorns, gaining an extra 10% damage as his MP dropped to 101. Then he repeated it again, gaining another 10% when his MP dropped to 92. He realized he had to cast chaotic thorns 40 times within 50 seconds. That meant he needed to reach level 10. Chao V was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Uche was continuously leveling up. The boss prepared to attack, but he started to glow. He had reached level 12. His tricky blade achieved a 510% increase with a duration of 95 seconds, more than enough to confront this boss. Uche dashed like a flash of lightning, slicing off its arm. He then appeared behind it and unleashed a continuous series of slashes, causing the monster extreme agony. Before it could even react, he had shredded its body. In just the blink of an eye, he had defeated a level 21 boss with over 10,000 HP. After killing this boss, he gained 3 more levels, reaching level 15. Chao V was dumbfounded, not knowing if he was dreaming or not. He wondered if a level 5 priest had just soloed an entire new dungeon. Once the dungeon lord was defeated, the dungeon was cleared. He approached and asked Uche if that was really him. Monsters dropped items, and the system prompted him to collect them. He wanted to gather them. To understand why he suddenly became so strong, he began to recall the past. And upon seeing Chao V's face, he asked what his relationship with Chao B Ben was. Chao V was shocked, unable to understand why Uche knew his ancestor's nickname. Uche was also somewhat surprised to learn that he was actually
the death of Choi Byongbin. He began to recall Choi Byongbin. His eyes were filled with sorrow as everyone he knew had been killed by Luge. Just before he could ask more about Choi Byongbin, Chokakji turned away and said there was no need to mention that person right now. If Uche didn't want to answer, he didn't have to. There was no need to put him in such an awkward position. Uche was a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Chokakji said that although he didn't know why Uche had hidden his true strength all this time, he advised returning to school because the next day, the school would organize a visit to the Modern History Memorial Hall. Skipping class would draw attention. Uche instinctively clenched his fists, feeling furious. He decided to comply, but knew in his heart he couldn't reveal his identity yet. If Chokakji investigated too deeply, it would raise suspicions. Uche thought about the Modern History Memorial Hall. It must have records of what happened after his death. The next day, they took the subway on their way to school. The students were extremely excited. The era had changed so much after he had been dead for so many years.
The world had undergone a colossal transformation. He couldn't believe that people now use dungeon products to operate vehicles. Many things appeared that he had never seen before, although he had encountered some of them in dungeons previously. He opened the system inventory, wondering if only items dropped by monsters could be taken out of the dungeon. He equipped the Chimera Bone Ring, a level 14 ring created from the ribs of the Dungeon Lord Chimera, allowing the wearer to attach a Chimera limb to their body. He took out the sturdy physique skill book from the inventory. Excellent quality, passive skill type. The profession learned is almighty. He realized that equipment and skill books like these could be brought out, and could even be traded outside the dungeon. He activated the durable physique skill, a permanent passive skill that reduces incoming physical damage. Things that could not be stored in the inventory after defeating the Lord must have disappeared along with the dungeon. His eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. He didn't know what happened after he died. Not long after, he arrived at the Modern History Memorial Hall, and the first thing he saw was the stone stele, the statue of Luge, the supreme monarch of the kingdom, the emperor who ended the dungeon disaster. The teacher began to lead the students on a tour of the Modern History Museum. He explained that many students knew this place had been the battlefield of that famous rebellion over 50 years ago. The teacher said that at that time, everyone was severely tormented by the dungeons. He added that especially after the terrifying SS rank dungeon appeared, everyone lived in fear. King Luge personally led the professional army on an expedition, and despite suffering heavy casualties, he eventually conquered this terrifying dungeon. But at that very moment, he encountered a long-prepared rebellion, and the mastermind, as everyone knew, was Uche. Uche was once deeply trusted by the king, but ultimately became an ungrateful traitor. Uche couldn't suppress his rage when he saw that history had been rewritten like this. They were the ones who cleared the SS rank dungeon, and were also the ones ambushed. The teacher clenched his fists, saying that they couldn't imagine the pain of betrayal in that situation. But their king overcame that sorrow and fought with blood and courage. Finally, with the help of the hero Jinkun, he successfully suppressed the rebellion. Uche's eyes were filled with curiosity when he heard the name Jinkun.
He wondered if such a person truly existed. The thugs who used to torment Uche at the lake appeared, looking confused as they realized they were still alive. They couldn't understand how that could happen when he and Chokachi had been dragged into the newly formed dungeon. One of the thugs said that the dungeon had been cleared. He assumed that for a new dungeon to be cleared so quickly, there must be a master nearby. According to him, they were extremely lucky to have met that master. His eyes focused on them, recognizing them as the bastards who used to torture this body. Everyone started gathering around Jinsu to hear what he was saying. They reacted with disbelief, wondering if he had truly encountered a new dungeon, and were even more shocked that he survived the disaster inside. Jinsu put his arm around Chokachi's shoulder and said he was quite lucky to make it out alive. He started whispering, revealing that on that day they had almost dragged them into that dungeon, and demanded to know how they planned to pay off this debt. Chokachi panicked, clearly asserting that it was Jinsu's fault. He threatened to report him, accusing Jinsu of almost causing his and Uche's deaths. Jinsu grabbed Chokachi's head, questioning what was going through his mind, and realizing that he seemingly didn't understand the situation at all. Jinsu demanded Chokachi look at the statue, and right in front of them watch his ancestor being trampled by the hero. He revealed that the traitor was Cha-En, and Chokachi was his descendant. Finally, he asked if Chokachi really thought anyone would take his side. Jinsu started screaming, saying that Chokachi could insult him, but was not allowed to insult his ancestor.
Leaving the pitiful Chokachi stunned in place, everyone started gathering around, knowing that Jinsu's grandfather was the hero Jinkun. Hearing this, his eyes began to flash with anger. The students realized that the person standing next to them was Chokachi, the descendant of Chun-En. In their eyes, a traitor's descendant insulting a hero was a sign of an upside-down world. They remembered that his ancestor Chun-En had slaughtered many people, and if the hero hadn't intervened, who knows how many more would have died. Jinsu pretended to be noble, making it clear that he didn't care if others badmouthed him behind his back, but he couldn't allow his ancestors to be insulted right to his face. The teacher approached Chokachi, put a hand on his shoulder, and demanded an apology, stating that as a teacher he was always fair, and reminding him that the hero had already forgiven his family. He concluded that even if he didn't feel grateful, he had no right to defame them. After speaking, the teacher left. Jinsu put his hand on his own head and said that if he beat him in front of everyone, the crowd would only cheer. No one would help a vicious dog being beaten, and moreover, Chokachi was a particularly hated dog. He grabbed Chokachi's hair and asked if he truly believed that he himself, the descendant of a hero, could be wrong. He was about to strike Chokachi when at that moment someone kicked him straight in the face, causing him to fall hard to the ground. Chokachi's eyes widened in shock. It was Uche, his eyes burning with rage. He questioned whether the hero's family didn't have time to teach their brats. The students started turning around, wondering if that was really Uche. They remarked that he looked like a completely different person and couldn't believe that he dared to lay a hand on Jinsu. According to them, he had gone mad. Some people remembered that he was only level 5, the weakest in the class, so they wondered what had happened to make him dare to hit Jinsu. He had no parents and was always gloomy with no friends, so they assumed he had lost his mind. After that, Jinsu wiped his cheek.
He clearly stated that Uche was just a punching bag and should be grateful that Jinsu hadn't pursued the matter. He couldn't believe that he still dared to attack when he wasn't paying attention. He and his friends started rushing toward him. Uche moved like lightning, dodging their attacks and striking before they could react. Jinsu collapsed to the ground and started spitting blood. The students started whispering and gossiping. Jinsu was shocked because he couldn't believe Uche was that fast. The students appeared confused as they didn't understand what had just happened. They wondered why he was defeated so easily and whether Jinsu was actually a weakling. Jinsu exploded with rage, unable to believe that a trashy level 5 support was suddenly stronger than him. He immediately used the Hell skill, increasing his attack power by 25%. He equipped the Fire-Forged Hammer, which provided 314 attack points. He thought Uche just got lucky, and without wasting another second, rushed straight toward him. He moved quickly, exploiting an opening, and threw a punch at his jaw.
He was using the tricky blade skill, increasing his attack power by 80%. Jingsu was stunned. He kicked him, slamming him hard into the ground. The guards ran over, saw Uche stepping on Jingsu, and asked if there were any healers. The students were shocked to see Uche so fast. They remembered that he was only level 5. Even the blonde girl and her friend were stunned. The guard emphasized that fighting was forbidden in the hall due to the risk of damaging objects, then asked the teacher why they couldn't control the students.
The teacher started walking towards Uche. Not only did he insult the hero, but he also dared to attack his descendant. According to him, Uche was shameless. The teacher drew his sword, and the boy's eyes focused on him. He activated the ring, and when the teacher was about to attack, the sword shattered, shocking everyone. Uche said that they should put aside the matter of who was shameless for a moment. He pointed out to the teacher that despite claiming to be fair, he seemed to only listen to the story from Jinkun's side. Then he directly questioned whether he was trying to curry favor with that family. The teacher told him to stop spouting nonsense. After that, his eyes stopped on the boy's ring. He wondered what kind of equipment it was, because even though he hadn't used his full strength, it still blocked the attack. As a powerful aura emanated from his body, Uche clarified that it was just a casual remark, and added that he did not believe the teacher was that kind of person. The students were shocked because they couldn't believe Uche actually blocked the teacher's attack. The teacher promised to thoroughly investigate the cause of the conflict. In his heart, he wondered where Uche got such equipment and whether he had any backing. The ring Uche wore was the Chimera Bone Ring. Its durability was already 37% damaged. Although it was epic quality, it was still just equipment from a level 21 overlord, so using it to face a level 35 teacher was too much. Uche was expelled from the hall as a punishment, along with Chokakchi. Chokakchi stood up and started following him with confused eyes. The students couldn't believe Uche had blocked the teacher's attack and wondered if this was something a student could do. The teacher asked the students to use healing magic on Jinkun. Meanwhile, he and Chokakchi left the hall.
He was deeply saddened, unable to believe that in the end, no one survived and Chaobobin had been killed by that so-called hero long ago. His eyes stopped on Chokakchi. He thought that if he asked anything right now, he would answer without hesitation. He coughed softly and said that his historical knowledge was not good, so he asked him to recount the specific exploits of the hero Jinkin. Chokakchi became nervous and said that although he was not sure if he remembered correctly, it seemed that the hero Jinkin had discovered the plot of the great villain Uche early on. He recounted that he had prepared an ambush near the S-rank dungeon 3 times to provide backup, and thanks to that, the entire rebellion crisis was resolved. Uche felt slightly shocked. He began to recall his past life and how they had been ambushed. Chokakchi explained that the hero Jinkun had yearned to resolve dungeon crises since childhood and had always trained for that goal. After being promoted by the king, he fought across the country for many years, saving many places from crises, like the famous Great Cataclysm of Kyotojio City. Uche looked down at the ground in deep thought. The image of his past self standing on a mountain of corpses appeared in his mind with a sad expression. Uche asked about the sword in the hands of the hero statue. Chokakchi explained that it was the flowing cloud sword, and added that, according to legend, it was the sword the hero used to execute the traitor Uche, a peak-tier equipment. Uche's eyes began to flare with rage, because not only did he steal his glory and achievements, but he also took his sword. So he decided to kill Jinkun first. Outside the Jin family mansion, many high-level warriors were patrolling. Suddenly, the eyes of one of them lit up when he noticed something. Not far away, he saw Uche and Chokakchi slipping into an alley. He decided not to pay much attention, thinking they were just passing by the area. Noticing that the person was highly vigilant, Uche wondered if he was a wanderer possessing a scout skill. Chokakchi suggested to Uche that they should leave. He thought there were too many guards, and even if they managed to sneak in, they would be doomed when Jinsu returned. Although he wanted to go directly to kill the hero Jinkun, he knew it was impossible. According to Chokakchi, Jinkun spent all his time in a high-level dungeon.
Unlike his previous life, it was no longer possible to freely enter and exit dungeons. High-rank dungeons were all guarded by the military and required a special card to enter. However, he believed that the Jinkun family must have a dungeon right in their home. He asked if their family needed to keep that many guards when they were only one of the dozens of descendant branches of Jinkun. Chokakchi revealed that, after all, they were descendants of a hero and also owned a dungeon in their territory. His eyes widened in surprise upon learning they had a dungeon at home. Chokakchi said that low-rank dungeons had long been privately bought and sold, but that was not something people without power could dream of. Because Jinsu always had guards accompanying him, he could hunt monsters and level up at any time. On the contrary, ordinary students like them could only do so during the school's dungeon practice hours and even had to fight over monsters. Uche realized that this era had changed a lot and wondered if this meant the richer and more powerful you were, the higher your level would be. Chokakchi nodded. He stated that normal people usually graduated at level 15 to 20, and because many no longer had access to dungeons afterward, they were stuck at that level. If working in dungeon-related jobs like miners or rangers in national dungeons, they could reach around level 30 by middle age. Conversely, guards like those at Jin Su's house could utilize the family dungeon, so they reached around level 30. To reach higher levels, one usually had to be recruited by the military or join official organizations like guilds or military academies through school evaluations. Only then could they access high-rank dungeons and reach higher levels. He knew that if he wanted to become stronger, that card was essential. Chokachi suggested they should leave, thinking that the level difference was too great, and no matter how skilled he was, he could not be a match for the guards. Uche clearly understood that his current strength was far from enough to kill that hero, let alone the Supreme King Luje, who was protected by multiple layers. However, he knew that scouting skills learned around level 30 were usually only small-scale skills like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Summoning Spirits. These things were not enough to cover the entire mansion area for 24 hours. Moreover, this was not a life-and-death dungeon, and most of the guards were quite complacent. He concluded that this was more than enough to get inside. Chokachi panicked. Uche immediately vaulted over the wall, thinking that compared to the near-perfect scouting in high-rank dungeons in his previous life, this place was much more relaxed. Chokachi emphasized that even if they got in a private dungeon like this, they could still be killed without consequences. He grabbed Chokachi's shirt and asked, "What if you don't want to change your life?"
Chokachi admitted that there was, but he had planned to do it after joining a guild. Uche then asked if he truly believed that a guild could change everything for him. Chokachi, the grandson of the trader Cha-in, had deep sunken eyes filled with sadness. Uche pulled him against the wall and made it clear that a person's destiny can only be changed in the present, not by betting on an assumption that even he himself wasn't sure of. Uche had no intention of ignoring the dungeon right in front of him. He decided to let him choose for himself whether he wanted to follow along or not. Chokachi began to sweat, while Uche pondered, wondering if this descendant would make the same choice as his ancestor. Chokachi jumped up because he couldn't let Uche rush into a deadly place. Uche told him not to make a sound, explaining that this area had no traces of summon-type reconnaissance skills. Therefore, just by lowering their voices, avoiding their line of sight, and seizing the right moment, they could easily infiltrate. Uche grabbed Chokachi and followed his plan. They successfully entered the Jin family estate. Chokachi's attention focused on a dungeon opening underground. They stepped into the dungeon and saw two monsters, one level 6 and one level 8. Uche realized the levels were slightly higher than the previous dungeon, but the number of monsters was fewer, probably because Jin Su's family frequently eliminated them. Uche said there were only two small monsters and told him to try his hand at it. Chokachi couldn't help but be terrified and refused, saying there was no way he could defeat them. Uche forced him to fight. The monsters lunged forward to attack, and he summoned a defensive shield, still unable to believe in his heart that Uche trusted he could win. Chokachi became tense and thought that he shouldn't have come here.
At this moment, he only wanted to go home. Uche suggested he try to counterattack, but Chokachi asked how he was supposed to find a chance to do so. Uche reassured him that he was watching and nothing bad would happen. Chokachi decided to trust him and used his shield to attack, but right after, the remaining monster tried to ambush from behind. However, he reacted in time and dodged the attack. Everything was exactly as Uche had thought. Chokachi's talent was actually not bad. The problem was that he was always timid and panicked easily, so he only dared to defend. However, his subconscious judgment of spiritual power regarding positioning was extremely accurate. Therefore, he always looked like he was in a dangerous situation, but the amount of health lost was not much. Chokachi attacked the monster, but his shield shattered into pieces. Uche rushed over like lightning and wiped out all the monsters. Chokachi was a bit surprised to find out he had leveled up. He had currently reached level 7. He explained that experience is distributed according to the level of contribution. If the monster's balance wasn't broken, they wouldn't receive much EXP, even if the one who dealt the finishing blow was Uche. Uche swung the sickle bone blade, a weapon formed from the resentment condensed in the leg bone, which increased attack power by 62 points and mental attack by 11 points. Uche noticed that Chokachi's movements were very agile and asked how he allocated his attribute points. Chokachi said that aside from spirit, he usually distributed the points evenly. He recalled that shield users usually don't add points to agility. Chokachi explained that if he didn't do so, it would be very difficult for him to find a party at school.
Because no one wants to wait for a slow shield user. By the time he arrived, the monsters had already been killed by others. Uche sighed and explained that he needed to have a long-term vision. He made it clear that high-level profession advancements after level 60 all have attribute requirements. For example, the immovable fortress profession requires 60 stamina and 90 defense. He concluded that stat points cannot be added arbitrarily. Chokachi said that the highest level an ordinary person can achieve in a lifetime is only a little over level 40. He didn't understand why he was thinking about level 60, because that is SSS rank. He placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying that from this moment on he could start thinking about S rank or things far beyond S rank. After speaking, he also needed to start planning for his own profession advancement. He thought that his support profession was only revived thanks to the mirror world skill, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would probably switch to another profession. He was stunned when he realized something amazing. His mirror world skill could be upgraded.
In the Jin family's private dungeon, Uche fought monsters at an incredible speed. The Tricky Blade skill helped enhance his attacks, but everything ended when he just reached level 17. The greedy zombie demon, the monster that was still alive, showed Uche the power of the Tricky Blade, while also revealing its limitations within the rules. The battle continued. Uche's mana and stamina were depleted. The monster was finally destroyed, confirming that his body could not withstand prolonged battles. The battle brought huge rewards. Uche leveled up twice and reached level 17. His health, mana, and attribute points increased rapidly. He also received 2 dark creature souls from the elite zombie, giving the SSS rank Mirror World skill 2,000 experience points, confirming that it could be upgraded. After the battle, Uche collected the items, satisfied with his level and the Mirror World experience he received. Suddenly sensing danger, he moved higher and saw the Jin family guards patrolling more heavily.
Below, the level 8 Chokakji with his new equipment anxiously suggested stopping. He noticed fewer monsters and that the guards' realm levels were very high. It was too risky, suspecting that they had been discovered. Uche agreed. Fighting right now would be extremely difficult, requiring them to constantly dodge guards and carefully use the demon art blade. With their current strength and the heightened security, the risk was too great. Uche looked at a new skill book, Brick Magic, which could create monolithic bricks. When reversed by the Mirror World, it became a void technique, making small objects formless. He realized that not every reversal skill was used for combat. Some had subtle effects outside of battle. Uche checked his Mirror World skill. It needed 30% more experience to level up. Standing on the cliff, he thought about the incredible power that reversal brought, even at the basic level. His heart grew even more determined, imagining how strong he would become when he leveled up. With his eyes shining brightly, Uche formed a new plan. This dungeon provided unique Mirror World experience from its monsters.
He believed that as long as they defeated the boss, he could upgrade his skill to level 2, a reward too attractive to miss despite the risks from the guards. They quietly moved through the cave, hiding behind rocks, while the guards used scouting skills more frequently, making their position dangerous. Uche cautiously looked ahead and saw their target, a massive, dimly lit figure sitting on a throne, tightly bound by thick, glowing purple chains at the top of the stairs. Heavily guarded by numerous sentries, that was the dungeon boss. From his hiding spot, Chokakji was terrified to see the dungeon boss being restrained like that. Uche was not overly surprised. He commented that the boss at their school was also guarded, indicating this was very common among major factions. Uche observed the whole scene, noticing that the guards on the stairs were quite negligent. His eyes focused on the dazzlingly bright purple chains binding the boss, realizing they were extremely strong restraints. He quietly analyzed the situation. With so many guards, directly attacking the boss would be suicide and a guaranteed failure, while simultaneously attracting everyone's attention. Uche knew that he couldn't kill the boss while all the guards were there, but he spotted an opportunity. One guard separated from the group and walked alone. He decided to take them down one by one. Covering his face, he activated Tricky Blade, increasing his attack by 150%, and ambushed the guard. The ambush was executed perfectly. The guard was instantly crippled and fell right in front of Chokakji. Uche stood over him with a gloomy aura, telling him to speak quickly in exchange for his life. In utter panic, the guard begged for mercy, promising to tell everything, admitting that the Jin family did not pay him enough to die for them. Uche listened, considering this an opportunity to ask about his main goal, infiltrating the compound.
When Uche asked about the hero dungeon pass, the guard was stunned, then hurriedly said that the old family had many in his study and they were not rare at all. Misunderstanding his intention, the guard assumed Uche was a fanatic fan of the previous generation's hero. Terrified by Uche's silence, the guard swore he was telling the truth, saying he had seen the old family head frequently carrying the passes. He warned that the passes were only temporary templates, and without an inside spy, one would definitely be caught. Uche did not care at all. He grabbed the guard's collar, told him not to worry, and with cold eyes ordered him to open his inventory, revealing his intention to rob him blind and most likely take his identity as well. Returning to the Jin family compound, Uche continued interrogating the guard. Gripping his shirt tightly, he was disappointed to find only an ordinary skill book. The trembling guard swore that it was his entire fortune. He explained that the Jin family kept all the valuable dungeon loot in the inner courtyard, and the outside guards were only given the leftovers. Uche learned the skill Sun Cleansing, a passive skill providing temporary defense after healing. He used Mirror World to reverse it into Moonlight Blessing, a powerful offensive skill that temporarily increases attack after healing. He noted that this skill, as well as the dungeon passes, were located in the inner courtyard. The guard pointed towards the luxurious Jin family inner courtyard, explaining that outside guards like him could not enter without a direct summons. He said the security inside was extremely strict. Except for Jin Su, everyone inside was above level 50 with top-tier equipment, making outside guards almost unnecessary. Uche pulled the guard closer, asking to confirm if the passes were in the inner courtyard. The guard nodded in fear, adding that the powerful level 42 family head was also there, an opponent Uche could not defeat. He continued to explain the family's strength.
The current family head and the second family head were both level 42. The third family head was level 52, while the old family head had reached level 57. He warned that if the two strongest people returned, everything would be completely impossible. After extracting enough information, Uche knocked the guard unconscious. He let Chokakachi wear the guard's armor as a disguise and wait for the signal. Because the strongest family head was safe in the inner courtyard, Uche decided to lure him out instead of facing him directly. Returning to the dungeon, Uche observed the boss. He understood that the Jin family used high-level chains to keep the boss alive, creating a permanent private farming spot. He realized that this security system, relying on easily guarded chains, could be exploited. This was a massive loophole. The guards believed their method was safe because no one could unlock the chains.
But they did not know Uche, who from his past life already knew how to unlock them. He quietly approached a guard and easily removed the chain locks. As the chains fell, the dungeon boss roared in anger, broke its bindings, and went berserk. The guards panicked as the giant monster wreaked havoc. This chaos was exactly what Uche needed to lure the family head out of the inner courtyard in a perfect manner. The plan succeeded. Alarms blared as the level 42 family head rushed out from the unguarded inner courtyard, ordering immediate reinforcements to the dungeon. As he and the elite guards rushed to handle the crisis, Uche took advantage of the chaos to snatch the powerful control lever. The level 64 combat chains, in clusters, holding the high-tier equipment in his hands, were fluctuating. Uche knew the plan had succeeded. With the family head and elite guards drawn away, he and Chokakchi could easily infiltrate the inner courtyard. As Uche's plan paved the way, new people appeared at the main gate of the Jin family, and the servants bowed to welcome the return of the second family head.
Jin Hao, level 42, along with his son Jin Su, stepped out of a luxurious car. Jin Hao downplayed Jin Su's recent defeat against Uche as a minor mistake, but Jin Su replied that he did not come here to greet his father. Jin Hao opened the car door for a young lady named Yuha. Two young women stepped out, a long blonde-haired one and her black-haired friend, who was very likely Uche. The family head Jin Mep, having just returned from the dungeon incident, stood at the top of the stairs waiting, with a smile. Suddenly, the smile disappeared, replaced by confusion and then fury. He roughly kicked a servant named Ben out of the way, yelling not to block the path. As the servant lay sprawled on the ground, the family head angrily strode toward Jin Hao, Jin Su, and the two female guests, clearly enraged. From the forest, Chokakji, wearing guard armor, observed the scene in the estate. Uche suddenly appeared behind him, startling the young man. Chokakji said that he was very nervous, thinking that since the Jin family had returned, it was not the right time to sneak in. Uche calmly asked why he was so tense, and Chokakji astonishingly asked how he got here so fast. Uche explained that the creature he released was a dungeon lord, and even a level 31 creature was very difficult to capture alive. That meant it would tie down the main fighting force of the Jin family for a long time. He said they wouldn't be able to defeat the boss in a short time, making this the perfect opportunity. Then he asked Chokakji what he had seen. Chokakji looked back at the estate sadly. He said that the servant who was kicked away by the family head was his youngest uncle, Chop Li, a level 17 man. Uche listened as Chokakji recounted the dark parts of their shared past. He said that when Uche rebelled in his previous life, his family was killed early on. Chokakji added that in a way, that saved them from the years of humiliation and pain that the descendants of a traitor had to endure, like his family. Upon hearing about the pain his old friend's family had to suffer due to lies, Uche's face showed cold sorrow and iron will. Observing from the forest, Chokakji continued to recount the tragedy of his family. He explained that after being labeled as traitors, the Cho family was continuously oppressed by the empire, their homes were destroyed and their lives shattered. Things got even worse under the secret orders of the so-called hero Jin Kun, who ensured that the surviving Cho members were constantly bullied and tormented, beaten and squeezed dry, leaving them with no other way to survive. The remaining members of the Cho family were forced to work for the very people who contributed to their ruin, the Jin family. Now they lived in poverty, always having to read their masters' faces, bowing and scraping for leftovers. Chokakji shamefully admitted that sometimes they were even paraded around as proof of the power and benevolence of the Jin family and forgiving the traitor's descendants. He said that his father's generation once tried to resist and change their fate, speaking out against the injustice.
But all efforts ended in disaster. The pressure caused his father's mental collapse, while his uncle, Chokakji, became completely submissive, acting like nothing more than a running dog for the Jin family. Carrying that desperate history, Chokakji began to doubt his own actions, wondering if following Uche into such a dangerous place was the right thing to do. His hesitation was cut short when Uche turned and firmly stated that he needed to enter the inner courtyard. Panicking, Chokakji tried to stop him, hurriedly reminding him that Jin Su's father, a fully equipped level 42 warrior, was inside. He warned Uche that if they were discovered, they would surely die. Uche was completely unafraid of the danger. He explained his belief that in this era, where the strong control power in dungeons, one cannot change their life without taking risks. He looked at Chokakji and added that there are things that will never be accomplished if one keeps hesitating and waiting. Finally, Uche gave him a clear choice. He said he could help him change his fate, but Chokakji had to decide to act first. Uche also made his stance clear.
He would resist, but he wouldn't force Chokakji to follow him.
Although Uche had a strong will, Chokokji was still extremely fearful and doubtful. He believed that the Jin family was a giant force dominating the world. He wondered how the two of them could oppose such a massive power. Uche turned his back on him, his eyes looking towards the distant inner courtyard as he began to step forward. He told the stunned Chokokji that his goal was much bigger than overthrowing a family. The true enemy he intended to fight was the entire empire. Meanwhile, inside the quiet inner courtyard, Jinhao lay relaxing on a long chair, attended by a maid. He wondered how Uche had broken those sturdy chains. Seeing him, the blonde girl named Jinsu politely asked her uncle if it was an inappropriate time, offering to return another day due to the emergency situation. Jinhao quickly dispelled her worries, saying that his older brother, the family head, could handle it well. He assured her that the trivial matter of Uche was completely unimportant compared to her visit. He continued to smile, explaining that when his authoritative father, the old family head, along with his third brother heard she was coming, they immediately returned to the mansion to meet her. At the same time, he said they had contacted the hero Jin-kun, who was extremely excited to meet her, making handling the situation extremely easy. From a secret position on the balcony, Uche heard everything. His attention immediately sharpened upon hearing about the hero Jin-kun. Knowing they were talking about that hero, Jin-kun, his thoughts spun quickly, connecting this new information with what he had learned from the captured soldier. To enter the hero dungeon, one needed a pass and a companion. He looked towards the guests, seeing Jinsu being treated with utmost respect, and realized her status must be very noble. Then a crucial detail shook him. Her name was Jinsu, sharing the same surname as his current identity. He wondered if this was just a coincidence. For now, he pushed that thought aside, his eyes refocusing, deciding to concentrate all his spirit on the immediate goal of acquiring the dungeon pass. As he observed, Jinsu stood silently, her expression unreadable, exuding a mysterious aura.
And noble, when the core strategists of the Jin family were all swept away, Uche seized the opportunity to sneak into the inner courtyard. He moved silently through the luxurious corridors, slipped past two conversing maids, and used the darkness to hide. He crossed the splendidly decorated halls, went deeper into the mansion, step by step approaching the targets. Meanwhile, outside Jong'un, the problem was resolved. Family head Jin Yi, level 42, and his forces stood before the defeated Jong'un Lloyd. Jin Yi observed the situation, concluding that this creature was intentionally released. What bothered him was not finding the mastermind. He thought such a great risk couldn't be just for a good piece of equipment like chains. Determined to protect the family, he ordered the guards to surround the inner courtyard first. His biggest concern was the important guest. He couldn't let that young lady be alarmed. Inside the study, Uche began to search. He approached the desk the soldier had mentioned, but was initially frustrated to find the drawers empty. Remembering his newly learned non-combat skill, he activated penetration. This is the reversed version of brick magic, allowing his hand to pass through the solid wooden surface of the desk, revealing the hidden space inside. He found a drawer full of books and diaries.
He took them out, his eyes first stopping on one that looked like a diary, and pushed it aside. He found the real prize, an exquisite collection of high-grade skill books, among which was a powerful support skill, Delay Aura, which could slow down all enemies in a wide area. He had found the family's secret vault. The entrance to the Jin family's inner courtyard was now packed with guards. Hiding in the nearby forest, Chikokji watched in terror. Not understanding why all the guards had gathered, he feared they had been discovered. His panic grew as more and more guards arrived. He realized the situation was too dangerous, worrying that if Uche didn't retreat immediately, he would be caught. The fear of capture triggered the painful memory of his father going mad and the endless days his family suffered. His first thought was to run away, sneaking off to save himself. When another guard approached his hiding spot, he froze, not knowing what to do. But at that crucial moment, Uche's words echoed in his mind. He could be helped to change, but first he had to make a choice himself. Having made up his mind, Chikokji let out a loud shout, intentionally attracting the guards' attention. Then he dashed out of his hiding spot and started running, leading them away from the mansion. He had made his choice. He would act as bait to ensure Uche wasn't discovered. From inside the mansion, Uche witnessed Chikokji's brave action. When the guards were distracted, he broke the window and jumped out. Pride swelled in his heart, realizing his friend had finally overcome his fear and chosen to fight against fate. To help Chikokji escape, Uche created an even bigger commotion. He landed in the middle of the guards, provoking them by saying he had stolen the chains and skill books, challenging them to come and take them back. Enraged, the guards immediately left their positions and pursued him. While running, Uche used the Delay Aura skill he had just stolen. However, thanks to the Mirror World, the skill was reversed, turning into Acceleration Aura, boosting the speed of himself and his nearby allies. The head of the Jin family saw them running, but noticed something unusual. Instead of moving away from the mansion, they were rushing toward the Dungeon Lord. Realizing the danger, he ordered 2 squads to stop the pursuit and return to protect the Dungeon Lord. Chalvi, running next to Uche at the time, was completely confused. He asked why Uche was leading everyone in the opposite direction, back to a dangerous place. Uche explained his grand plan. He knew that when too many guards were drawn away for the pursuit, the remaining forces must have defeated the Dungeon Lord. To control that powerful boss, they surely had gone through a fierce battle. This meant that the Dungeon Lord's vitality was at its lowest and extremely weakened.
Uche checked the status of his ultimate skill, Mirror World, and saw it was about to evolve. His eyes emitted a purple light. He knew what he had to do. Destroying the weakened Dungeon Lord right now would give him the final push to strengthen his most powerful ability. A tense, quiet atmosphere enveloped the luxurious living room of the Jin family.
The blonde girl sipped her tea elegantly, telling the host Jin Hao that he could go out to handle the commotion. Smiling confidently, Jin Hao, the second family head, considered it just a petty thief, reassuring the guest that his older brother, Jin Yi, would easily resolve it. But things were not easy at all. In front of Jung Eon, Lloyd, the first family head Jin Yi, angrily tried to regain control. He scolded a guard for being slow and ordered him to immediately chase after the rioting overlord. Seeing Uche dash past at terrifying speed, Jin Yi ordered the fastest units, the thieves and archers, to ignore the boss and pursue the intruder at all costs. All efforts failed. Uche moved so fast that he completely left them behind. He clearly understood his advantage. Half of his stat points had been invested in agility. Combined with the reversed acceleration skills, he was so fast that only level 30 specialized thieves or archers had a slight chance of keeping up. He easily entered the main hall where the scale at Analoth was besieged. The monster was severely injured and crippled. The guards struggled to cast the seal. Uche saw his plan was perfect. The dungeon boss was now in its weakest state. With a burst of purple energy, he prepared to deliver the decisive blow to finish off the weakening Analoth. As Uche approached, the guards around Analoth spotted him. Shouting the alarm, they hurriedly rushed to block his path before he could defend himself. Uche unleashed chaotic thorns. Spiky purple vines emerged from the ground, whipping wildly, leaving the guards bewildered as they had never seen this skill before. The thorns attempted to inflict status effects. Humans could usually resist this kind of influence, but Uche's skill was abnormally strong, leaving several guards unable to resist. A terrifying result appeared. The guards were infected with confusion. A mage even fired a powerful spell at his teammates, throwing the formation into chaos. The other guards watched in stunned silence, shocked by the unimaginably high success rate of the skill. As the enemies slaughtered each other, Uche seized the opportunity. He easily slipped through the disordered guard squad, the path leading straight to his prize, the overlord with low HP, right for the taking. The guards' defense line collapsed as Uche squeezed through. They panicked and screamed about why their shields and crowd control were ineffective, while accidentally hitting their own teammates. Uche noticed their poor coordination, understanding that they were just a disorganized mob with no real team combat experience. He thought to himself that too long a period of peace had made them soft, leading to this outcome. A guard captain tried to rally his subordinates, asserting that as long as they pinned the intruder down, he would surely die. Right at that moment, the first family head, Jin Yi, appeared, ordering his subordinates to hold Uche tightly. The level 42 warrior in fiery attire declared he would deal with the intruder himself. With a blazing weapon, he leaped up, preparing to unleash a devastating attack aimed at Uche. Uche observed the family head's approaching movements while getting ready. Letting out a sound of contempt, he decided to meet the attack head-on. He pulled out the level 60 combat chain he had stolen.
Although not enough for a complete set of equipment, he knew their terrifying durability remained intact. When Sickney's fiery attack struck down, Uche used the chains as a temporary shield, successfully blocking most of the powerful explosion's force. But Uche skillfully turned Sickney's powerful attack into an advantage. Instead of merely defending against the blast of fire, he used the massive impact force to shoot backward like a cannonball, shattering the magic barrier the guards were trying to maintain around their master. He landed perfectly right in front of the heavily injured dungeon lord. With one final taunt, he mischievously thanked the furious patriarch for the free ride. Before the guards could react, Uche declared that he would steal the overlord's experience. He unleashed a powerful finishing blow, striking the weakened beast and ending its life. The reward came instantly and was incredibly massive. Uche immediately leveled up 3 times in a row, jumping straight to level 20 and receiving 9 new attribute points. Most importantly, the immense amount of experience from the Dungeon Lord maxed out his hidden skill, Mirror World. A system notification confirmed the skill had been upgraded, finally reaching the coveted level 2. Seething with rage over the stolen loot, the first Patriarch Sickney screamed madly and rushed toward Uche with his fiery axe. Behind him, the remaining guards surged forward, determined to catch the arrogant intruder calmly standing before the massive corpse of the Dungeon Lord. But Uche was completely fearless. He focused on his spoils of war, the new power his ultimate skill had achieved at level 2.
When Jinny's powerful attack was about to hit its target, it harmlessly passed through a shimmering image of Uche, and then he disappeared. The guards stopped, confused by the sudden disappearance. Uche found himself in a completely new place. The world had turned into a silent, crystallized dungeon instance, bearing a cyan hue. He had activated a new ability of the hidden skill, Mirror World. In this strange space, he saw the blurry, transparent entities of Jin-E and the other guards, completely unaware of his presence. A timer showed that his mirror walk would last for nearly 30 minutes. He excitedly realized that he could now step into the world inside the mirror itself. In the bizarre cyan world, Uche began to use his new power, noticing that everything was a perfect reflection of the real world, flipped from left to right. At first, he thought the blurry silhouettes of the guards were mere illusions when his hand passed right through one. But when he touched the crystal-like ground, he found it to be solid. Realizing this place was not just a trick, his exploration led him to an astonishing discovery. He picked up a solid piece of crystal from the ground, and a notification informed him that he had obtained a mirror shard that could be taken out of this world and brought into the real world. That was incredibly important to Uche. He understood that once the mirror world skill reached level 2, he could bring real objects from the other world into his own. Curious about what else had changed after the skill was upgraded, he opened the system interface. He saw a completely different list of skills, displaying many incredibly powerful reversed abilities, such as invisibility and force field enclosures, but most were marked as unactivated, which puzzled him. A notification quickly explained that these skills corresponded to the basic skills he had not yet learned.
Only then did he understand the full power of his new ability. This list showed the inverted forms of every skill he could learn. He now knew that to use any of those powerful abilities, he first had to find and learn their normal versions in reality. The skill inversion effect he used at level 1 was just a simple part of the true power of this ability. Looking at the promising list of future powers, he realized this changed everything. He could now choose powerful skill pairs and plan out his entire profession route early on, knowing exactly the powerful inverted forms he would receive. As Uche was thinking about the comprehensive potential of his new skill, he suddenly felt something behind him. Turning around, he saw a faint teal human shape floating aimlessly in the crystal space. He wondered if it was a soul, similar to when he was once trapped before his resurrection. This thought intrigued him, and he wondered if there were other souls existing in this strange world. Without any warning sign, the quiet soul flashed with green energy, transforming into a screaming skeletal undead creature and charging straight at him. Surprised, Uche drew his glowing blade and prepared to fight. He parried the creature's attack, easily shattering the undead entity with a single slash. He noticed it didn't seem too strong. Just as he finished off the creature, a new notification popped up, catching his attention. The system offered an undead contract, explaining that he could sign it with the recently defeated soul, allowing it to leave the mirror world and fight for him in the real world. The contract also stated that the soul's maximum level would always equal his, and he could possess 20 such contracts. This unexpected event made Uche ponder what his new power could do. Uche thought about the true meaning of this new energy. He now understood that after defeating an undead creature in the mirror world, he could contract its soul and bring it to reality as a powerful warrior. Holding the materialized mirror shard in his hand, he knew his ability wasn't just for things like rocks. The level 2 upgrade of the mirror world was truly a major turning point, allowing him to bring not only items, but also an undead army.
Transitioning from the mirror world to the real world, looking at the vast landscape of crystals full of potential, he found this idea extremely interesting. Back in the real world, everything fell into chaos. When the dungeon lord was defeated, the private dungeon disappeared, leaving behind only an army of dumbfounded and panicked guards. They couldn't understand where the intruder had vanished to. A captain frantically asked how he could disappear like that, suspecting it was a high-level stealth skill of a thief. A thief expert quickly denied it, explaining that stealth skills have clear limits and could not make a person vanish so flawlessly. The lack of answers made another captain furious. He grabbed the thief, interrogating him on how the intruder could escape when there were so many people around. The great family head Jin-E was even more enraged. Having lost his precious private dungeon, he took his anger out on a subordinate. He grabbed the man's face, screaming that if they didn't find the person responsible, they would have to compensate him for this loss. Meanwhile, Uche's time in the mirror world was coming to an end. As the mirror planet's countdown decreased, he wondered where he would reappear. Would he return to his original position, or were there other rules when leaving the mirror world? He got his answer just a moment later when he reappeared in the real world, exactly at the spot where he had disappeared. The furious Jin-E immediately spotted him. Without a second thought, he roared, ordering his subordinates to capture him. Facing the new wave of attacks from the Jin family warriors, Uche remained completely calm. He raised a hand, swirling green light glowing in his palm, and told them not to rush. He said that after being ganged up on for so long, it was time for him to do the same. After speaking, he used the power he had just acquired from the mirror world. A terrifying wave of bone warriors surged out, forming a horrifying I'm Dead army rushing toward the dumbfounded guards. The guards reacted. pure terror. Their attacks slowed as they wondered what these ghost-like figures were, doubting whether they were true evil spirits or not. The first patriarch, Jin-E, tried to calm the spreading fear. He shouted at his subordinates not to panic and said that those creatures were just undead monsters he had encountered many times before. A guard engaged a skeleton warrior, bracing himself for an arduous battle. However, he was extremely surprised to see a health bar appear above the creature. It was an undead skeleton warrior, and only at level 20, equal to Uche. Even so, the fear was still very strong. Jin-E's face twisted with indignation at his subordinates' prolonged hesitation. To force them to fight, he promised to reward everyone if they attacked and captured the intruder. The thought of a reward seemed to make them regain their courage, but when the guards shifted their attention from the undead army back to Uche, they found he was no longer there. Confused, they looked around, wondering where he could have disappeared to. After using the newly summoned undead army as bait, Uche observed the battle from a safe distance. He assessed that his current army was still too weak to be truly effective. He knew that if he could find and form contracts with stronger spirits, those disjointed guards would be absolutely no match for him. However, he was limited by what he could find. He had formed contracts with the 20 strongest spirits currently available in the small area he had explored inside the mirror world. Furthermore, he realized that exploring the mirror world was not limitless. He had hit a wall that kept him within a 200-meter radius from where he entered. This made him understand that to find better undead, he would need to enter the mirror world from different locations in the future.
His plan was interrupted when he saw his friend Chokachi, who was acting as a decoy, had been discovered hiding in the forest. A guard smirked at the disguised boy, teasing about the reward he would receive for capturing him. Without hesitation, Uche dashed out from the shadows, swiftly and accurately taking down the guards threatening his friend. Once the path was clear, he grabbed the stunned Chokachi and told him they were leaving. Looking at the chaos created by his undead army to hold off the remaining guards, Uche decided the mission was accomplished and it was time to retreat, steer clear of danger, and carefully examined everything newly acquired from the daring raid. As Uche and Chowie escaped, the remaining guards of the Jin family battled the undead army. The guards frantically attacked the skeletal warriors, shattering their bones. A guard captain realized these creatures weren't particularly strong, but their relief was short-lived. In horror, a defeated skeleton instantly regenerated completely intact. They continued to fight, only for the skeletons to endlessly resurrect. Just as the guards' morale was about to collapse, Jingai, the level 52 third family head of the Jin family, appeared calmly smoking. He realized the skeletons were summoned creatures, and that reviving them consumed the summoner's mana. With a confident smile, he concluded that they only needed to kill them until the master ran out of energy. Sometime after the chaotic attack, the powerful old family head with a long white beard returned. He immediately asked if the important guest, Lady Yunsa, had left. Inside, his son Jin Hao bowed respectfully, apologizing for failing to make her stay. He explained that the intruder was incredibly audacious, causing a commotion by yelling and even shattering a window, which terrified the guest into leaving. The furious old family head was Jin Zan, level 57, the son of the hero Jin Kun. Furious, Mr. Jin scolded his son for the complete security failure, outraged that the intruder had slipped in and escaped unidentified. Jin Hao bowed his head in shame, taking full responsibility. However, Jin Hao brought good news. Despite the chaos, Lady Yuha had agreed to go to the hero dungeon. This meant the matter regarding his grandfather, the hero Jin Kun, was not ruined. This did not appease the angry family head. Jin-E swore to mercilessly kill those who caused this incident. He then impatiently ordered his son to quickly check what else was missing. In a safe place far from the chaos, Uche reviewed his loot. He looked at the temporary dungeon entry permit he had stolen, which had Chapley's name on it. He already had the pass, which was his main target, but he still needed an escort to enter the hero dungeon. He decided not to rush this matter. He evaluated the other gains from breaking into the Jin family, a huge profit, as he upgraded to level 20. His powerful Chimera bone ring was almost destroyed when blocking an attack, but he had stolen more than 10 valuable skill books. He found a book with random skills, all of which were support types. He learned Battle Anthem, which increased critical rate and damage, but reduced defense. He immediately thought of its reversed form, Shield Anthem, which would create the opposite effect. He excitedly realized that by learning and reversing these support skills, he could massively increase his stats. With those enhancements and a new passive skill that boosted his power, he knew he could crush any opponent of the same level with pure stats alone. Aside from the skill books, the Dungeon Lord also dropped a level 30 rare item, the Fallen Knight Armor, which would be useful later. But most importantly, above levels, skills, and equipment, he had finally upgraded the Mirror World skill to level 2. Thinking about his new ability, Uche acknowledged that the undead summons had greatly increased his combat power.
But he knew it was still not enough. Recalling the statue of the hero Jin-kun, he assessed the enemy to be at least an S-rank berserker. To have a chance of killing him, Uche calculated that he needed to reach level 50 or above, and more importantly, find and sign a contract with an S-rank undead spirit. Later, when they had safely left the Jin family compound, Chokachi, still trembling with anxiety,
asked Uche if they were being followed. Uche calmly replied that they had shaken off their pursuers and were safe because no one saw their faces clearly. Chokachi remained uneasy. Uche realized this experience must have been very heavy for him, and seeing that his current undead army was too weak, Uche decided on his next step. He asked Chokachi if there were any dungeons nearby where a powerful person had died recently. When Chokachi looked confused, Uche explained that he needed a higher-level dungeon to level up faster, adding that the powerful person was related to something he would know about later. After a moment, Chokachi confirmed there was such a place. However, he hesitated anxiously, revealing that it was the school's private dungeon and they couldn't sneak in. This information made Uche pause, thinking about a strictly controlled and guarded dungeon. But he did not waver. He simply decided that if he couldn't enter normally, he would use a special method to get what he wanted. As part of the special methods to enter the school's private dungeon, Uche met his homeroom teacher. He gave the teacher a rare purple-quality skill book for the traveler class, stolen from the Jin family. The bribe worked. The teacher, believing Uche had strong backing, became more enthusiastic about helping. The teacher admitted that normal dungeon access was fixed and not easily changed. However, he explained a loophole. The dungeon was open to graduating students. Although Uche usually wouldn't qualify, a teacher could recommend an outstanding student. Convinced by Uche's remarkable potential, the teacher promised him a spot. The plan succeeded, and Uche joined the group of students entering the school's hero dungeon.
The other students were either determined or flattering. A member of the Jin family said this could be the last chance to level up, while others thanked the hero. As Uche stepped through the glowing portal, he felt a strange sense of unease, a premonition that something was wrong with this dungeon. The teacher excitedly explained that this was where the hero once fought, and traces of his power might still remain inside. Nearby, Chokachi listened gloomily. He shuddered upon realizing that the hero dungeon was where, according to the Empire's fabricated history, the hero Jinkun bravely killed his great-grandfather, the traitor Cha-en. Knowing the dark truth, Chokachi hesitated. He was torn, wondering whether he should tell Uche what he knew about the dungeon's true history. As the students gathered at the dungeon entrance, the teacher gave a final warning. This was a high-level dungeon, and they had to be careful within their limits. Then the teacher assigned a red-haired armored student named Luge to watch over Uche and Chokachi. Luge was clearly annoyed, complaining that he couldn't focus on leveling up if he had to babysit. Another student pushed him forward, telling him to stop whining because the dungeon had opened. Muttering about why younger students were allowed, Luge and the others entered the dungeon. He condescendingly ordered Uche and Chokachi to stay in the back and not cause trouble, threatening to abandon them if they became a burden. As the group entered the vast space flooded with purple light, Uche silently assessed his surroundings. He realized this was supposed to be a level 240 dungeon, yet his instincts from his past life screamed that something was wrong. A profound sense of unease washed over him, as he sensed a great danger that did not match this supposed difficulty. As the students advanced deeper into the glowing purple hero dungeon,
Uche saw U-In and her blonde friend, Yinsa, inside. He wondered why they were allowed in since they were young students. Little Z, who was assigned to watch over Uche, also saw the girls and pointed them out to another armored student. This student immediately daydreamed about escorting the beautiful girls. His illusion was cut short by a tall, stern student wearing a helmet who slapped him, telling him to stop daydreaming. This student revealed that U-In and Yinsa were much stronger, both being above level 30. He sneered that they should actually be asking the girls for help, and the girls would have to ask. The daydreaming student was not on their level. Embarrassed, he muttered that he was just talking nonsense. As the older students chatted, the daydreaming boy watched Yinsa and U-In. To his and his friend's surprise, the two young, high-level female students ignored them and walked straight towards Uche and Chokachi. Uche watched them approach, confused, and then he recognized Yinsa as the high-status guest from the Jin family estate. Her direct approach made him suspicious. He wondered if she knew the original owner of this body, or if she was confronting him because of Jin Su, whom he had publicly humiliated. Yinsa's approach was straightforward yet friendly. Smiling confidently, she told Uche that she had seen him at the memorial hall and praised his combat skills, adding that his voice was very unique. Uche wasn't sure what she wanted, thinking she was just making small talk. However, Yinsa's eyes glowed with a golden light as she leaned closer.
She revealed that she recognized his voice from the sound of breaking glass while he was escaping from the Jin family mansion, which left Uche stunned. He realized in panic that this powerful girl had identified him as the intruder just from the 2 sentences he had shouted. Having said what she needed to say, Yunsa's outfit transformed into a white mage battlesuit. Yunin did the same, donning a dark blue energy suit. Yunsa then told the still surprised Uche that they would explore the dungeon first and then leave with her friend. As they walked away, Uche carefully processed this encounter. He understood that she had recognized him as the intruder but chose not to expose him publicly, cleverly sending a message instead.
This made him wonder if this was a warning. He considered the dangerous possibility that Jin-soo had also recognized his voice from their previous battle. However, Uche decided not to worry for the time being. He was confident that as long as the Jin family did not act immediately, his rapid leveling speed would soon make him strong enough to deal with any threat they posed. Seeing her act friendly, he decided to send a reminder back. He called after them, advising them to be careful because his instincts told him this dungeon had an unusually dangerous feeling. Yunsa stopped and seemed to agree, telling her friend that this place felt strange. She pondered that with her high level, the dungeon shouldn't make her feel so uneasy. With a final knowing smile for Uche, she thanked him for the warning and continued with Yunin. The brief friendly conversation between Uche and the two high-level girls did not go unnoticed by the older students. They watched in astonishment and discussed why the usually cold Yunsa was so friendly to him. Driven by jealousy, they surrounded Uche, asking about his relationship with her and demanding an introduction. Uninterested, Uche cut their questions short, declaring that he and Chokakchi would leave the group to explore on their own. The older students were shocked by his overconfidence, warning that as young students, level 20 monsters would definitely kill them. To their surprise, Watcher Luge told them to just let the two go. He reasoned that for Uche to be friendly with someone as strong as Yunin, his level must also be very high. When the others protested, he reiterated the teacher's orders. Luge's true motive was revealed in his thoughts. He harshly reminded his friends that their real goal was to find precious crystals. He didn't want to share the loot, so letting them split up was perfect. He finalized the decision by coldly telling the group to ignore them, assuming they had signal flares for help if needed. As Uche and Chokakchi walked away, he watched them with anger and envy. He couldn't understand why an ordinary boy would attract Yunsa's attention. His envy turned into dark malice, and he concluded that if Uche was so confident, he deserved to die. A while after Uche and the others entered the dungeon, Jin-soo angrily arrived at the entrance. A male staff member and a woman asked him what he was doing. Filled with rage, Jin-soo grabbed the man's shirt, asking if a team had just gone inside.
The staff member demanded to know what he was going to do. This conflict occurred after the frustrating meeting Jin-soo just had with the elders of the Jin family. When he tried to say that Uche and Chokakchi were the intruders who looted their house, his father, Jin-hao, dismissed it. He coldly told him not to blame them for his public humiliation, as he had no time for trivial matters. Jin-soo firmly insisted that he recognized their voices from the break-in. However, Jin-gai was skeptical, pointing out that the intruders were too skilled to just be students and had easily escaped many guards. Jin-gai stated that unless Jin-soo could prove their strength was superior to the guard team, he could not support his claim. The family head, Jin-ee, coldly told him to leave so they could take care of important matters. Rejected by the family, Jin-soo had no other choice but to act on his own. Returning to the dungeon entrance, he confronted the staff member again, declaring with a crazy determination that since Uche and Chokakchi were inside, he had to go after them. Inside the dungeon, Uche was fighting a level 20 greedy monster in the form of a crystal giant. The creature made of sharp blue crystals attacked fiercely as he dodged the blows. An even stronger enemy appeared, a level 30 greedy crystal eye. It shot a beam.
Powerful purple energy headed straight for him. Looking at the massive power of the new monster, Uche prepared to take the hit. From a distance, Chokakchi panicked, shouted Uche's name, and used a support skill. A golden shield with angel wings appeared around Uche, protecting him from the attack. The skill, called Surrounding Shield, granted Uche a shield with 500 durability and 700 defense for 3 minutes. Chokakchi didn't stop there. He used an encouraging shout, enveloping Uche in an aura of enhanced strength. This gave Uche an inspired status, increasing his attack power and speed by 5%. This showed that Chokakchi was quickly becoming a very good supporter. Bolstered by Chokakchi's help, Uche unleashed a series of powerful attacks on the giant crystal monster. With the tricky blade skill activated, providing a 70% attack boost, he shattered the level 30 mountain eye with a powerful final strike. The victory brought quick results. Uche leveled up to level 21 and received 3 new attribute points. Xiaovi was also overjoyed, screaming in amazement as she leveled up to level 11 and also received 3 attribute points. Uche explained to his friends that the Surrounding Shield and Encouraging Shout skills came from the books they had taken from the private house. He said they were very useful skills that Chokakchi could learn. Looking at the remains of the defeated monster, Uche thought about how much their teamwork had improved. He knew the monsters in this dungeon were a bit high in level, but Chokakchi's new support skills made the battles much easier to handle. As they went deeper into the crystal caves of the dungeon, Uche recalled what the teacher had once said. The teacher had mentioned a rare monster in this dungeon called the obsidian beast. He said that killing it offered a chance to obtain a rare support skill book for gravity pull. This was a great opportunity for Uche because he had seen the reversed form of the force field skill in his skill list.
Uche was confident in his mirror world ability and knew it was the key skill for his future plans. But hunting beasts wasn't his only goal. He looked out over the vast, overwhelming landscape, knowing that this dungeon was also rumored to be the place where many powerful adventurers had lost their lives. He believed their souls might still be where they fell, giving him the chance to find and form contracts with powerful undead spirits for his army. He hoped to find a few such souls in the area. Suddenly, he felt danger, and his eyes widened in alarm.
In the canyon below, a massive creature made of glowing dark purple stone appeared. It was not alone. A whole group of elite obsidian beasts was moving, marching together through the Crystal Pillar Canyon. From a high cliff, Uche and Chokakchi observed the bizarre sight. Uche saw the elite beasts moving in a large formation and having traveled at least a kilometer, much further than usual. This highly unusual, organized behavior led him to a grim conclusion as he muttered, "So it's the wandering type." He recognized the signs of a much larger and smarter threat. The way the obsidian beasts acted reminded Uche of something, and he explained what wandering-type monsters were. These are rare creatures that do not have fixed spawn points and roam freely across the dungeon map. They are much stronger than regular monsters of the same level.
And they could easily defeat unprepared adventurers. In the early days, before humans became strong and learned to control dungeons, encountering the wandering type often meant an extremely harsh battle for survival. These creatures were especially dangerous because they were not trapped in the dungeon. They could wander outside and threaten human towns, causing countless disasters and deaths. However, Uche also knew that this huge risk came with a correspondingly large reward. The experience and items dropped from wandering-type monsters were vastly superior to those of ordinary creatures, making them a high-risk, high-reward target for any adventurer brave enough to face them. Well aware of the immense threat from the group of obsidian beasts, Uche understood that he could not be careless. He knew these monsters were too strong to attack head-on, and decided to probe their abilities first to find a weakness. Initial observations showed their defense was extremely high. The level 30 crystal obsidian beasts possessed a powerful continuous healing skill, making them very difficult to wear down. Before he could come up with a new plan, the monster pack counterattacked, firing a coordinated barrage of energy beams called magic rays. Uche utilized his high speed to dash through the dense attack network, supported by the winged shield summoned by Chokakchi. But the monster's attacks were too numerous and overwhelming. Eventually, an energy beam hit him, causing blood to gush out and a shocking pain to spread across his back. He realized that even his high speed was not enough to dodge everything. A quick glance at his health bar showed the level of danger he was facing. His vitality had dropped sharply. He knew he was still weak. The HP and defense of his current body were too low. He understood that without Chalvi's surrounding shield, that blow would have caused severe injury. Knowing he was too weak, Uche tried another approach. He summoned the Immortal Legion, a group of ghostly skeletons blazing with blue fire, to block the obsidian beast's path. But the power gap was too large. The elite monsters tore his summons apart, and he saw the skeletons' health bars plummet rapidly. He frustratingly realized that even the Immortal Legion could not hold out against such strong enemies. He wisely initiated a tactical retreat, noting that at least these monsters were quite slow, buying him more time. He knew his low health and defense were weaknesses that could not be overcome in the short term.
He decided the only real way to defeat them was to rely on Chokakchi's defensive skills. However, to do that, his friend needed to level up. Uche turned to Chokakchi and explained the new plan. They would hunt weaker normal monsters first to become stronger. They moved to an area with weak monsters, where Uche pointed out a group of enemies they had seen before, saying they were perfectly suited to help Chokakchi level up. In team combat, the shield bearer is the main line of defense. Other classes rely on the shield bearer to take hits, allowing them to attack safely from a distance. Following Uche's previous advice to achieve S rank, Chokakchi had poured all of his new stat points into defense. This specific build, combined with the armor they had taken from the Jin family's guards, was now clearly showing its effectiveness. Chokakchi had built the core defensive foundation of a true shield bearer and can now easily block attacks from a level 20 monster, taking only minimal damage. Under Uche's experience-based instruction, Chokakchi began training seriously to master the role of a shield bearer. From a distance, Uche shouted out instructions, teaching his friend the basics of a good defensive stance, showing him how to shift his center of gravity, keep his body steady, and adjust the angle of the shield to block incoming attacks. Applying the lesson immediately, Chokakchi successfully blocked a heavy strike from a crystal monster. He was thrilled to see real results from his improved skills. A notification showed that the shield's durability was decreasing much slower than before, but he still lacked experience. When Uche warned him to watch out for the follow-up attack, the monster struck again, catching Chokakchi off guard and knocking him to the ground. Before the creature could deliver the finishing blow, Uche rushed in, blocked the attack, and saved his friend. He used this moment for another lesson, explaining why one must always anticipate the enemy's next move. He told Chokakchi to avoid sweeping shield movements that are too wide because they leave openings, and instead focus on compact, effective blocks that allow for an immediate counterattack. Patting his friend on the shoulder, he offered his final piece of advice.
Always stay alert, but keep your body relaxed, only tightening at the exact moment of impact to save energy and react faster. The training continued non-stop. With a final encouraging pat on Chavi's armor, Uche told him to keep trying. He stood behind his friend, always supporting and teaching another crucial lesson for a shield bearer. Always keep an eye on the teammates behind you.
Hearing this, a quiet determination appeared on Chakaji's face. They put their training into actual combat, fighting shoulder to shoulder against monsters in the dungeon. Uche reminded his friend of a core rule in battle. When stats are equal, skills are the deciding factor between victory and defeat. Their coordination brought results. After defeating another monster, Uche leveled up, rising one more tier to reach level 22, and he was satisfied with this progress. Now that Chavi could confidently face the enemy, it helped them fight more efficiently, while also allowing Uche to accumulate experience at a faster rate. However, the biggest growth belonged to Chakaji, who excitedly announced that he had finally reached the important milestone of level 15, which was a key turning point. Chakaji could now learn a powerful new skill from one of the books they had acquired. He held up the glowing rare skill book meant for shield armor, a skill that creates an extra outer layer of armor for the shield, providing a massive amount of durability and defense that scales with his stats, turning him into an even sturdier bulwark. Having reached the required level, Chakaji learned the shield armor skill, which was also the last skill book he could use from the Jin family's collection. The new ability manifested as a glowing blue armor coating over the summoned shield, greatly enhancing its defensive power. Uche also realized that the defense boost from this skill would be a huge help when they faced the obsidian beast again. Meanwhile, in another area of the Vermilion Crystal Canyon, a group of 3 from the Academy's teaching staff was observing the same group of elite obsidian beasts that Uche and Chakaji had seen earlier.
The instructors were bewildered by the large number of elite wandering monsters gathered in one place. They decided that these monsters were too dangerous for the students and needed to be eliminated. However, they understood how difficult this task would be. Even though they could certainly handle normal level 30 monsters, elite wandering monsters were a completely different matter, much stronger and more unpredictable. Their discussion was cut short when they saw a student's distress signal shoot into the sky. Forced to change their plans, the instructors decided to halt the hunt and prioritize saving lives. As they prepared to leave, however, they expressed deep concern about the wandering group. They knew the monsters were a major threat, and any student who unknowingly stumbled upon them would be in grave danger. As the teaching team prepared to set out for the rescue, one of them, Lanc, agreed that the situation was highly dangerous and suggested staying behind just in case. The captain, Lei, was about to agree when he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Uche and Chokukji. Uche shared his concerns, suggesting that he and Chokukji take turns monitoring the wandering group. He reasoned that if the rescue team encountered another strong monster group, just 2 instructors might not be enough to cope. He stepped in front of the astonished instructors and calmly explained his idea. He said that the wandering monsters were not too fast, and more importantly, they still hadn't noticed their presence. He promised that as long as he and Chokukji kept a safe distance and observed, they wouldn't be in any danger, while urging the instructors to go ahead with peace of mind. After a moment of hesitation, the instructors agreed to the plan. Before leaving, however, Lei gave a very stern warning to Uche. He emphasized that the monsters were extremely dangerous and that Uche and Chokukji must absolutely not act on their own or try to engage in combat. He reiterated that they must stay hidden because if those powerful creatures discovered them, they would have no chance to escape. As the instructors hurried away, one of them shouted a final desperate warning, telling Uche to hide well, saying he would have no way out if he were spotted.
But Uche had no intention of hiding. As soon as the instructors left, he began his own attack on the Obsidian Beast group, confidently stating that the monsters were the ones who couldn't escape from him. He deployed a new plan, summoning the Undead Legion as the front line to bear the first wave of attacks from these powerful monsters. This time, the skeleton was no longer alone. Chokukaji was now a very strong steel hand, using both the surrounding shield and a new shield armor skill. This created a super solid defensive wall, protecting the skeleton. The energy beams that were once a major threat now crashed into the powerful shield without dealing damage, leaving almost no scratches on the undead warriors behind. When the monster's attention was locked onto the impenetrable front line, Uche slipped through the chaos and began his own fierce assault. He unleashed a series of extremely powerful blows, using his bare fists to shatter the elite monster's crystalline body. He focused his attacks on a glowing crystal monster, watching its health bar shrink after each strike. With a final sharp blow, he shattered the creature's core, and the mighty level 30 monster collapsed. Defeated, it dropped a pillar of light, signaling valuable loot. After taking down a powerful wandering monster, Uche felt really good. He realized he was becoming more and more familiar with his new support class, skillfully coordinating his own strikes with the defense of Chokukaji and the Undead Legion. However, he knew his current strength was still far inferior to his previous life, even though the reverse skills allowed him to greatly increase his attack power. He was still limited by the low basic attack stats of the support class.
He hoped there was some way to increase his base damage even further. He thought about other gains from the battle, such as the titles received when defeating powerful monsters. The victory also brought him another level up, and he was satisfied to see the massive amount of experience that the rare elite monster provided. As he walked up to the monster's corpse to pick up the dropped items, a notification confirmed he had obtained a valuable reward. When Uche looked at the loot from the defeated monster, his eyes widened in surprise. He had received an extremely powerful weapon with high attack power, a giant glowing pink crystal greatsword, granting an additional 552 attack power. A slow smile appeared on his face as he realized this was the perfect solution to his problem. This weapon alone was more than enough to make up for the inherently low basic attack of his profession. He equipped the sword, and it transformed in his hands, becoming a larger, more terrifying blade, flashing with dark purple energy. With this new power, he believed that future battles would be much easier. However, his luck was not perfect. He looked over at the remaining dropped item, a skill book, but was disappointed to discover it was not the gravity pull skill he had always wanted. He guessed that the drop rate for that skill must be very low. While standing at the edge of the cliff, hoping for better luck and the chance to hunt more high-reward wandering monsters, his train of thought was interrupted. A sudden fiery red explosion, like fireworks, lit up the distant sky, immediately drawing his attention. Uche immediately recognized the bright signal in the sky. It wasn't an ordinary distress signal. It was a special type of flare only possessed by the Academy's teacher squads. This meant they were in grave danger. The teachers, who had arrived thinking it was a student's distress signal, found themselves in a terrible situation. They had accidentally encountered a massive group of elite wandering monsters, all gathered around a single cave entrance. They couldn't understand why so many powerful creatures had congregated here.
Not long after, Uche, Chokakji, Yunsa, and Yunin also arrived. They were amazed by the massive number of monsters gathered in one place. A teacher explained that they had just arrived after seeing the signal and currently still did not know what was happening. He pointed toward the cave, explaining that the signal came from inside, and the students they came to rescue must be trapped in there. Another teacher clarified their dire situation. They were trying to organize a rescue, but the monsters were too numerous. Even if all the teachers joined forces, they still lacked enough people to break the siege. Seeing Yunsa and Yunin appear together, a teacher immediately looked at them to ask for help, saying that if the two of them assisted, it would be an immense help. Without hesitation, Yunsa accepted the request, saying that rescuing their fellow students was their responsibility. She instantly took over the battlefield, summoning a glowing star-shaped magical artifact and casting a large-scale enhancement magic called Starlight Secret Art. The magic swept over all the teachers and students, enveloping them in a golden light, greatly increasing their spirit and attack power. The pure might of this effect left everyone shocked, realizing that this was at least an epic-tier skill. Once her allies were enhanced, Yunsa shifted her target to the monster pack, casting the powerful offensive magic Gravity Pressure, crushing a large area of wandering beasts. At the same time, Yunin also joined the battle, using her own devastating attack, Seal Pierce, instantly destroying a level 30 bright thorn crystal, displaying her terrifying strength. Their combined strength was absolutely terrifying. The other students and teachers could only watch in astonishment as the once invincible monster pack was destroyed. A student said that with such power on their side, the rescue was now guaranteed to succeed, while praising the fearsome abilities of Yunin and Yunsa. Observing the display of power by Yunin and Yunsa, Uche was extremely impressed, realizing that not only was their equipment top tier, but their skills were as well. He concluded that with their support, the rescue mission would definitely succeed, even without him. With the immediate problem solved, Uche's attention shifted to the larger mystery. As the rescue team headed toward the cave, he wondered what could have attracted so many powerful wandering monsters to gather at this exact place. Deciding to investigate on his own, he told Chokakji to stay with the main group while he went ahead to scout. Uche then activated his newly upgraded ability, Mirror Walk. His body faded from reality and stepped into the parallel mirror dimension. He looked at the strange, dark purple scenery around him, realizing that the crystal structure of the dungeon created countless reflective surfaces, allowing him to enter the mirror world at any time. However, he also knew this power had its limits. He still hadn't figured out how to leave this dimension at will, recalling the time he was forcefully pushed out when the time ran out during the infiltration of the Jin family and couldn't return. While moving through the mirrored version of the cave, gliding past the untouchable phantoms of other adventurers, he noticed something strange. Humans had phantoms, but monsters did not. Looking closely, he saw that the corpses of the monsters he had killed earlier existed physically in this dimension. This helped him clearly understand a key rule of the ability. Besides himself, it seemed that other living creatures did not have physical forms in the mirror world. Only their corpses did. Silently and invisibly moving through the mirror world,
Uche closely followed the phantoms of the other adventurers deeper into the cave.
He quickly realized that it was the senior student group, including the person known as Luge. He guessed that they were the ones who attracted this giant pack of monsters and, unable to hold them off, had fired a distress signal. From his position, he saw them using the narrow space in the cave to defend themselves, which kept them safe for a short time. However, the biggest mystery remained. What inside the cave could attract so many powerful creatures? He continued to move forward, going deeper into the reflected version of the cave to investigate. The overlapping crystal landscape made navigation difficult, with countless reflections disrupting his vision. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. He had discovered something completely unexpected, something that shouldn't have appeared in this place. As he ventured deeper into the cave within the mirror world, Uche's eyes widened. He had found the true treasure of the dungeon, an exceptionally massive, glowing blue crystal ore vein. Now he understood why Luge and his group dared to take the risk to come here. Dungeons often possess special resources that do not exist in the real world, things used to craft powerful and unique equipment.
Blue crystal ore was one of them, its value far exceeding gold. When he looked at a blue crystal, a notification appeared calling it a mirror image crystal ore. The notification confirmed he could mine it and bring it out of the mirror world. More importantly, it asked if he wanted to return to the real world from this location. This was a massive discovery. To verify his speculation, he touched a regular blue crystal block and saw the same notification appear. A slow, mischievous smile appeared on his face as he realized what his ability could do. He now understood that as long as he could find any reflective surface, he could use it as a personal exit to return to the real world at any time. Walking among the glowing blue crystals, Uche picked up a precious piece of ore. He thought about his recently upgraded skill, knowing there was still much to learn about its full power, and that he would have to find a suitable opportunity to study it. But for now, he decided to focus on exploring this giant crystal vein. As he went deeper, he was overwhelmed by the amount of treasure here. This enormous ore reserve was enough to turn any ordinary miner into a billionaire. This shocking sight finally solved the mystery that had been bothering him. He now understood why many powerful wandering monsters had gathered in front of the cave entrance. They were attracted to, and perhaps protecting, this incredibly valuable resource. Back in the real world, the rescue operation was still ongoing. Yun-Sa continuously used powerful spells like gravity pressure to crush the swarm of wandering monsters, while Yunin followed up with a deadly twin-blade dance, tearing apart the remaining enemies. Not stopping at just supporting her teammates, Yun-Sa also showed off her own offensive power with Star Rain Art, a wide-area destructive spell. The observing students and teachers were all stunned, wondering if all the skills of these two girls were at the epic tier, since their power far exceeded that of the teachers. With one final giant cross-shaped slash, the last wandering monster in front of the cave was destroyed. The path was now completely clear for the rescue team to enter and bring the trapped senior students out. They were huddled together, exhausted, but still alive. As the rescue team led them away, a senior, Luge, said he was extremely relieved, admitting he thought he would die in the cave. However, the ever-cautious Yunin immediately shut down that relaxation, warning him not to be careless. She pointed out that they still had to fight their way out of the dungeon, and everyone was exhausted after the recent battle. Yun-Sa agreed, but added with a confident smile that with their support, the retreat would be much easier than the previous fight. As the rescued senior students were being led out of the cave, Yun-Sa's eyes suddenly widened, her face showing a mix of shock and worry as she sensed something was wrong.
Her bad premonition was immediately confirmed when the students behind let out terrifying screams. The cause of the fear was a horrifying sight. The path ahead, which had been cleared not long ago, was now filled with an unimaginably large pack of elite wandering monsters. It was as if all the wandering monsters in the dungeon had suddenly gathered at this point, completely blocking their safe escape route. While the rescue team in the real world was suddenly surrounded by the returning pack of wandering beasts, Uche continued his solitary exploration in the mirror world. He moved through the maze-like tangled passages of the crystal cave, the path illuminated by an eerie green light emitting from special ore veins. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide in disbelief at what appeared before him. He had come across a shocking sight, a massive crystal structure resembling a tree trunk reaching the top of the cave, and at the very peak, a star-shaped crystal core shining brightly, pulsating with immense energy. He instantly knew what it was, the legendary secret treasure of the dungeon. As he approached the crystal core, he remembered the stories about such items. If other types of crystal ores were special products of the dungeon, then this crystal core was the ultimate reward, the only secret treasure of the dungeon. These treasures are the crystallization of all the quintessential products in the dungeon, taking an incredibly long and indefinite time to form. They're so rare that an ordinary person might not see one in a lifetime. Most importantly, each secret treasure possesses a unique and incredibly powerful special effect.
As Uche reached out to touch the glowing object, he knew he had found the true heart of the hero dungeon, wearing a satisfied smile.
Uche reached out and touched the glowing blue crystal core in front of him. A system window appeared, displaying the item name as Mirror Image Crystal Core. This was a unique quality secret treasure. When used, it would permanently increase stamina by 110, increase mana recovery speed by 0.5, and reduce damage taken from light and lightning attribute attacks by 20%. The description also stated that this was only a replica of the true secret treasure. Uche was extremely excited by this discovery. He understood that increasing stamina would significantly raise his maximum health, while a faster mana recovery speed meant he could use the powerful Tricky Blade skill more frequently, thereby increasing his damage. With a sly smile, he focused on the effect he considered most important, the 20% damage reduction from light and lightning attributes. He knew that percentage-based damage reduction effects were extremely rare and valuable, even among the highest-tier equipment. Furthermore, as a one-time use secret treasure, it would not even take up one of his precious equipment slots. However, holding the treasure in his hands, a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. He knew that just as the crystal ore had attracted wandering monsters, a secret treasure of this size should logically be guarded by a monster with power far exceeding the wanderers he had seen. Deciding not to stay long, he prepared to use the secret treasure and retreat. A system window appeared, giving him two options: collect the item to use later or use it immediately. As he was about to choose to use it, another notification appeared, revealing an unexpected rule. Using or carrying the item would consume 10 minutes of his remaining mirror walk time. This left him stunned. Back in the real world, just as the rescued students were beginning to feel relieved, a deep and intense vibration suddenly shook the entire cave. Teachers and students looked up in panic. Even the incredibly powerful Yun Sa and Yun In stood frozen with expressions of terror and unease.
From behind the giant crystal blocks, a massive new threat emerged. It was a giant monster, a much larger and more terrifying version of the wandering monsters they had just fought. Its entire body sparkled with dark purple energy, dwarfing everything else in the cave. The group immediately realized the horrifying truth of their situation. They had accidentally encountered the lord of the wandering species, an extremely powerful hidden boss of the dungeon. Both teachers and students understood how dire their situation was. What they were facing was a wandering lord, a rare hidden boss separate from the main dungeon boss. Such a creature was far stronger than a normal boss, and this one also possessed a large army of elite subordinates. It was a threat they could not hope to fight against. Panic began to spread. A student burst into tears out of fear, saying he thought the wandering lord only appeared in high-level dungeons. Fear spread, and the others gradually lost hope, believing that all of them would die. Just as their spirits were about to collapse, Yuha's calm and strong voice cut through the chaos. She asked everyone to stay calm, reminding them that the most important thing was to work together to escape. Taking command, she pointed to a narrow ravine, saying it was the only way out of the basin where they were trapped. She presented a clear plan. As long as they broke through the monster defense line and left the basin, their faster speed would help them escape easily. With a final encouraging shout, she cast the extremely powerful Starlight Secret Art again, reinforcing the entire formation. She ordered everyone not to hold back and to advance with all their might toward the canyon exit. Inspired by Yuha's leadership, teaching team leader Riley immediately sprang into action, saying that they must at least get the students out safely. He activated the light refraction shield. He declared that the teachers would take turns leading the attack, and he would be the one to clear the way first. Then he charged straight into the monster pack to open a path. The other teachers and students followed closely behind, their combined attacks creating a powerful offensive momentum. The support class members cast healing and defensive magic on the front lines, ensuring they could keep moving.
Surrounded from all sides, the group immediately formed a tight defensive circle. While maintaining their formation, they pushed step by step toward the canyon exit, with the teachers constantly urging them to hold their ground. Just when they thought they were about to break through, the giant wandering lord appeared, blocking their path. He let out a resounding roar, a skill called Battle Aura. In response, the regular crystal monsters throughout the dungeon, which had been motionless before, suddenly began to move and march toward the basin, then flooded into the canyon in massive numbers, forming a seemingly endless new wave of enemies that completely surrounded the trapped rescue team. The students and teachers could only look in despair as their escape route was cut off by thousands of new monsters, not understanding where they came from. The already dire situation for the students and teachers worsened. The giant wandering lord activated a new ability called Crystal Aura. A massive red aura enveloped all the surrounding monsters, buffing them with a 20% increase in health, attack power, and defense. The students at the front line were immediately defeated, crying out in panic as the monsters' attack power suddenly surged. The buffed group of monsters quickly claimed their first victim, a teacher pierced by multiple energy beams. He screamed that the damage was too massive to be healed in time before being overwhelmed by continuous attacks and dying. A nearby student screamed in terror, reporting that a teacher had died, as panic began to tear the formation apart. Yunsa once again took command. She ordered the shield team to the front line to set up a defense, while telling the priests to focus their healing on the shield bearers to keep them standing. Even though her orders were decisive, Yunsa knew very well that their situation was extremely critical. She realized that everyone was exhausted and was now just barely holding on. The most terrifying thing was that the Wandering Lord had not even truly made a move yet, but just with his buffed subordinates, they had already been pushed to their limits.
Despite their best efforts, the combined forces of the students and teachers were completely unmatched against the seemingly endless horde of enhanced monsters. A teacher with a serious face said that all efforts were useless, and at this rate, they would never be able to break through. Seeing that collective defense was no longer meaningful, a more timid teacher decided to leave the formation. He activated his stealth skill, saying that it was every man for himself now. He tried to run away, attempting to sneak past the monster horde to escape on his own. Teacher Leo loudly warned him from behind, saying that his stealth skill would not last long enough to escape. That morning quickly turned into a tragic reality. The fleeing teacher was immediately spotted by a small turtle-like crystal monster that emerged from the ground, blocking his path. As the teacher stood frozen in terror, the giant Wandering Lord, who had been observing the battle from the beginning, finally made its move. It fired a beam of pure destructive energy, striking directly at the ground where the lone teacher stood. The teacher was instantly obliterated, blown to ashes by the overwhelming power of the attack. The explosion was so powerful that it not only killed the teacher, but also collapsed the entire canyon, completely sealing off the only exit with a massive rockfall. The remaining students and teachers could only stand frozen, watching the unbelievable display of power.
Filled with terror, one of them with a despairing face stammered that they had no way left to escape after the only exit was blocked. The giant Wandering Lord shifted its attention to the trapped explorers, its crystal eyes glowing as it accumulated another destructive energy beam attack. A student screamed in absolute despair, believing that everything was over and they would be the next targets. With no way to dodge, the whole group braced themselves for the inevitable, knowing that they absolutely could not block such a massive attack. But at the last moment, a student summoned a giant shield, which appeared magnificently in front of everyone. The shield, a level 70 epic tier equipment named Stone Mountain Shield, possessed an extremely large amount of defense and resistance. The Lord's energy beam slammed straight into the giant shield with terrifying force, pushing it back and threatening to shatter it. The stronger teachers and students rushed up to hold the shield tightly, fully understanding that if it collapsed, all of them would be finished. Yunsa, her face tense with exertion, explained their desperate plan. The shield was level 70 equipment, so its durability was certainly very high. However, because the level requirement was too high, no one in the group was strong enough to truly equip it and receive its bonus stats, which forced them to use their own physical strength to hold the massive and heavy object in place. She knew this was only a temporary measure, a reckless move that could only buy them a little time. As the students and teachers desperately held out against the Wandering Lord's attack, their morale gradually collapsed. An upperclassman who had been saved couldn't help but wonder why a monster with such power existed in the academy's dungeon. Another student with a face full of fear and resentment turned to scold the teachers, blaming them for the current situation and questioning why everyone was brought here in the first place. Meanwhile, a teacher with a stern face wondered if the prolonged battle to save the trapped students was completely meaningless. Teacher Riley watched the scene with a pained expression. His only consolation was at least the two young students.
Riley and Chokakji were still safe and wouldn't have to face this danger. That thought was immediately proven wrong when, in absolute shock, Chokakji suddenly appeared beside him, pushing him aside to dodge an incoming attack. Riley couldn't fathom how the teenager, who was supposed to be waiting in the valley, could get here so quickly. As another monster continued to attack, Riley shouted a warning. Chokakji reacted instantly, calling out the name of the surrounding shield skill to protect the teacher. However, the monster's attack was too strong, shattering all of Chokakji's defenses and collapsing the group's protective perimeter. When the formation broke and the main tank was heavily injured, the whole group was completely exposed, with no one left who was strong enough to stop the advance of the wandering pack. As the defensive line was crushed, the group fell into an open position, unable to halt the momentum of the wandering monsters. In a desperately brave act, Chokakji charged headlong into the pack of monsters alone. He successfully blocked multiple powerful attacks and protected the injured teacher Riley.
The teacher could only stare in stunned amazement, wondering why the young student he had once considered useless possessed such terrifying strength. But Chokakji's solitary effort was not enough. The defense of the other shield-bearers completely collapsed, and the entire defensive line ceased to exist. Chokakji himself was finally defeated, his armor shattered as he was blown away by a heavy strike. He lay on the ground, covered in blood and utterly beaten. As the monster pack prepared to deliver the finishing blow, seeing the last line of defense fall, a teacher with a face drenched in sweat and horror said that their situation was now truly hopeless. Just as the monster pack was about to overrun and devour the defenseless group, a blurry shadow moved across the chaos. To the teacher's astonishment, Uche appeared, standing on the corpse of a recently defeated monster. He held a giant glowing crystal greatsword, his eyes radiating a deadly coldness and calmness. He looked down at his close friend Chokachi, who was covered in blood, and praised his bravery. Then he turned his attention toward the monster pack, his voice filled with strong confidence as he said to leave the rest to him. Not long before, in the mirror world, Uche had stood before the core crystal. He realized that once a replica was found, the real version in the real world must still exist. This meant that using the power of the mirror world, he could nearly double his harvest of any valuable resource. However, he understood that everything had its limits. He had collected 75 pieces of rare crystal ore, but to bring them all out would require 750 minutes of mirror walk time, far exceeding his current capability.
He understood that just like the crystal core, each piece of ore took 10 minutes to bring out. Faced with his limit, he made a choice. He would snatch the crystal core in the real world, and for now he would use the replica found in the mirror world to instantly receive its powerful enhancements. A system notification confirmed that he had used both the real and reflected versions of the core, doubling his stats and granting a strong 40% immunity to light and electrical damage. After using the core, as he stood on the giant crystal block in the real world, he suddenly felt a violent tremor that shook the entire cave. His eyes widened in alertness upon realizing the new disturbance. Wondering what happened, he immediately took action, dashing off the crystal block to find the source of the noise. As he jumped off the crystal block, Uche decided to test a new ability that allowed him to leave the mirror world at any time. He phased through the crystal walls, entering the parallel dimension once again, and realized he still had nearly 13 minutes of mirror world walking time. With a confident smile, he confirmed another key point in his power. As long as he had mirror world walking time left, he could enter and exit this dimension at will. This ability would only enter cooldown when all the time was used up. He immediately verified it. He phased back through the crystal wall and successfully returned to reality. However, upon returning, he saw a shocking scene. The number of monsters had surged to a level that the crystal ore block could not explain. Towering above them all was the giant wandering lord, and Uche finally understood that this creature was the true source of the sense of danger he had felt from the very beginning. Realizing the immense threat, his first thought went to his friends. He knew Chokachi and the others were in extreme danger, but with his newly gained control over the mirror world, a new plan gradually formed in his mind. Knowing that he could now enter and exit the dimension at any time, he saw an opportunity to turn the tables against the seemingly undefeatable boss. With his new control over his ultimate skill, Uche devised a completely new strategy. He began to continuously enter and exit the mirror world, using the alternate dimension to teleport, easily dodging monster attacks and then reappearing in the real world to counterattack. This hit-and-run tactic was extremely effective. After taking down a few more elite monsters, he reached level 24. He took a moment to check his new power, calculating that with his increased mana and the doubled mana recovery from the crystal course, he could stack the Tricky Blade skill to achieve a massive 330% increase in attack power. However, Uche kept his cool. He knew that although his current strength was terrifying, it was still not enough to face the giant wandering lord head-on, a creature even stronger than a regular dungeon boss. He decided he needed to reach at least level 30 to have a real chance of winning, and he understood he was still very far from his goal. The story then returned to the desperate moment in the real world when the students and teachers were nearing death. Just as all hope seemed to fade, Uche left the mirror world for the final time and appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Standing on the corpse of a newly defeated monster, he looked at his injured but courageous friend, Chokachi, and praised his bravery.
With indomitable will, he told his friends to leave the rest to him, ready to face the giant horde of monsters alone. Leaving the mirror world for the last time, Uche landed firmly, ready to fight. He immediately took command, telling those with support skills to buff him while he confronted the wandering monsters. Yunsa and Chokachi reacted instantly. The powerful senior student cast the Starlight Secret Art, while Chokachi cast Surrounding Shield and Shield Armor. Those skills enhanced Uche with a massive boost to his spirit and attack power, making him even stronger. Uche transformed into a destructive storm. His giant crystal greatsword easily slashed through groups of elite monsters. He knew that despite the absurd number of enemies, he was no longer in any real danger. After using the two secret treasures, the core crystals, his health was many times higher than before, and the 40% damage reduction against the monster's light and electric attacks made him extremely tough. The only thing that frustrated him was that the monsters were immune to the chaos effect from the chaotic thorn skill, which would have made killing them much easier.
Much faster, the other students and teachers could only stand and watch in stunned silence. Teacher Riley and the seniors who had once looked down on him couldn't believe it at all. They checked his status window and confirmed he was a support class caster, but couldn't understand why his attack power was so high, or what bizarre skill allowed him to seemingly teleport across the battlefield by passing through the mirror world. Riley, with his arm still bleeding from a previous wound, watched the scene unfold with a mix of astonishment and awe. He couldn't believe that the young student he had once worried about was this powerful. With his new strength and durability, Uche became an unstoppable force, tearing through the endless horde of elite wandering monsters. The massive number of high-quality enemies provided a terrifying amount of experience, and he realized he was leveling up at an incredible speed. Yunsa, who had previously recognized him as the intruder at the Jin family mansion, could only stand and watch in stupor. At first, she thought he was just a reckless thief, but now she had to admit that his strength far exceeded all her imaginations. Yunin was equally dumbfounded. She was completely speechless at the unbelievable display of power from the young man who shared her surname. Uche continued his relentless assault, constantly entering and exiting the mirror world to move and strike. Every movement he made turned into a blur of purple energy. He leveled up consecutively, quickly reaching level 28. The students and teachers who had just faced death not long ago were utterly shaken. Teacher Riley wondered if Uche was a high-level support master from the outside, then remembered he had met him before and realized he was just a student. His companion, Luge, was even more astonished, unable to believe that a student could possess such immense power. Despite Uche demonstrating incredible strength, the Wandering Lord remained a massive threat. As the giant monster prepared to fire another devastating energy beam, the students and teachers simultaneously cried out in warning.
Uche, with a serious face, clearly understood that even though he had been greatly enhanced, he could not survive a direct hit from that attack. As the Wandering Lord began to advance, its energy beam was still burning. The students and teachers behind the temporary shield wall knew their time was running out. Once the giant monster closed in, the two shields would not be enough to protect them. Teacher Riley saw that Uche had significantly reduced the number of small monsters, so he shouted for everyone to break out and head toward the remaining exit. He knew that no matter how strong that mysterious student was, he could not face the Wandering Lord alone. However, his plan immediately met with opposition. Another student pointed out the problem. The two giant shields were too difficult to move. If they abandoned them to run, they would be completely exposed to the Lord's devastating attacks. Another student added that the shields were too heavy and could only be moved by putting them into the inventory, something none of them could do. Just as the argument became heated, a calm voice cut through the chaos, telling them to leave this to him. It was Uche. He proposed a selfless new plan. He would attack the Wandering Lord to draw its attention, creating an opportunity for the others to retreat. Teacher Riley was stunned by this sacrifice, asking what would happen to him if everyone escaped. Uche explained his reasoning. He knew from his previous life that if a Wandering Lord was not dealt with, it would gradually gather all the monsters in the dungeon and wander out into the outside world, causing a massive disaster. With a serious and unwavering gaze, he declared that he would stay and kill the monster with his own hands. He activated Tricky Blade, increasing his attack power by a massive 350%, and realized he still had more than 5 minutes of Mirror Walk, providing the perfect tool to confront the giant enemy. As Uche prepared to face the Wandering Lord alone, Teacher Riley made the difficult decision to lead everyone in a retreat. He urged them to leave faster, thinking that no matter how strong Uche was, he would gradually be exhausted by such a massive enemy. He figured that the sooner they escaped, the sooner Uche could also retreat.
When a student doubted Uche's bold claim that he could kill the Wandering Lord, Riley said it was just a brave act to reassure everyone, as he well understood the power of a true Wandering Lord. Forced to run in formation, Chokachi felt completely useless. He turned his head with a sad face, hating the fact that he could only run away right now, while his friend had to face terrible danger. In silence, he prayed for Uche's safety. Meanwhile, Uche was not helpless at all. He continued to fight the smaller monsters, getting stronger with each takedown and quickly gaining an extra level. When the Wandering Lord fired a powerful beam of energy, Uche used Mirror Walk to detach from reality. The energy beam tore through the empty space where he had just stood. He instantly appeared behind the monster and unleashed a powerful slash with his glowing sword. However, the attack revealed a harsh truth. The Wandering Lord, a level 42 golem, possessed extremely high defense and powerful healing skills, causing the meager damage he inflicted to be instantly recovered. He realized that at his current level, it was completely useless. Its defense was too high. As he dodged the Wandering Lord's attacks, Uche's initial tests confirmed his speculation. He saw a large crystal on the creature's head, which was its core crystal, meaning it was also its weak point. The only problem was getting close to it. Even with countless buffs, his attack power was still not enough to break the Wandering Lord's defense and powerful healing ability. Worse still, his time was running out. He quickly glanced at his status board and saw that the powerful buff effects received from everyone were fading. His own mana was also very low, and he knew he could not maintain the Tricky Blade skill for much longer. He realized there was only one good option left. He needed to get stronger, first by leveling up by killing weaker monsters. Just as he was about to continue attacking the small monsters, a brilliant ray of light shot out from a nearby crevice in the cliff. Uche's eyes widened in amazement when he recognized that light.
At that exact moment, the giant Wandering Lord also saw the light, and with terrifying intelligence, fired a powerful energy beam toward the crevice.
Uche immediately phased into the mirror world to avoid the attack, but upon reappearing he was shocked to see the beam aimed exactly at the position where he would emerge. He suddenly realized the intelligent boss had learned his pattern and anticipated his move. Forced to reappear in the real world right in the middle of the Wandering Lord's massive energy beam, Uche was caught in the explosion. The large and continuous attack quickly drained his vitality. Even with his strong defense, he knew he couldn't use Mirror Walk to dodge. Less than 4 minutes remained, and the continuous strike would consume everything in an instant. His only option was to use the Undead Legion to block the damage. However, he knew this was a costly plan. Reviving the summons would consume a lot of his already low mana, leaving him with nothing to build up attack power for a counterattack. He began to consider retreating and regrouping first. Just as he was about to be defeated, another powerful burst struck the Lord's attack. To his surprise, he saw that Yunsa, Yunin, and Chokakchi had returned to the battlefield. Yunsa smiled playfully, explaining that her little brother, Chokakchi, had begged and pleaded for them to come back and help. Helpakchi turned his back and hastily said that he didn't beg at all. He explained that since the number of small monsters had decreased, the rest of the group had enough people to retreat on their own. That meant he had his hands free to return in support. Hearing his friend's brave decision, a grateful smile appeared on Uche's face as he simply said, "Thank you." As the formation grew stronger, Yunsa took the command position. She told Uche that the hidden boss was still too dangerous and that she and the others would cover for him so he could retreat slowly. However, Uche completely rejected that offer. He said that with everyone's help, there was no need to hold back anymore, and he unleashed his full power. With the support of his powerful allies, he continued to grind the small monsters, and the Mirror Walk time finally ran out as he reached the crucial milestone of level 30. Now that he had reached the target level, he knew his attack power was finally enough to face the Dungeon Lord. He immediately equipped the level 30 rare Fallen Magic Knight armor obtained from the private house dungeon, which greatly increased his defense. Yunsa watched and asked if he really intended to attack the weak point on the Dungeon Lord's head. She pointed out that it was impossible to reach that height, but Uche was already one step ahead. He revealed that he had obtained the tool he always wanted, the Gravity Pull skill book he picked up from a wandering monster. This skill allows the user to pull the target towards them. More importantly, its reversed form, Reverse Gravity Pull, does the opposite, pulling the user towards the target. The lower the user's power, the stronger the pulling force. With this new mobility ability, the Wandering Lord's weak point was no longer out of reach. He activated Tricky Blade, rapidly accumulating attack power, and with a confident smile, he promised everyone that everything was under control. With the plan set and his power fully charged, Uche covered his hand in purple energy, aiming straight at the giant Wandering Lord's head. He then used his new skill, Reverse Gravity Pull. A tremendous force grabbed him, pulling him forward at an unimaginable speed. He tore through the wind like a rocket, shattering the stunned ground as he flew straight towards the giant monster. In a stunning display of skill and power, he landed perfectly on the Wandering Lord's head, standing right next to the glowing core crystal. His powerful sword crackled with energy, ready to strike down. Below, Yunsa and Yunin, the ones who just said that height was unreachable, could only look up, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief at the impossible feat he had just performed. Having reached the Wandering Lord's weak point, Uche unleashed all his strength. He thrust his terrifyingly enhanced sword deep into the glowing core crystal, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across its surface. However, the giant monster did not go down easily. In its dying moments, it unleashed a massive final explosion of pure energy from its core, a desperate suicide attempt to drag its attacker down with it. Uche was caught in the center of the explosion. His vitality plummeted rapidly as a series of notifications confirmed the massive continuous damage raining down on him. But his new defense and increased vitality held firm. He gritted his teeth to survive the hit, and as the final light faded, he was still standing, battered but alive. As the Wandering Lord's giant crystal body shattered into millions of pieces, a flurry of notifications confirmed his extraordinary victory. He had defeated the Wandering Lord, receiving a massive reward of 5,000 experience points, along with the title, Respected Wandering Hunter. More importantly, the hidden boss dropped 2 legendary tier skill books, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, rewards of immense power and value. With the powerful final strike to the Wandering Lord's core, Uche exhausted his accumulated strength. The giant monster shattered into millions of pieces, and the wave of energy and experience immediately. Anger helped him gain 3 levels, bringing him up to level 33. The observing students and instructors were all stunned. Chokakchi could only exclaim how incredibly strong his friend had become. Meanwhile, Yunin and Yunsa couldn't believe he had actually killed such a terrifying monster with his own hands. Standing among the falling debris, Uche saw 2 beams of golden light shoot out from the monster's remains. He had received 2 legendary tier items, but before he could check his new loot, he had to jump away as the headless giant body of the Wandering Lord began to collapse. Chokachi shouted a warning upon realizing Uche was still on top of the falling giant. With masterful agility, he skillfully maneuvered through the collapsing remains of the monster, jumping from piece to piece until he landed safely on the ground. When the dust settled, a massive new opening was revealed on the mountainside where the Lord had fallen. Inside the hollowed mountain, a vast, dark cave appeared, filled with the remains of both wandering monsters and humans. Looking at the ancient battlefield, Uche came to a grim realization. An even stronger and more ancient Wandering Lord must have been born here a long time ago. Now he understood why the dungeon was so densely packed with traces of fierce battles. Looking up at the old hollow mountain, Uche's gaze was drawn to a solitary figure standing out in the dim light at the highest peak. His heart suddenly tightened when he realized the armored warrior was still holding a final stance of resistance, his greatsword planted firmly into the ground. A system notification confirmed the unthinkable. It was the corpse of Cha-En, also known by the moniker Chaobaben. Uche could only whisper his friend's name in sheer disbelief.
The other students and instructors quickly arrived, also stunned by the scene. Yunsa, with a voice full of awe, confirmed that the figure was the famous traitor Cha-En. She admitted that although she had heard this was where he was taken down by the hero Jin-kun, she never thought the scene would look like this. The battlefield was a sign of a desperate deathmatch, a final resistance against countless monsters and humans. She remarked that the heroic posture of resistance before their eyes was completely different from the statue in the modern history memorial hall where he was trampled upon. This, according to her, did not look like someone who could be easily defeated. Uche remained silent, his face like a mask of sorrow as he looked at the remains of his fallen friend. Chokachi, his great-grandson, finally spoke up. He told Uche that, although he might not believe it, he now thought his ancestor might not be a bad person at all. As Chokachi stood before the remains of his ancestor, he began to explain the truth he had discovered. He told Uche that his childhood had been spent searching through historical records about his ancestor, but whenever it came to his experiences, the descriptions were always frustratingly vague. Even so, he still found a few key details. He discovered that his ancestor had a habit of entering dungeons much lower than his actual level. This led him to the core question: why would an S-rank profession holder, someone above level 60, come to a low-level dungeon like this place? Then he answered himself with a newfound certainty, because this dungeon was one of the few places that could spawn a Wandering Lord, a creature that could summon all the monsters in the dungeon and lead them to spill out into the outside world, causing a massive disaster. He explained that at that time, the government did not have enough soldiers to defend against the constant threat of monsters spilling out from the dungeons. They had to rely on a few strong and responsible profession holders to regularly clear out the biggest dangers. His ancestor, he declared with pride, was one of those heroes. He was never a traitor. He came to this dungeon to prevent a potential disaster before it even began. As Uche quietly listened to this truth, Chokachi's confidence began to fade. He admitted that others might think he was just making up stories, and that even his own family believed he was merely seeking emotional comfort, distorting vague historical records to fit the narrative he wanted to believe. Just when he was about to give up hope, a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. He looked up to see Uche with a kind, understanding smile on his face, simply saying that he believed him, while Yunsa and Yonin stood watching with expressions of both shock and admiration.
Chaobaben was completely overwhelmed, speechless at Uche's simple yet sincere affirmation. A flood of memories rushed into Uche's mind as he recalled his fallen friend and comrade Chaobaben, whose heroic legacy had been cruelly distorted. He remembered Chaobaben's youthful arrogance, how he boasted that his innate talent meant he didn't need a master and would sooner or later surpass Uche himself. But he also remembered his panic when caught in an overwhelming situation, screaming for his master to save him from the monster pack, only to stubbornly deny that he ever needed saving due to his wounded pride. He remembered his friend's peculiar habit of quietly working hard in secret, only to show off his new strength in front of everyone later, and how he always chose the sword shield class, which was the weakest vanguard, because no other shield class was fast enough to keep up with Uche's reckless attacks. He remembered always being found by Chaobaben, even when he tried to sneak away to level up alone, and how his friend always made the excuse that he just couldn't resist a good fight, claiming that saving him was just something he did conveniently along the way. Filled with a new purpose and a burning desire for revenge, Uche looked at his friend's remains and declared that for Chaobaben, he would settle the score with the Jin family, the ones who had caused his friend's suffering after death.
At the Jin family mansion, Jin-soo was recounting the dungeon expedition to his father and uncle in disbelief. He insisted that what he said was the truth, that Uche was truly that extraordinary, and if they didn't believe it, they could ask the instructor in charge. He explained that initially, he was blocked from entering the dungeon because his level was too low, so he could only wait outside until the survivors came out. The scene shifted to the moment the students left the dungeon, everyone buzzing with excitement, as they had all witnessed from afar the downfall of the giant wandering lord and were in awe of the person who had defeated the rare hidden boss that exceeded level 40, an achievement far beyond their imagination.
Jin-soo listened and confirmed that the hero's name was Uche. He couldn't believe that among the students there was someone even stronger than a high-level Yunin and began to suspect Uche's true identity. Returning to the present, after hearing his son's report, the third family head, Jin-gai, fell silent for a moment. Then he stood up from his seat and coldly ordered the Jin family guards to assemble and follow him to the merchant dungeon, which was the exact place where Cha-en had died. His older brother, Jin-yi, stopped him, recalling a detail in Jin-soo's previous report about the intruders of the family. With a malicious look, he told his younger brother to also bring along the people of the Cho family. Meanwhile, at the dungeon,
Uche looked at one of the legendary skill books he received from the Wandering Lord, Golden Light Heaven. Without hesitation, he handed the powerful book to Chokaji, saying he should learn it because it had no level requirements. Yunsa, standing nearby witnessing this, was extremely astonished. She asked why he could easily give away such a legendary skill. Uche calmly explained that this skill was only for a shielder, so it was useless to him. He then added an important detail, that Chokaji's ancestor, Cha-en, very likely used this exact skill. Moved by that, Chokaji accepted the book. Yunsa thoughtfully observed and commented that although Chokaji didn't have many powerful skills, Uche certainly had a lot. She admitted that even though her own skills were considered high tier, she still felt far inferior, especially when mentioning his abilities like teleportation and summoning a large number of undead. The mention of the undead made Uche's expression turn serious and his eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered a key detail about his power. His undead summons were created from souls found in the mirror world, which led him to a profound realization. If other souls also went to the mirror world after death, then it was highly likely that the soul of his old friend, Cha-en, was also waiting there. Following this unexpected discovery, Uche's face showed a mix of suspense and anticipation. A system notification confirmed that Mirror Walk was ready to be used again, giving him a full 30 minutes to explore the mirror world. He immediately thought of the possibility of finding his old friend's soul again. With a resolute gaze, he activated the skill, his body enveloped in a familiar purple light as he stepped into the other dimension. Inside the miraculous cyan-green scenery of the mirror world, he found what he was looking for, a powerful soul figure in full armor with a calm and steady aura. Surging with emotion, Uche whispered the nickname of his fallen friend, Cha-beben, confirming that his friend's soul had indeed been waiting here all this time. Back in the real world, time had passed, and Yunin approached Yunin, reminding her that they should leave early because she still had to attend an important ceremony. Yunsa seemed reluctant to leave, admitting they had been here quite a while, but the things happening were much more interesting. Her eyes turned to where Uche once stood. She blurted out, wondering aloud to everyone what he was actually doing and why he had disappeared for so long, completely unaware of the reunion taking place in the other dimension. Inside the mirror world, Uche stood there with a serious expression.
he told the armored soul of his old friend Cha-beben that he couldn't believe they would see each other again. He said that he had so much to tell, however that reunion was quickly cut short. He sadly realized what a pity it was that his friend couldn't respond, because the calm soul was suddenly invaded by an evil, dark energy, twisting into a fiercely roaring, undead creature. Despite his heavy heart upon understanding that his friend had truly become an undead, an existence dominated by instinct rather than memories, he admitted to himself that he didn't want to fight him, but there was no other choice. He dashed into the air, dodging the attack, and prepared for an arduous battle. As the battle began, Uche's eyes glowed with purple energy as he focused on his opponent. During the engagement, a strange phenomenon occurred. Uche found himself surrounded by floating crystal shards, each displaying a different scene. He realized they were moments from Cha-beben's life and experiences. One particular shard caught his attention, showing a clear memory of Cha-beben's final battle with the one known as Hero Jin-kun. While observing that battle memory, Uche noticed that Jin-kun's posture and fighting style had something unusual, bringing an eerily familiar feeling. Suddenly, the entire landscape of the mirror world around him shattered like glass. When all the shards settled, Uche saw that the monstrous undead form had disappeared, leaving only the calm, armored soul of Cha-beben standing before him. He was completely bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Still trapped in the mirror world, Uche hesitantly called out his friend's name again, but Cha-beben's calm soul once again erupted into a roaring undead, swinging a gloomy purple blade of energy. Uche blocked the ferocious attack, his expression solemn as he realized the truth. The two immediately charged into a frantic battle.
The strikes filled with purple energy clashed with terrifying power. Uche understood that his friend was truly gone, leaving only pure combat instinct in this evil form.
Seeing no meaning in fighting the shell of his friend, he decided to retreat first, but when he tried to leave, a system notification appeared, stating that he could not leave the mirror world at his current location. A wave of frustration washed over him. Having no other choice, he accepted that he was forced to fight. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chokachi stood alone, his expression a mix of shock and determination as he clenched his fists. His solitude was broken when a large group led by Jingai and Jinsu appeared. Someone spoke up asking why Chokachi was standing alone and speculated that Uche had sensed their approach and ran away in fear. Jingai looked down at the boy with an arrogant smile, saying that this was only half the fun. Chokachi tried to act as if he didn't know what was going on, asking Jinsu why they came here and whether he also came to grind levels. Standing up, Jingai despised the act, telling the kid of the Cho family to stop pretending. He directly accused Chokachi of helping Uche sneak into his house and steal property. When Chokachi tried to deny it, Jinsu leaned in threateningly, asking if the boy thought he wouldn't recognize the sound of his scream. The threat sent a chill down Chokachi's spine, making his face turn pale with fear. Waving his hand callously to dismiss it, Jingai smiled maliciously and declared that those things no longer mattered because he had brought Chokachi a little gift. Chokachi's face showed pure terror as Jingai repeated his sinister offer, revealing his little gift, causing Chokachi's eyes to whiten in horror.
A tired-looking group of people was led forward by the guards of the Jin family. It was his family. He recognized Chojihi, murmuring the names of his great-uncles, great-aunts, and finally his own mother, who looked back at him with a tired and resigned expression. Before he could grasp the situation, an elderly relative, his second great-uncle, exploded in rage. He yelled at Chokachi, telling him to kneel and apologize to the hero's family and Jinsu. Chokachi bowed his head, starting to say that he didn't want to live like this anymore, but his great-uncle cut him off, angrily asking how he had been taught to behave in front of the Jin family, screaming and forcing him to kneel once again. This was the last straw for Chokachi. He erupted, his voice filled with years of repressed resentment and humiliation as he shouted back, asking if the Cho family was born to be dogs for the Jin family for generations. His defiance stunned his family, who looked at him in horror. However, another relative, Chop Li, stepped up and strongly agreed with the old man, yelling that for the descendant of a disgusting traitor, being a dog was more than enough. The pressure on Chokachi soared as another female relative burst into tears, asking if he intended to get the whole family killed, begging him to think of his father. She brought up how his mother had struggled to raise the family ever since his father went mad. Her words made him feel tormented and submissive. After a moment of silence, Chokachi's attitude completely changed. He turned around, passionately pointing at the skeleton of his ancestor on the mountain. He declared the truth that his great-grandfather had come to this very dungeon to prevent a great catastrophe before it happened. He affirmed that his ancestor only lost because he was ambushed by too many people, leading to a heroic sacrifice. He explained that he had been collecting information about his great-grandfather for a long time, but always lacked clear final evidence. Now, with the scene of the final battle right before his eyes, he had the necessary proof. With fiery eyes, he declared that his ancestor was not a traitor, and that official history was merely propaganda. He turned to his stunned family, saying that if they published this truth, they could wash away their ancestors' dishonor and escape a life of slavery. His voice rose with righteous indignation as he declared that the Jin family had no right to treat them like this, and that their other relatives should never have had to die for such a lie.
His passionate speech was not met with denial, but with the contemptuous laughter of Jingai, who found it childishly amusing. He calmly stepped forward, a smug smile on his face, confirming that everything Chokachi had just said was the truth. He admitted that Cha-En was indeed killed in an ambush and was not a villain. Then, with unrepentant coldness, he revealed the final damning truth. It was his grandfather, the hero Jin-kun, who had planned the ambush to get rich. Chokachi could only listen, stunned by the casual confession of the crimes that had ruined his family for generations. With a maniacal smile, Jingai leaned close to the terrified Chokachi and ruthlessly brushed aside the truth, asking who cared about it. He declared that the official story was the only thing that mattered. Cha-En was a traitor to the empire, and therefore he was despicable. Spreading his arms wide in front of the armored guards, he mocked Chokachi, asking what it mattered if he drove his father insane or killed his relatives, declaring that for the descendants of a traitor, a lowly fate was well-deserved. Then he delivered the most cruel blow. Pointing at the trembling Cho family, he revealed that they had known the truth all along. He asked Chokachi how he thought the relatives he mentioned had died,
implying they were silenced for knowing too much.
When the mental torture ended, Jinny adjusted his tie with a smug smile and issued a simple but chilling command: kneel. Immediately, without a word of protest, the entire Cho family, even the elderly, knelt in submission. Chokakji's mother, now kneeling on the cold ground, pleaded with her son, calling him Adi. She begged him to admit his mistake and stop resisting, saying it was useless. Tears streaming down, she confessed her deepest fear. After his father went mad, she couldn't bear to lose another son. Hearing his mother's heartbreaking plea, Chokakji stood frozen, his body filled with despair and torn emotions. Just as his spirit was about to shatter, a gentle new voice cut through the tension. A woman with long brown hair reached out to him, telling him not to listen to them. She looked at him with a kind smile and said he was the best person. The woman's encouraging words seemed to vanish when Jin-soo, his face bandaged from a previous encounter with Ruche, stepped forward with a disdainful smirk. Irritated by Chokakji's hesitation, he scolded him for being stupid and launched a vicious kick, roaring that he would force him to kneel one way or another. But this time was different. To Jin-soo's shock, Chokakji's eyes glowed with power as he easily blocked the kick with his forearm. Before Jin-soo could react, Chokakji grabbed his leg and, with a powerful roar, slammed him into the stone floor, shattering it upon impact. Standing tall amidst the rubble, Chokakji looked at his fallen tormentor with newfound resolve and definitively declared that he would never kneel again. Panting with rage and humiliation, Jin-soo scrambled to his feet. He couldn't believe this was happening. He frantically summoned a giant glowing crystal hammer, yelling that Chokakji had grown a spine and dared to resist. He lunged forward, swearing to remind him of his place as a punching bag. As the powerful hammer was about to strike down, Chokakji underwent an astonishing transformation. In a flash of light, he donned full plate armor, wielding a giant shield that appeared just in time to block Jin-soo's furious blow with a deafening crash. The strike was completely blocked, making Jin-soo grind his teeth in disbelief. Now, like a formidable guardian, Chokakji stood firm between Jin-soo and his kneeling family, shielding them from harm. He glanced at his mother, then turned back to look at his attacker, his voice ringing with conviction. With a powerful punch, he sent Jin-soo staggering backward, shouting that they were not descendants of traitors, but descendants of a true hero. Chokakji's unexpected display of power left Jinny in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Jin-soo stumbled back in utter confusion. His mind was reeling, clutching his head, unable to understand why the kid he had always bullied could suddenly become so strong.
Blinded by anger, he charged again, screaming that Chokakji was just a punching bag he had beaten since childhood. He swung his weapon in a wide, powerful arc, furious that his former victim dared to fight back. However, Chokakji took the blow head-on, his armor-clad body easily absorbing the impact and slamming Hyunsoo to the ground once more. As his family watched in stunned silence, Chokakji looked down at his defeated tormentor and confidently declared that he was no longer the person he used to be. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, a much more desperate battle was taking place.
He was caught in a fierce battle with the evil spirit of Chobeben. He knew he was facing his friend at his peak, a warrior with extraordinary strength. The current power gap between them was huge. He knew that if Chobeben wasn't a defense class and unconscious, he would have been defeated in the blink of an eye. However, he had a crucial advantage. He was the one who taught Chobeben all of his combat moves. He knew his friend's weaknesses like the back of his hand, allowing him to anticipate and counterattack. But even with that knowledge, the battle was still incredibly difficult. The spirit's defense was equivalent to a level 60 warrior, and even though the tricky blade was fully activated, Uche's strike seemed to deal no damage. Suddenly, the immortal spirit released a massive explosive wave of golden energy. He immediately recognized the move. It was the legendary skill, Golden Light Heaven, the exact one he had given Chokakji just minutes ago. He braced himself to block the powerful attack. On his face was a cold determination as he realized just how troublesome this battle was going to be. Back in the real world, a humiliated Jin-soo screamed in rage and launched a powerful skill called the mountain-crushing wild hammer at Chokakji. However, Chokakji had now become a solid tanker. Not only did he block the strike, but he also threw a powerful punch of his own, sending Jin-soo flying. He then followed up with a sweeping shield strike, smashing Jin-soo straight into the ground. Witnessing this pathetic sight, Jin-gai smirked in contempt at his nephew, asking how he could lose to a brat from the Cho family. Deciding to step in himself, he declared that he would vent his anger on Jin-soo's behalf, then rushed to Chokakji with an energy-filled strike. As his fist was about to hit the target, he was stopped by a blinding ray of golden light. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief when he realized that Chokakji had summoned a giant crackling energy shield, the legendary Golden Light Shield. With this new power, Chokakji mocked his attacker, calling the so-called hero family nothing but cowards who dared not fight one-on-one. At the same time, in the mirror world,
Uche was facing this very legendary skill,
The immortal soul of his friend was protected by a brilliant golden light shield, while Uche continuously unleashed relentless purple energy slashes. He fully understood the mechanics of this skill. As a legendary energy, the defense of the golden light shield did not solely rely on the user's stats. As long as it didn't take a hit exceeding twice its endurance limit, it could withstand at least 10 direct strikes. However, it had a fatal weakness. It was a consumption-based skill. Even a small amount of damage would drain its energy, and Uche was exploiting this weakness, wearing down the shield's power with every single strike. Back in the real world, the golden light shield protecting Chokakaji finally shattered under the relentless attacks from the members of the Jin family. Jin Guy snorted with a cold laugh, completely unimpressed by this legendary skill. With a wicked gaze, he declared that even if that piece of trash Cha-En used it himself, it would be useless. Seeing Jin-Su covered in blood and a chokehold, Chokakaji retorted with newfound courage, asserting that if his ancestor were truly still here, Jin Guy would be the one kneeling and begging for his life. Angered by this defiance, Jin Guy unleashed a terrifying wave of red energy, blowing everyone away. He stood towering before Chokakaji in his armor, mocking his ancestor as a useless fool who died in a low-level dungeon. He kept rambling on, saying that even if Cha-En appeared, he would be forced to kneel. To prove his point, he stomped his foot heavily, casting a powerful skill called Gravity Shockwave, causing the ground to violently erupt with rubble and shockwaves. The attack struck Chokakaji hard, making him cough up blood, but miraculously, he remained standing. Jingai watched the scene with a surprised smirk, remarking that this brat was indeed tough. Then he summoned a glowing giant crystal axe, his expression turning cruel as he wondered how the boy would stand after having his legs chopped off. As he raised the axe ready to swing it down, Chokakaji's mother threw herself in front of her son, desperately begging the third family head to spare his life, saying that he was just young and reckless. She collapsed to her knees, offering to take her son's place, pleading with Jingai to do whatever he wanted with her. That desperate plea sparked a new vicious idea in Jingai's mind, and a wicked smile spread across his face as he looked from the mother to the child. He issued a terrifying ultimatum to the blood-spattered and cornered Chokakji, stating that if he refused to kneel, he would kill his mother right before his eyes. Losing patience with the struggle, Jingai casually brushed aside the threat, stating that there were plenty of other people to kill, and swung his axe at Chokakji's mother. In a panic, Chokakji screamed for him to stop, his will finally crumbling as he prepared to give up. But before he could utter another word, the entire area was shaken by a massive explosion of dust and debris erupting from the ground, obscuring everyone's vision. When the dust finally began to settle, the guards of the Jin family and the Cho family stood frozen, stunned by the sight before them. In front of them was a giant, ghostly figure in full black armor, radiating a menacing blue aura. Jingai, his axe still raised, could only stare in disbelief. Recognizing the impossible figure, he stammered the name Cha-En. This revelation shocked the crowd. Chokakji's mother looked up and whispered, "Grandfather," in a mix of awe and terror, while the Jin family guards fell into panicked chaos, questioning how the dead could come back to life. However, an elder of the Cho family recognized what the ghostly form was, identifying it as an undead. At that moment, another figure stepped out of the dust, standing calmly beside the fearsome undead warrior. It was Uche. He coldly swept an accusing glare over the stunned crowd, reminding them that just moments ago they had all despised Cha-En. With a chillingly satisfied smile, he declared it was only natural for Cha-En to return from hell to settle his grudges. The tall, ghostly figure of the immortal Cha-En stood there like a silent guardian before the deathly quiet crowd. After overcoming his initial shock, Jingai snorted, dismissing it as just a trick.
Jinni furiously ordered the guards to attack. A team of armored warriors charged forward with their weapons raised high. However, they were met with an inexplicable display of skill. The undead hero moved smoothly, its sword and shield turning into afterimages, easily blocking all attacks simultaneously. The elders of the Cho family watched in astonishment. Someone whispered in disbelief, asking if that terrifying warrior was truly Cha-En. Chokakji was also stunned, witnessing the mastery in every parry, single-handedly blocking so many elite guards. From a distance, Jin-Yi realized that the undead was one of Uche's summons, just like the weak ones he had called forth during the ambush on the Cho family. Seeing that the spirit was only level 33, he sneered. He declared that even if it was the soul of Cha-En, it was still weak, and then charged forward himself with a flaming axe to finish it off. When Jin-Yi's powerful strike descended, the undead warrior's weapon was enveloped by a strange, dense energy, leaving Jin-Yi completely shocked as his attack was perfectly parried, and the recoil knocked him back, staggering. Both furious and ashamed, a red aura erupted around him as he roared that the block was merely a trick and that skill could not withstand pure strength. He then executed a powerful charging skill called Giant Boulder Collision, intending to completely crush the undead warrior.
But just as the massive attack was about to hit, the undead Chowin summoned a brilliant golden light shield. The powerful charge slammed into the sturdy golden barrier, and Jin-Yi could only roar in frustration as he was once again stopped by a legendary tier skill. From a safe distance, Uche smirked, observing the standoff. He mocked the struggling Jin-Yi, explaining that even in undead form, Chao Baben was still the soul of the Cho family's greatest swordsman.
Jin-Hao was in a desperate situation. The legendary Golden Light Heaven shield alone was enough to keep him busy for a long time. Pushed back by the immense power of the shield, Jin-Hao angrily realized its weakness. He ordered all his subordinates to attack at once, hoping to use numbers to overwhelm the shield and drain its energy. However, their attack was blocked by a new wave of summons. A group of skeleton warriors radiating a terrifying green aura rose from the ground, engaging the rest of the Jin family guards and preventing them from reinforcing their master. Frustrated by this new delay, Jin-Hao changed his plan, treating the summons as a mere nuisance and activated his own power, donning a fully glowing red armor. As his strength was enhanced by the Flaming Fury skill, he declared the summons unworthy of his attention and realized the true target was the summoner. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful skill called Accumulated Pressure Punch, striking straight at Uche, knowing that if he killed him, all the summoned creatures would disappear. His eyes flaring with malice, Jin-Hao lunged forward, boasting about the high-tier equipment bestowed upon him by his grandfather. He was absolutely certain Uche stood no chance. But just as the attack was about to hit, it was intercepted by a flash of purple light. A single, clean slash cut right through his strike. Jin-Hao was stunned, completely unable to comprehend why Uche was unharmed. Before he could process what had happened, Uche unleashed a barrage of red energy slashes, a skill called Tearing Claw, completely obliterating Jin-Hao's attack. Jin-Hao could only stare in disbelief as his powerful skill vanished. In that moment of chaos, Uche flashed behind him and thrust his sword. As Jin-Hao stumbled from the surprise ambush, Uche saw the opportunity and called forth his undead allies.
The undead Jin-kun immediately responded, its sword crackling with brilliant blue energy. In a perfectly timed movement, Uche leaped high into the air, using the extending sword of the undead hero as a foothold to dash forward with extreme force. He charged at the injured Jin Gai and unleashed a powerful spinning slash, knocking away the third family head of the Jin family. Blood poured and curses rang out in pure fury. With coldly focused eyes, Uche continued his relentless chain of attacks. He unleashed a fierce rain of purple energy slashes, completely overwhelming Jin Gai. Uche closed in with lightning speed, his blade cleanly severing Jin Gai's arm. Jin Gai screamed in agony, clutching his remaining bloody stump, desperately calling for a priest to heal him. In his panic, Uche appeared right behind him. Jin Gai instinctively reacted, slamming his fist into the ground, releasing a powerful gravity shockwave to push the attacker away. However, Uche instantly disappeared and reappeared a short distance away, completely unharmed. With a dominant smirk, he asked the terrified third family head what was wrong, mocking that he was afraid. Sweat beaded on Jin Gai's forehead as he frantically looked around, screaming for a priest again, but no one was there. Then he understood why. His elite guard was being annihilated one by Uche's undead skeleton army, which was now emitting a terrifying green aura of new power. Uche stood calmly among the undead army, his expression coldly confident. He mocked Jin Gai, asking if he truly believed his undead were still as weak as during the previous house raid. A system window displayed the source of the new power, a reversal skill that granted all summons a 30% increase in offense and defense, along with an aura that dealt continuous damage to surrounding enemies.
Uche explained that with the power of this legendary tier skill, his army had far exceeded the coping capabilities of the Jin family's guards. His face pale with terror, Jin Gai finally realized his desperate situation. With the guards defeated and his own power useless, he made a reckless choice, quietly cursing before turning around and running away. However, his escape route was immediately blocked. The ground behind him exploded as the summoned undead plunged its giant sword into the earth, causing the entire ground to shake violently. From the shattered earth, a prison made of giant phantom swords emerged, completely surrounding the terrified Jin Gai and trapping him in a blue energy cage with no way out. Standing outside the barrier was Uche, his hair now bright white, his aura radiating immense calm power. He called out the name of the technique meant for the captive, Absolute Sword Shield Array, a specific skill of the sword guardian profession. He then coldly added that no one below S rank had ever escaped it, taunting the trapped man to try his luck. In a final act of desperation, Jin Gai raised his remaining gauntlet, which began glowing with furious red energy. He screamed at Uche to back off, revealing that he was holding a Void Bomb, a powerful S-rank item bestowed by his grandfather. He threatened to activate it, boasting that the explosion was more than enough to wipe out everyone here at their current levels and vitality.
Uche remained completely indifferent, his expression so calm it bordered on boredom as he looked at the desperate man before him. With just a single chilling word, he called Jingai's bluff, telling him to go ahead and activate it.
That command left Jingai completely stunned. He hesitated, then yelled that Uche must have a death wish. Then, trying to regain his confidence, he declared that with his high vitality, he would survive even if everyone else died. But Uche delivered the final intimidating counter. He calmly stated that it didn't matter, because even if the bomb killed the undead Cha-an, he could still revive him again. As Jingai sweated in the trap, Uche appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice tearing through the silence. He continued speaking, saying that even if Jingai could survive the explosion, Uche himself would remain completely unharmed. Before Jingai could react to that unbelievable claim, Uche moved with terrifying speed. The glowing blade flashed, neatly severing his remaining arm, the arm holding the void bomb. The severed arm and the dangerous weapon fell to the ground with a thud, becoming useless. When the enemy was completely empty-handed and helpless, Uche still radiated an immense calm power, issuing a single cold command: kneel. As if forced by an invisible power, the ground around Jingai's feet shattered and restructured, pinning him down and forcing his battered body to kneel. Witnessing this overwhelming scene, Chokachi, despite his bloodied face, couldn't hold back a smile of pride and relief. Nearby, the pathetic figure of Jinsu was imprisoned in a ghost sword cage, crying incessantly. Uche walked up to the defeated third family head, placed his foot firmly on his back, looking down at the one who had caused so much suffering. The glowing sword was ready in his hand. With a calm and cold gaze, he asked the broken man what value he thought he had left. After the fierce battle, Uche looked at the items obtained from Jingai. He saw all kinds of things, including hundreds of recovery potions. Looking at one of those potions, he realized it restored 100 vitality over 10 seconds. But he knew that even if Jingai used them, the recovery speed was too slow to save him from the damage. He was destined to die anyway. That thought was confirmed when he saw the new figure beside him. Jingai's undead was covered in a deep blue aura. Uche remembered that after killing him, Jingai's soul had appeared in the mirror world. He seized the opportunity and successfully turned him into one of his undead. A serious thought popped into Uche's mind. He could expand his high-level undead army by eliminating powerful human enemies. Nearby, Jinsu's unconscious body lay on the ground, a silent reminder of the brutality of the battle. Meanwhile,
the members of the Cho family looked at Uche in astonishment. The second great-uncle could not believe that such a young person could be so powerful. He looked at Chokachi, who was comforting his mother, and realized that it was Uche who had helped Chokachi, making him more resilient in mind and will. But fear quickly took over, and Chapley asked with panicked eyes what they were going to do next. He was afraid that the Jin family would take terrible revenge for the death of the third family head. Another person agreed, saying that no matter how strong the young man was, he would have no chance if the hero Jin-kun took action. He thought that if that hero could kill their powerful ancestor decades ago, he could only be much stronger now. Uche heard those worries, and deep down, he agreed. He knew that once the news spread, the time left for him to become stronger would be extremely short. With the terrifying image of the hero in his mind, he understood that he needed to level up very quickly to have a chance against someone like Jin-kun. Right at that moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes, making him wonder if something had leveled up. The notification that surprised Uche was a warning that his undead legion had leveled up. He thought that letting the undead scatter to hunt monsters throughout the dungeon had proven effective. With their current level and equipment, his undead legion could now completely control this dungeon. However, he knew that this dungeon was no longer enough to help him level up quickly. That was why he had sent the undead out for a more important goal. The main goal was to find the real dungeon boss, the Dungeon Lord. He knew this creature, a level 41 monster named Giant Eye Demon, was completely different from a hidden boss like the Wandering Lord he had faced before. The Dungeon Lord was the heart of the entire dungeon. Killing it meant the dungeon was cleared, and the whole area would collapse and disappear. Everything was part of a larger and more urgent plan. From a distance, Uche observed the dungeon entrance, where teachers and students were still standing guard. He knew they must have seen Jingai lead the Cho family into the dungeon. If the Cho family left on their own right now, it would immediately raise suspicions.
Therefore, the only real option was to create a massive chaos by defeating the Dungeon Lord and making the dungeon collapse. The ensuing chaos would be the perfect cover for the Cho family to leave without being questioned. This plan had another benefit. Destroying the dungeon would make it impossible for the Jin family to find out how Jingai died, buying Uche a lot of precious time. As the plan was set into motion, his powerful undead servant, Cha-en, successfully fought and defeated the Dungeon Lord. The system confirmed this with 2 notifications. Uche had gained a level, and the Dungeon Lord had been eliminated, officially bringing the dungeon to an end. As the dungeon began to disintegrate into digital fragments, the members of the Cho family looked around in terror. Chop Li panicked, realizing that the whole world was collapsing around them. Uche appeared before them, calmly explaining that he had killed the Dungeon Lord, and then laid out the rest of the plan. He stated that the dungeon's destruction would cause chaos, which combined with the sudden disappearance of Jingai, would delay the Jin family's reaction.
He told them to take advantage of the chaos to escape, promising that they would be safe for a period of time. However, he gave one final serious instruction. If they were truly interrogated and pressured by the Jin family, they should not hesitate to hand him over and pin all the blame on him. As the world shattered into data fragments, Uche began to recall his undead, and a golden light gradually formed in his hand. Just then, a system notification startled him, displaying that his hidden skill, Mirror World, had received 5,000 experience points. The notification explained that by killing the Dungeon Lord, he had obtained the Dungeon Core Soul, which was then converted into elements for his skill. A crucial realization appeared in his mind. The only way to gain the experience needed to upgrade Mirror World was to kill Dungeon Lords. He recalled the massive surge of power that the previous upgrade had brought. With this new understanding, a clear path opened up ahead. He concluded that if he could upgrade this ultimate skill again, he would quickly close the enormous power gap between himself and his ultimate target, Hero Jimkan. The scene shifted to a private dungeon owned by a wealthy individual. A mustached guard in full armor was patrolling with his teammate. He felt such vigilance was unnecessary and asked his teammate if there was really a need to be so serious. He casually suggested sneaking off to play cards, stating that no fool would dare invade a private dungeon. Just as he finished speaking, a blurry figure, Uche, silently appeared behind him. In a flash of light, Uche fully entered the dungeon.
The mustached guard suddenly stopped, feeling something strange behind him, but quickly dismissed it as his imagination. From the shadows, Uche observed them. His plan had been put into motion. He knew that the guards hired for these private dungeons were at most around level 30. To him, these so-called safe places had almost no defensive capability. A rapid sequence of cuts showing his relentless campaign began. He thought about how close he was getting to his goal. From one private dungeon to another, he continuously stormed in and swept through them. His figure was just a blur, leaving terrified guards in his wake. He was getting closer to his true goal, the day he would be strong enough to kill Jinkun. That thought filled him with burning anger, his eyes flashing with hatred as he reminded himself to control his emotions until that moment arrived. To achieve his goal, he began a calculated plan to hunt down the dungeon lords. He fought a giant beast-like creature, telling himself to stay calm when the system notified him that he had leveled up and cleared the dungeon. He continued to another dungeon, facing lizard-like monsters. His mind focused on the fact that calmness was the key to not making mistakes. He faced a giant centaur-like demon, his will incredibly resolute. Finally, donning powerful new armor and surrounded by a purple energy storm, he cleared yet another dungeon. His power continuously increased with every victory. Uchi's relentless attacks on the private dungeons could not go unnoticed. Newspapers were flooded with headlines about the mysterious figure sweeping through numerous dungeons, causing widespread panic. With each dungeon lord defeated, his ultimate skill Mirror World gained another 5,000 experience points, quickly accumulating. The media dubbed the unknown individual the Dungeon Destroyer, and the authorities initiated a high-level investigation into the matter. In a secret safe base far away from their old lives, the members of the Cho family read the news. Chapley looked at the newspaper in disbelief, wondering if all of this was caused by Uche. The second family head, his face filled with worry, had realized the truth. He understood that the sudden clearing of so many dungeons would sooner or later be linked to the incident they were involved in. He concluded that Uche was intentionally drawing the Jin family's attention to himself to create a massive diversion. In a surge of emotion, the second family had realized how much Uche had sacrificed. He was doing all of this for them, to ensure they could escape to safety. The family thought about their new lives.
They were in a secret location, a few days' journey away from the Jin family's sphere of influence, and had successfully hidden without leaving a trace. A sense of hope began to arise. Chapley was still amazed that Uche was willing to do so much for them, while another male relative expressed relief, believing they no longer had to live in constant fear and were finally safe. For a brief moment, they allowed themselves to believe they had managed to escape the control of the Jin family. Their hope was brutally shattered. A massive explosion rocked their hideout. The ground shook violently. As the dust and smoke cleared, a terrifying figure appeared amidst the rubble. A condescending voice asked if they really thought they could escape. The intruder stepped into the light, revealed to be Jin Hao, the level 42 second family head of the Jin family. He sneered at the trembling family, mocking whether they believed the Jin family was stupid enough not to pursue the culprit. He declared that even if they were not directly involved with the saboteur, the act of daring to flee from the Jin family was a crime in itself, and he had come to send his regards. His face twisted with anger, eyes glowing with evil intent. He mocked them, asking if they truly underestimated the power and influence of the hero family. A massive armored boot slammed down near the terrified family members. Jin Hao called them delusional traitors. Then he delivered the final devastating news. They had tracked down the whereabouts of the so-called criminal. The scene shifted to a heavily guarded massive complex, the Hero Dungeon, where Yun Sa and Yun In were observing from a distance. At that moment, Uche, now at level 42,
Standing before the main entrance of this dungeon, his journey had brought him here, and with a cold, determined voice, he declared that he came for Jin-kun. As he prepared to enter, a final notification appeared. His relentless efforts had paid off. His hidden skill, Mirror World, had finally reached level 3. After achieving his goal, Uche stood with Yunsa, looking at the heavily guarded hero dungeon from afar. He knew that the private dungeons he had swept through were only around level 30, and continuing to grind them was an inefficient way to level up. The problem was, all other high-level dungeons were like this place, controlled by the state and strictly guarded by the military, with a 2-kilometer security perimeter that no one could approach. This was a major obstacle. Due to the limitations of the Mirror World skill, he knew that upon entering the parallel world, he could only explore within a 200-meter radius from the entry point, making it impossible to sneak past the vast security area undetected. Turning to the person he had arranged to meet, he realized he would have to rely on Yunsa's help. Yunsa, with a mischievous look and an understanding smile, immediately guessed what he wanted. She asked if he had invited her all this way just to ask her to bring him inside the dungeon, before mischievously saying that it was impossible. She explained that no matter what he knew about her, even she couldn't casually enter without a valid permit. Right then, Uche handed her 2 temporary access cards, which were exactly the things he had stolen from the Jin family. He had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yunsa took the cards.
But she pointed out a key detail. A temporary pass required an official escort to avoid investigation. Her expression immediately became serious and curious. Her eyes flashed with sharpness. She asked him the real reason. Why did he need to bypass the Jin family and sneak into this specific dungeon? Uche began to explain, pointing to a distant mountain. He reminded her of what she had seen in the trader's dungeon, the final heroic sacrifice of Cha-En. He argued that if Cha-En was clearly not a bad person as propagandized, then it was highly likely that the entire story of the rebellion was also full of doubts and worth investigating. Yunsa was not convinced by Uche's explanation. With a cold expression, she asked if he was treating her like a fool. She began to list the problems in his story, pointing out that it was absurd for him, a complete stranger, to risk angering a powerful hero just for Cha-En. More importantly, she reminded him that he had infiltrated the Jin family's house even before the events at the merchant dungeon took place. She questioned him, asking if he was saying that he had foreseen the truth about Cha-En and had stolen the access card in advance just for this. Then she revealed another key detail that she knew. Not long ago, Jin-E had entered that very trader's dungeon to cause trouble for both Yunsa and Chokakji. However, he disappeared shortly after, and no one had found him since. Putting all the pieces together, Yunsa looked at him with a sharp, analytical gaze. She concluded that his actions were clearly not those of someone who simply wanted to confront a hero. Instead, it seemed he harbored a deep personal grudge against that hero himself. As she spoke, her eyes turned cold. A slow but dangerous realization formed as she connected the final clues. She mentioned his name, Uche. Her eyes narrowed as she expressed her suspicion, asking if he was related to the original traitor of the rebellion, who was also named Uche. Uche faced the accusation with a soothing, playful smile. Instead of answering directly, he turned the question back to her, pointing out that her surname was also Yun. He asked if that meant she was also related to that infamous traitor.
The counter-question made her flustered. She stammered, insisting that she didn't do suspicious things like him. Then, in a moment of frustration, she revealed a secret. Her surname was actually not Yun. She confessed that she only changed her name to avoid being bothered. Uche immediately took advantage of her confession, jokingly pointing out that if her name wasn't real, how could she be sure his name was real? His tone then changed, becoming more defiant. He reminded her that her attitude didn't seem like someone begging for help, and asked if she wasn't afraid that he would reveal her own secret. Regaining her composure, Yunsa held up her access card with a cold, intimidating smirk. She warned that if she just reported him to the guards, the one who would truly be finished was him. The two stood in a tense silence, a silent standoff. Secrets and threats hung in the air between them. When Yunsa threatened to expose him, Uche just smiled and confidently said he believed she wouldn't do it. This made her embarrassed and angry. He explained the reason for his trust, reminding her of her actions in the dungeon before. He believed that someone willing to risk their own safety to protect a classmate would never side with people like the Jin family. To prove his point, he brought out the diary he had stolen from their house. He revealed that it contained evidence of countless atrocities committed by the descendants of the hero Jin-kun, who used the family's reputation to bully and harass innocent people. Yunsa took the diary but seemed unimpressed, asking if that was his only reason. She declared that if he was relying on her sense of justice, he was mistaken, as she didn't care about such things. With a condescending smile, she mocked him for being so naive as to easily put his life in someone else's hands. Then she asked him a sharp, personal question. Had he ever experienced betrayal?
A shadow crossed Uche's face as the painful memories of his previous life rushed back.
And he softly acknowledged her question about betrayal. Yunsa appeared astonished by his reaction. He continued to explain that whether he had been betrayed before or not didn't matter. It wouldn't stop him from continuing to trust others. He affirmed that his trust in her was even deeper than that. He believed that her nature was not bad. This unexpected sincerity made Yunsa clearly flustered, muttering that he didn't look like a good person either. Having made her decision, she challenged him. She said that if he really trusted her that much, then follow her. She challenged him to see if she would change her mind and betray him along the way. When Uche nodded and followed her without hesitation, a drop of sweat rolled down her face and her heart was violently shaken. She could hardly believe that after all she had been through, there was still someone who saw her and believed her to be a good person. Upon entering the glowing purple halls of the hero dungeon, the cloaked Yunsa and Uche were immediately stopped by a guard. The man instantly recognized Yunsa and quickly bowed in deep respect. He welcomed Lady Yunsa, announcing that the hero had been waiting for her for days and that she could go straight in.
However, the guard's friendly attitude quickly turned into suspicion. He noticed that the old family head, Jinzan, had just entered not long ago and questioned why she did not go with him. His eyes shifted to the cloaked figure beside her, asking if that was her bodyguard. He hurriedly explained that he did not doubt her at all, but the old family head, Jinzan, had given special instructions. He warned that some temporary access cards had been stolen from the family, so they had to be extremely careful with everyone entering and leaving. Yunsa became annoyed, directly questioning the guard if he was interrogating her. The flustered guard immediately denied it. Then he stated the main reason for the increased security. They had received an official notice from the authorities that the vicious criminal who had devastated a series of private dungeons was believed to be heading towards the hero dungeon. Hearing this, Yunsa glanced at Uche with a smirk full of hidden meaning and amusement, fully aware of the irony of the situation. The guard continued to explain in a panic, insisting that this was all just standard procedure for her safety. Yunsa sighed softly and turned to Uche, whispering that this guard seemed very determined to investigate him. Faced with the guard's persistence, Yunsa chuckled and intimately linked arms with the masked Uche, telling him to just let them check. Then she leaned closely towards the guard, her eyes radiating authority, and asked loudly and sarcastically if he truly believed she could not recognize her own bodyguard. She continued to mock him, suggesting that perhaps she herself was a fake, and invited them to check her as well. Completely overwhelmed by her aura, the guard stammered that he wouldn't dare. He hastily agreed that if Lady Yunsa was so certain, then there absolutely could not be any mistake, and waved them through. As they passed the line of guards, Yunsa let out a soft sigh of satisfied relief. While crossing the dungeon gate, she secretly thought that Uche's Stanu identity must be far more important than she had initially imagined. Once safely inside, she turned to him and said that based on the trust he had placed in her, she had kept her promise and brought him in. She added that she would not interfere with whatever he planned to do next. However, she made it clear that her help ended here. Uche simply thanked her.
After that, he summoned an undead minion, a skeleton wearing a cloak, and told her to take it and leave. He explained that by doing so, all his actions from this point on would not be related to her, helping to shield her identity. Yunin then disappeared, seeming a bit impressed by his way of thinking, commenting that he still had a little conscience after all. After she left, Uchetti immediately entered the mirror world, the familiar landscape covered in a blue hue appearing around him. Having taken off his cloak by now, he looked at the system, a new skill with a reversed status displayed before his eyes. With cold satisfaction, he said that he could finally utilize the new power, the power coming from the newly upgraded level 3 mirror world. Uchetti looked at the system window displaying hidden skills. His ultimate skill, Mirror World, had reached level 3. He decided to test the new power, activating level 3 Mirror World. The system announced that it was setting up a secret area.
Inside this new dimension, Uche found himself facing ghostly replicas of powerful monsters, some reaching level 45. He realized that the new function of his level 3 Mirror World skill could duplicate monsters existing in the real world's dungeon. This meant he could fight and train against these formidable replicas. Uche summoned his undead army to fight alongside him. He realized that with this new ability, he could freely grind for experience inside the mirror world without worrying about being discovered in reality. After training for a while, he left the parallel dimension and returned to the real world. A series of notifications appeared, showing that he was still continuously gaining experience. He understood another key benefit of the upgrade. His undead army could stay inside the mirror world to continuously kill monsters and accumulate experience for him, even after he had returned to the real world. With his undead army automatically grinding levels for him, Uche turned his attention to his surroundings. Alongside the spirit of Chalboben, he stood on a cliff, looking down at a massive, majestic fortress built right inside the dungeon.
He was amazed to see such a city existing in a secret area, immediately thinking this was the perfect time to investigate as they both entered the forest. Uche recalled the information obtained from the diary of the Jin family. He speculated that this city was where his target, Jin Kun, lived. He thought about how he truly knew too little about this so-called hero. He only knew that Jin Kun had reached S rank decades ago and had never publicly displayed his full strength since then. Even a high-ranking member like Jin Gai didn't fully know the hero's true power. Uche understood that the more detailed information he had, the greater his chances of success in his journey of revenge. He found it strange, recalling that in his previous life, he knew everyone who had ever reached S rank, yet Jin Kun seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Carrying the hope of finding clues, he turned to the undead spirit of his old friend, called him by the nickname Chao Ben, and asked if he knew who Jin Kun was. However, Chao Ben's spirit could only tilt its head in confusion, unable to answer. Uche expressed his disappointment, wondering if his efforts to communicate with his undead friend were still completely useless. He thought that when his SSS rank skill, Mirror World, reached level 3, the intelligence of all the undead under his command had noticeably improved. This improvement was most evident in Chao Ben's spirit. However, he concluded in disappointment that his friend's spirit still hadn't recovered enough to converse normally. Looking down at the giant city inside the dungeon, Uche held on to a glimmer of hope. He thought that if he continued to upgrade the Mirror World, perhaps Chao Ben would eventually regain more of his consciousness. Meanwhile, inside a magnificent hall of the castle,
Jin Zan walked down the grand staircase, reporting to his father. He was worried about his beloved Jin Gai, whom he called third brother, saying that he was still missing and they did not know his whereabouts. He was speaking to an imposing figure sitting on a throne, a terrifying man clad in full armor, none other than Jin Kun, the renowned hero of the empire. Jin Zan continued his report, expressing outrage that the criminal they were hunting dared to approach their headquarters, the Hero Dungeon. Jin Kun stood up from the throne as Jin Zan continued to plead. He argued that to be able to silently capture Jin Gai, that person must have also reached S rank. For safety reasons, he begged his father, Jin Kun, to personally step in and handle this threat. Instead of agreeing, Jin Kun's reaction was swift and terrifyingly brutal. In the blink of an eye, his hand transformed into a shadow claw with a glowing red eye, piercing straight through his own son's chest. As Jin Zan's life slowly faded, the terrifying shadowy figure of Jin Kun held his son's body, sneering in contempt, sarcastically asking how an incompetent fool who couldn't even watch over his own child dared to give him orders. Jin Zan gasped in terror, blood continuously pouring from the corner of his mouth. The armored figure of Jin Kun looked down at him with extreme disgust, remarking how pathetic it was that Jin Zan had barely reached S rank at this age, yet still couldn't withstand a single strike from him. He continued his cold words, revealing that the only reason he kept a piece of trash like Jin Zan around was to look after his grandson, Jin Su. He continued to berate the dying man, saying that not only had he failed in that simple task by losing Jin Su, but now he also expected Jin Kun to clean up the mess. Utter horror engulfed Jin Zan's blood-soaked face as he realized the terrifying truth about his father.
Jin Kun revealed a chilling secret, explaining that without Jin Gai, he had lost a blood relative. This loss, he declared, would cost him many years of his own lifespan. The scene shifted to the chaotic streets outside the castle, where a cruel young man with slicked-backed blonde hair named Jin Yin, another descendant of the hero, laughed maniacally while sitting on a heavily beaten large man, treating him as his living throne. He maliciously incited the starving civilians below to fight over scraps of food. The scene became even more tragic as ferocious wolves rushed in to attack them. A small child cried out in panic as a wolf approached, and Jin Yin's mocking voice rang out, warning that the food would be stolen if they didn't eat fast. A tall, cloaked figure, a level 60 enforcer named Nachi, appeared behind Jin Yin and called him young master. Nachi pointed out that Jin Yin's pet, the one he was staying on,
Having gone without meat for many days, a gloomy suggestion was made. From afar, Uche and the undead of Chao Ben witnessed that horrifying scene. Uche coldly thought that compared to the pure evil before him, the actions of the Jin family branch he had once dealt with seemed rather mild. As Uche observed the brutality on the street below, a purple aura of wrath gradually formed around him. He wondered if he should step forward. However, his attention was suddenly drawn in another direction. Beside him, Chao Ben's undead erupted in a fierce wave of dark green energy, letting out a roar of indignation at the injustice he witnessed. Uche looked at his friend's undead with sadness, calling him by his nickname. He thought that even in his current unconscious state, his friend's natural desire to save others remained as fierce as ever. This awakened a memory, pulling him back to their shared past. Uche remembered that among the children in the poor slum where they grew up, Chao Ben and another teenager named Lanc were always the kindest and strongest. He recalled catching them standing up against a cruel slave owner, and it was that courage that made him accept both of them as disciples to train. His hope was that they would become strong enough to help others in the future. The memory faded, returning to the present, and Uche was overwhelmed with deep guilt. He blamed himself, believing that it was he who had caused his friend to be turned into this undead form. Right at that moment, Chaba Ben's undead turned to him and tried to utter a broken, questioning name. Lan.
Uche was completely stunned by the sign of returning consciousness. He grasped his friend's soul, desperately asking if its consciousness had recovered and if it could speak. But the soul could only utter one more broken word: Jin. Suddenly, Cha-In's soul erupted with a massive stream of blue energy. It struggled, then finally pieced together a terrifying truth, declaring that Lanc was Jin-kun. The truth hit Uche like a physical blow, his eyes widening in sheer shock and absolute realization. The scene cut back to the main hall, where Jin-kun's armored figure stood over the corpse of his son, Jinzan. After wiping the blood from his gauntlets, he called out Uche's name in his terrifying shadow form, wondering aloud if someone was intentionally using a name so similar to his old enemies to provoke him. A dark, understanding look appeared on his face as he thought about the long years that had passed since he last heard that name. With a maliciously confident smile, he spoke to his absent former master, declaring that he would personally see who dared to impersonate his beloved mentor, exposing the true identity of Lanc. On the streets of the stronghold, the cruel Jinyan was talking to his massive orc-like pets. He mocked them for being too obedient, saying he knew they must be starving. With a maniacal laugh, he pointed at the terrified and injured citizens scattered across the plaza, a clear scene of violence caused by himself. A small crying child was kneeling next to a collapsed man, too terrified to even move. With a look of pure madness, Jinyan declared that since he considered humans as toys, his pets should devour them all. He gave the order. One of the giant orcs charged straight at the helpless child, but before the creature could reach them, a blinding flash of purple light erupted. In an instant, the orc was torn apart by absurdly fast slashes. Uche landed gracefully, his back turned to the chaos. His entire body erupted with an imposing purple aura. His face was cold with fury, his eyes glowing fiercely. The name Lanc echoed in his mind with sheer disbelief. He couldn't understand how his former student could be the same person as Jin-kun, the monster causing this horrifying scene. His appearance immediately drew attention. The enforcer Nachi stepped forward, loudly demanding to know his identity, while Jinyan stood beside him in stunned silence. Nachi mockingly called Uche a fool for daring to intrude into the hero's territory to die. But Uche was consumed by his own rage, his eyes burning with purple flames as he roared. In silence, he couldn't understand how the Lanc he once knew could raise such a disgusting person like Jin Yuan. That brought up another memory, a flashback to a simpler time. The young Uche stood before his two young disciples, Lanc and Xiaobei Ben, explaining that because of the immense power of profession users, the old dark era had come to an end. However, he told them that as a knight's son, there were still values he wanted to impart. He promised them that under his guidance, their strength would far surpass that of ordinary profession users. The young Lanc looked up at him with eyes glowing with admiration, clearly inspired by his master's words. The story then shifted back to the young Uche teaching his two disciples, the bright-eyed Lanc and Xiaobei Ben. He explained that if they wanted to continue learning from him, they must remember a few key things. The first thing is humility. The lesson was demonstrated through a memory of the two boys harvesting the field, where Lanc smugly boasted that he was faster than Xiaobei Ben. Uche reminded them that they were no different from others and must treat everyone with kindness and respect. Following that was a scene where the two boys were being paid by an old man, and Xiaobei Ben complained that the wages were too low.
He accused the old man of deceiving them. Lanc calmly rushed to stop him, telling Xiaobei Ben not to anger the master, but Uche interrupted Xiaobei Ben's words with a sharp command. After the lesson on humility, the young Uche handed his students a book, explaining that it was an extra reward, telling them to remember the feeling of being rewarded through labor and never to become arrogant. The scene returned to the current battle. Uche attacked with a furious storm of purple energy blades. The strike was so powerful that it completely shattered Nachi's secret shield skill, leaving the enforcer heavily injured and stunned by the opponent's power. Uche observed with cold concentration. Nachi angrily yelled that his equipment was legendary tier at level 30, and his protective necklace was also destroyed. Behind him, Jin Yin was filled with anger, pointing at Uche, calling him a filthy commoner, and swearing to show him the true power of someone from a higher class. Without flinching, Uche charged straight into battle. This triggered another flashback about his second principle, which was compassion. The memory showed him and the two boys in a ruined city, bringing food and helping a helpless, starving man. Uche explained that they must be kind to the weak and always use a compassionate heart to fight against violence. Next was a scene of the two boys bravely fighting off a large thug to protect the weak. The final memory focused on Lanc. Uche stood behind him as they looked down at a captured criminal. He said that because Lanc was once saved from those same slavers, he should understand the helplessness of the weak and deliver a fair judgment. As Uche lunged forward, he swung his glowing purple sword, delivering a powerful wide slash at Jin Yin and his enforcer. However, the attack passed through them like ghosts. Both turned into black smoke. The real Jin Yin and Nachi appeared not far away among the terrified commoners. Jin Yin sarcastically remarked that Uche must have really enjoyed slashing their illusions. The square was instantly filled with dozens of identical clones of Jin Yin and Nachi surrounding Uche. Jin Yin leaned on the enforcer's shoulder, cruelly offering to let Uche slash more if he liked it that much. Uche remained completely calm. Jin Yin continued to mock him, commenting on Uche's constantly furious face. The cruel man speculated that the anger was meant for the helpless civilians, then gleefully thought of the possibility that some of his relatives were among them. He issued a twisted challenge, telling Uche to go ahead and slash again. He wondered what Uche's expression would be when he discovered that in his rage of destroying the illusions, he had actually killed innocent people. As the cruel mind game unfolded,
Uche began to enhance the tricky blade, the sword cracking with purple energy beams as his attack power continuously surged. The split scene showed Uche's advantage. Through the mirror world skill, he could simultaneously see the real and parallel worlds. He clearly saw the terrified civilians and the true positions of the enemies, separated from the countless illusions in the square. With his enhanced senses, Uche ignored the decoys. He dashed forward, his eyes glowing purple. His glowing sword swung in a powerful wide arc, bypassing the crowd of illusions and striking the real Jin Yin and Nachi, leaving them completely stunned, unable to understand how he had seen through their illusions. The story shifted to the third and final principle Uche taught his students, courage. A memory showed the young Lanc and Chao Beben standing firm against a large pack of monsters. Uche explained that humans must know no fear. He taught them that in the battle against dungeon dangers there is no place for fear. One must fight for what is right. The memory showed the two boys fighting resiliently, covered in wounds but refusing to give up. After the battle, the young Uche finally appeared. Chao Beben angrily confronted him, yelling that they almost died, while Lancan breathed a sigh of relief because everything was over. The young Uche smiled,
telling his students not to worry because he was always nearby watching over them. Faced with Uche's terrifying power, Jinyan immediately panicked. He admitted the opponent was very strong and, in utter cowardice, ordered the enforcer Nachi to stop using illusions and act as a human shield to buy time for his escape. As he ran, he screamed threats, warning Nachi that if anything happened to him, his grandfather would definitely kill him. Left behind to face Uche alone, Nachi desperately cast a powerful magic spell, summoning an illusionary swamp. He complained that as a mage he was at a great disadvantage without his illusions. Just as he was about to finish casting, Uche disappeared from sight. Nachi looked around in a panic, not knowing where he went. But it was too late. Uche instantly appeared right behind him, and with just one clean sword strike, he cut him down. The defeated enforcer desperately begged for his life, asserting that he was not from the Jin family, but only a mercenary. He begged Uche to chase after the fleeing Jinyan. Uche ignored all the pleas and delivered the finishing blow without a word. Meanwhile, Jinyan's escape route was blocked by the blurry giant figure of Che-En's spirit. Terrified, he immediately used his family's status as a shield, asking what this thing was and reminding it that he was the grandson of a hero. He threatened the spirit, promising to make its entire family die tragically if it dared to touch him. Before the spirit could act, Uche appeared, summoning a giant dark creature towering over the trembling Jinyan. As Jinyan screamed in terror, a system window popped up before his eyes, showing all the equipment he was wearing. His cape, skill books, potions, and belt were forcibly taken from his inventory. He could only ask in horror what Uche had done to him. This scene was juxtaposed with the final principles Uche once taught his students, creating a strong contrast with the evil he was facing. The fifth principle is honesty. The sixth principle is justice. The seventh principle is honor. And the eighth and final principle is the soul. The giant dark creature summoned by Uche attacked, causing a barrage of dark green energy swords to shoot up from the ground and rain down on the city. Its target, Jinyan, lay motionless on the ground. His reign of terror ended quickly and brutally. Standing on the bridge looking down at the horrific scene, Uche looked down at the bodies of civilians impaled on spikes. He thought of his former student Lanc, bitterly realizing that he not only ignored all the principles he was taught, but also betrayed both him and Shalbiben in the past. His sorrow turned into pure rage when thinking of the crimes Lancan had let his family commit. He silently screamed the agonizing question of why things turned out this way. A voice interrupted his train of thought, asking why is why. The dark-armored figure of Jin-kun, who was Lancan himself, appeared.
Suddenly appearing behind him, before Uche could react, Jin-kun threw a heavy punch in his back, sarcastically commenting that he seemed to be having fun in his secret place. The force of the punch sent Uche flying straight into the wall, creating a massive explosion of rubble and dust. Buried under the debris, Uche immediately started healing himself. He continuously cast basic healing spells while checking his powerful new equipment.
He was currently wearing the spider pearl necklace, the distant roar cloak, the netherworld piercing snake pants, the nether cave dult, and the nether cave ceramic boots. At the same time, his tricky blade kept continuously increasing his attack power. Covered in blood, but with an unshakable will, he forced himself out of the ruins. The question for his former disciple still echoed in his mind. Lanc, why? The blurry figure of his former disciple, now confirmed by the system as a level 71 S-rank berserker, Lanc, also known as Jin-kun, slowly walked towards him amidst the desolate scenery. Not confronting him head-on, Uche deployed a new plan, throwing a series of shiny mirror-like fragments at the enemy. Jin-kun easily blocked those objects, his face confused, not knowing what they were and asking if they were mirrors. The fragments were just a diversion. Uche used them as teleportation portals, instantly appearing behind his former disciple. Before the enemy could react, Uche swung his glowing purple sword down for a powerful strike, his voice filled with pain and anger.
The betrayal had lasted for decades as he screamed the agonizing question in his heart. Why did you betray us? Uche's powerful surprise attack shattered a piece of armor on Jin-kun. Jin-kun touched his damaged helmet, grinned, and remarked that anyone who could break his defense must possess extraordinary speed and attack power. Uche's eyes glowed with a fierce purple light, filled with rage and sorrow. Clenching his fists, he screamed Lancan's name, confirming that this was his former disciple. He desperately asked why he had chosen to betray them years ago. Unfazed, Lanc questioned the concept of betrayal while summoning a giant greatsword in the form of Ki Hell. He thought to himself that this intruder knew his old name and even used the name Uche, thereby misunderstanding that Uche was an assassin sent by an old enemy. With a manic smile, Lancan rushed forward. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash that created a wave of red energy sweeping across the area. After Uche dodged the attack, Lancan appeared behind him, mockingly asking if he was pretending to be his old master, considering it a sick joke. Ignoring the provocation, Uche continued to counterattack, screaming the question about the betrayal once more, but Lancan easily blocked the strike. With a look of extreme disgust, Lancan waved his hand contemptuously, saying that he was merely a tool and that talking was completely meaningless. He immediately retaliated with a powerful slash of his own.
The collision force from the two weapons crushed the ground, creating a massive crater and forcing both of them to jump back. As the dust gradually cleared, the undead of Cha-En appeared next to Uche with a cold expression. Uche challenged his former disciple, asking how he planned to deal with his remaining friend. Filled with rage, the undead of Cha-En screamed Lancan's name and charged straight ahead. Lancan stared in shock at the undead form of his old friend. In an instant, he appeared in front of the undead Cha-En, tightly grabbing his opponent's neck with one hand. Roaring in anger, he slammed the undead's head hard into the ground, growling to demand why his opponent still existed. As Lancan raised his fist to deliver the next blow, the undead Cha-En summoned a glowing golden barrier to protect himself, but Lancan shattered it with a single powerful punch. When the barrier broke, Lancan realized the truth. He understood that his old friend had now become an undead. He remarked that even though Cha-En was resurrected, he seemed to have little intellect left. While he was distracted, Uche swung his sword from behind to attack, but Lancan still managed to block it in time. Suddenly, 3 new figures appeared on the city wall above. One called out loudly to Lancan, claiming to be his son and asking why he had to show up in person. The 3 men, all level 60, believed they could handle the intruder entirely on their own. Annoyed, Lancan yelled at them to get lost. Uche summoned his reinforcements, calling out the undead of Nachi and Jingai to join the fight, ordering them to hold off the other 3. Lancan's eyes widened in horror when he recognized one of the newly appeared undead. He asked if that was his third nephew, carefully observing the undead Jingai before confirming that his nephew was indeed dead.
He muttered, "Blood relatives," a trace of sorrow flashing across his face, but the sadness was quickly replaced by a bizarre, evil smile. Looking at Uche with fresh, amused eyes, he said that he was starting to find him quite interesting. He rushed forward to attack again, at the same time noticing Uche's ability to resurrect others as undead. Just as Uche barely dodged a claw swipe from his former disciple, Lancan lunged up in front of him, his body becoming increasingly grotesque, his eyes glowing with madness. He called Uche his master, begging him to prove his true identity. With a completely deranged expression, he screamed that Uche must be his beloved master, his entire body covered in blood, but his will still stubborn. Uche looked at him with cold, furious eyes. He remembered the person Lancan used to be, someone who was always ready to help others, even when imprisoned in his own suffering. While the tricky blade continuously drained his mana to increase its power, Uche swung his glowing purple sword and roared in frustration, wondering how his disciple could have become so insane and distorted. Lancan still managed to block the heavy blow in time.
Lanc responded with a frantic scream, blaming his beloved master for everything. Infuriated, Uche grabbed him, bombarding him with questions in a fit of rage. He demanded to know what nonsense he was talking about, reminding him that Uche had saved him from slavery and granted him power. He asked if Lanc had forgotten everything he was taught, but the only response was a manic laugh. Suddenly, Lanc's laughter turned into pure rage as he screamed out the true cause of his resentment, questioning why it took Uche so long to come and save him. As the two continued to clash violently, his twisted mindset was exposed through a painful memory of the past, where he lay helpless under the beatings of slave traders. He wondered why he had to suffer so much before being saved, and then continued to resent his life afterward, questioning why, as the disciple of a mediocre knight's son, he was expected to live a peaceful life surrounded by fake politeness. A memory surfaced of villagers respectfully greeting Uche in his youth, as Lanc bitterly asked why Shalby Ben, someone who had never experienced the same horrors as him, was allowed to enjoy a similarly respected life. His deep-seated jealousy erupted when he asked why Shalby Ben was always stronger than him, screaming at Uche, accusing him of favoring Shalby Ben just because of the other's cleaner past. Finally, he brought up the question that tormented him the most, demanding to know why Uche forced him to change his profession to berserker. He used a twisted logic, arguing that because he was timid and fearful, he should have been guided to become a guardian knight with stronger defense, rather than a reckless attacker. Stunned into silence for a moment, Uche finally spoke, asking if he had ever shown favoritism, reminding Lanc that he had always wanted to become braver and stronger, which was the reason for his choice. Lanc furiously objected, yelling that it was all because Uche liked people like Shalby Ben. He insisted that he too had tried his best to appear brave, but then his tone shifted into a mocking laugh. He questioned whether those efforts made Uche favor him more, and then accused his former master of looking down on him from the very beginning because of his past as a slave, telling him to stop pretending. This accusation finally shattered Uche's composure. His eyes flared with pure rage. He screamed back, asking about compassion and humility, furiously denying all the original values he had tried to teach. Lanc retorted, asking if those values helped him live any better. He sarcastically pointed out that the respect Uche received was only due to his own strength. He sneered that, unlike Shalby Ben, who was fooled by Uche, he would never waste his time and opportunities to level up just to save people. With a look of disgust, he asked Uche again how he dared to speak of betrayal. Lanc's confession became a proud declaration. He said that if Uche could choose Shalby Ben, then he was also free to make his own choices. He revealed that his good brother Luge could give him a higher status and overwhelming power.
Growing louder, he frantically told Uche to look at the results of their choices, comparing Shalby Ben's descendants with himself. He laughed with cruel delight, boasting that the Shalby Ben family could only be slaves under his Jin family. He mocked Uche's current state and pointed to the golden statue of a mighty figure, telling him to look at the towering status that Luge currently held. As Uche stood in silence, his body crackling in a massive purple aura, Lanc delivered his final sarcastic remark, asking who he thought was the right choice in the end. The massive purple energy around Uche erupted fiercely. His blood-stained face twisted into a mask of pure fury as he finally exploded, screaming at Lanc and calling him a heartless, meaningless fool. Fueled by his rage, Uche leaped into the air and threw a series of glowing mirror shards toward his former disciple. He immediately unleashed a blindingly fast and complex attack, moving between the mirror shards to strike from multiple angles simultaneously. The storm of purple energy, leaving him desperately trying to defend himself. The overwhelming power and Lanc's sturdy armor began to crumble
and shattered under continuous strikes, completely breaking apart. After the devastating attack, Uche landed and looked at his own hands. He spoke with a cold, final judgment, agreeing with his former disciple on one point. He truly could not compare to Shoben. With eyes full of extreme disgust, he unleashed a crushing final insult, declaring that Lanc was not even worthy to be compared to Shoben's toe. Lying defeated on the ground in shattered armor, Lanc began to laugh maniacally. A system window appeared, announcing that the conditions for the Berserker's mark skill had been met. Surrounded by a furious red aura, his scarred body naked, he stood up laughing like a madman and screamed that Uche had finally admitted his bias. Another system notification displayed a terrifying power boost, increasing attack power by 300% and speed by 200%. The skill explained that the lower the health, the more strength and speed would increase. Now in a fully berserk state, he roared that Uche had confirmed his favoritism towards Shoben, calling him a hypocrite as he rushed forward at blinding speed. The system added that the Berserker's exclusive Rampage skill massively increased strength and speed, but reduced intelligence and defense. Even though entirely shocked by his former disciple's new speed, Lanc was so fast that Uche was forced to retreat into the mirror world to survive. Lanc's powerful strike hit a piece of mirror instead of him. The force of the terrifying misstrike was so immense that it tore a giant, deep trench across the battlefield, cleaving the castle in half. When Uche reappeared from another mirror fragment amidst the ruins, Lanc had correctly guessed that he used the mirror to teleport and dodge the attack. In response, he activated another Berserker skill, Bloody Fury Rain, mocking Uche that he was powerless with those tricks. A storm of sharp, blood-red projectiles rained down from the sky, crushing the ground. Lanc provoked him into a head-on fight, sarcastically reminding him that a knight must be brave. Caught in the rain, Uche began taking continuous damage. Meanwhile, Lanc walked within his own damaging aura, although taking minor damage himself. Every hit taken activated the Berserker's mark, continuously adding more attack power and speed. Convinced he was right, he sneered that Uche only preached morality when safe, calling him a pampered noble who had never truly suffered and understood nothing. He charged again, screaming that someone who had never felt his pain had no right to talk about compassion. As Lanc swung with terrifying strength, Uche narrowly dodged the horrific attack. Lanc suddenly appeared right in front of the astonished Uche, mocking his former master's ideals as mere child's play. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a massive wave of red energy, insulting the naive thought that friends and disciples would remain loyal forever. The brutal strike landed, the impact crushing the ground beneath him.
Forced to his knees and trapped in the damaging aura of Blood Rain Fury, Uche could only endure continuous attacks as his vitality plummeted. Lanc mocked his pathetic state, ridiculing his weakness without a sword. When his mana was nearly depleted, Uche was forced to drink a recovery potion, reluctantly withstanding the endless damage. Lanc slowly approached, gloating that even if he didn't attack, Uche could only struggle to survive against the damage of the Blood Rain. Seizing the moment, Uche launched a desperate counterattack, but Lanc easily blocked it, stating that his former master had never been so fragile. With a cruel smile, he declared that this was the price of naivete, and Uche should thank him for this lesson. In a flash, Uche summoned a small phantom dagger and tried to stab him at close range. However, Lanc easily caught the blade, continuing his twisted lecture that only when betrayed does a person truly grow. He began his own counterattack, mocking Uche that the feeling of falling from such a high position must be terrible. Uche managed to parry in time, but as their blades locked, Lanc unleashed his final, crushing sarcasm, boasting that Lujic had become a beloved king by the people, while Uche was called a traitor, despised by everyone. Mustering all his strength, Uche struggled to hold back Lancan's terrifying power. With a final sarcastic question of whether he was jealous, Lanc easily overpowered his former master, sending him flying into the cliff. Buried in the rubble and still taking damage from Blood Rain Fury, Uche's vitality dropped to a critical level as Lanc laughed maniacally. The victor approached, declaring that Uche's life is about to end, and the only path to survival now lay in his hands. With a twisted and cruel gaze, Lanc made an offer. If Uche admitted he was wrong and kneeled to beg for forgiveness, he could be allowed to live as his pet. However, this offer had a crucial condition. He must reveal the secret of resurrecting the dead. In the darkness, seemingly defeated, Uche quietly admitted he was wrong. As he spoke, he summoned a new pair of daggers, the Phantom Daggers. He clarified that his mistake was saving Lanc from the slave traders years ago, as a powerful golden aura began to surge around him.
He continued saying that his second mistake was trusting heartless people like him. Suddenly, a system notification flashed, announcing that Uche had leveled up. Lanc watched in astonishment, realizing that his opponent's condition had been completely restored. Uche continued to list his past mistakes. He was wrong to believe that he could reform people by being a good example, and wrong to think that good people couldn't turn evil. Throughout this time, his undead legion had been continuously grinding experience for him inside the mirror world, providing the final push needed to level up. With his vitality and mana fully replenished at level 46, he said that his next mistake was strictly adhering to the Knight's Code. He activated a series of powerful enhancement skills from his new pair of daggers.
Including the speed aura and evil spirit possession, his appearance changed drastically, his hair turning ghostly white, his entire body covered by a powerful ghostly green aura as his attack power soared. He declared that there was no need for virtue when dealing with scum like them. With a new appearance of cold and ruthless determination, he concluded that the only thing to do was to destroy them at all costs. Now fully enhanced, Uche rushed forward, his new ghostly daggers crackling with energy, and clashed head-on with Lanc. The two engaged in a fierce, high-speed battle, their strikes colliding in a blinding storm of green and red energy that swept across the ruined terrain. Lanc laughed maniacally, excited by the fight, screaming that this was how it was supposed to be. However, after easily blocking a strike from Uche, he began to mock his former master.
He thought Uche had learned a new dual-wielding profession, but now realized he was just clumsily holding two daggers. He scolded him that using an unfamiliar fighting style in an actual battle was nothing but suicide, and Uche seemed to have forgotten the lessons he was once taught. His memories of his own past agony flashed by. Lanc swung a strike, but Uche vanished before the blow could connect. Lanc was confused by the sudden disappearance of his opponent, but in a split second, Uche instantly appeared behind him and plunged a dagger deep into his back, making him cough up blood. Furious and in pain, Lanc spun around to counterattack, but Uche vanished again. He screamed in despair, demanding to know how this could be possible when all of his mirrors had been shattered. Searching frantically, his eyes stopped at his own pool of blood on the ground. He saw the reflection and realized the terrifying truth.
Uche did not need a mirror and could use any reflective surface, including blood, to teleport. Angered at being tricked, Lanc unleashed a powerful energy, causing blood tentacles to rise from the ground and cover the entire area. He admitted that Uche had found a loophole, but declared this new move would leave him nowhere to run. Activating the ultimate skill, Blood Rain Fury, he confidently stated that his master now had nothing left to reflect on. Just as he finished his boasting, a gloomy blade pierced straight through his chest from behind. He turned around in disbelief to see the undead form of another old friend, Chao En, standing right behind him. He weakly asked when that person arrived and how they could sneak attack. Across the battlefield, Uche had now returned to his original appearance, calmly summoning the Undead Legion. He said there was no need to follow knightly rules when dealing with someone like him. The battle ended amidst the phantom flames of the Undead Legion. Uche stood over Lancan's fallen body. With a cold gaze and absolute hatred, he spoke his final sentence, declaring that the only thing he wanted was for Lancan to die. Despite bearing a fatal wound, Lancan remained stubborn. He called the undead Chao Ben a loser from 600 years ago, no longer a match, and easily sliced that spirit body in half. He roared that the more injured he was, the stronger he became, thanks to his berserker skills. But Uche instantly appeared and stabbed him once more. In his enhanced state, Uche coldly told his former disciple that he knew all of his weaknesses. Furious, Lancan cursed, but Uche calmly explained the two main weaknesses of the berserker profession. The first point was low defense. As Lancan swung a frantic strike, Uche teleported to dodge, and an undead immediately moved to take his place, swinging an axe at the berserker. Lancan angrily spun around to slice the new enemy in half. Uche explained that the berserker profession required putting many points into attack and speed, leaving defense neglected. To prove it, a barrage of energy arrows from another undead archer struck Lancan in the back.
Surrounded by Uche's growing army of undead, he learned the bitter truth about his own build. Uche stated that with the defense reduction effect from his own skill, even low-level skeletons could cause damage. With a roar of rage, Lancan used a powerful whirlwind slash, cutting down the surrounding undead. He boasted that he only needed to wipe out this low-level undead mob. But when the dust settled, he saw Uche and more undead on the cliffs above. Uche then pointed out his second major weakness, the lack of wide-area attacks. He explained that besides the basic whirlwind slash and a few linear energy slashes, Lancan had no way to deal with a large scattered army. The final inescapable trap was revealed when a massive undead army emerged from the shadows behind Uche. He said that his mana recovered fast enough to maintain an infinite undead legion, making it impossible for Lancan to ever kill them all. Refusing to accept his weakness, Lancan furiously declared that he had wide-area attacks and used Blood Rain Fury again. But Uche was ready and calmly summoned giant undead, raising shields from the ground to protect his army. He continued to point out his former disciple's greatest weakness, having no one he could truly rely on. Uche brought up the past, explaining that he and Chabi Ben used to coordinate to cover each other's weaknesses. Ironically, the shield that once protected him, Chabi Ben, was now the sword slashing down at him. He argued that someone who gained power through betrayal would naturally have no one truly approach them. As the undead form of Chao En appeared behind the traitor, Uche asked if this bitter, lonely life was what he truly wanted. Enraged, Lancan rejected friendship and trust, swinging his weapon wildly as Uche dodged. He screamed that while he enjoyed 60 years of absolute power, Uche was just a dead man. He insisted that he was the one who was right, and that he didn't need allies. To prove it, he retreated toward the city, calling out the family members Jinyan, Jingai, and Jinsu to come out and fight for him.
He landed with arrogance, boasting that he did not need allies because his family itself was an army. In the blink of an eye, Uche appeared right behind him, calmly questioning that confidence. Before Lancan could react, Uche swung his blade neatly and swiftly, slicing off his former disciple's arm at the shoulder. Lancan screamed in pain and disbelief as his three sons stood on the roof looking down in horror, calling their father's name.
A wave of pure panic hit the mansion as he stammered, unable to believe that the seemingly invincible father was completely defeated like this. Wounded and desperate, Lanc yelled at his 3 sons, ordering them to hold Uche back and heal him immediately. But his family stood paralyzed in fear. Jin-Su stammered, asking how they could fight someone that even their mighty father could not defeat. This hesitation sent Lanc into a blind rage, cursing them. He declared he would do it himself and lunged forward. In a horrifying act of brutality, he grabbed his son Jin-Su by the neck. The terrified young man could only cry and ask what his father was doing. With a face twisted by madness, Lanc screamed that everything his children had was bestowed by him. He exposed the monstrous truth behind the family, asking what purpose they served other than ensuring he remained healthy and lived long. As he spoke, he began to drain his son's life force. Furious that they dared to refuse, he then threatened the other 2 sons who were watching in horror, ordering them to hold Uche back or else they would be drained next. Before they could react, a series of mirror fragments appeared from the void, blocking the path. From these portals, Uche's entire undead legion emerged, completely surrounding the traitor and his trembling family. The undead swarmed in an overwhelmingly chaotic attack, striking from all sides. Lanc screamed in agony as he was torn apart by endless waves of energy and blades. In a final desperate act, he unleashed a massive explosive swing of his weapon, creating a giant crater and kicking up clouds of dust and debris into the air. When the dust finally settled, Lanc stood alone in the devastation, panting. He looked around the empty battlefield, wondering where everyone had gone. Uche, covered in blood and still in his enhanced state, looked down at his exhausted former disciple with a smirk, asking if his energy had run out. He revealed his cruelest final act of revenge. Behind him, the newly resurrected undead of Lanc's own sons, Jinyin, Jin-Su, and Jin Kang, emerged from the shadows. Uche coldly stated that despite his youthful appearance, Lanc was still just an old man inside, and mockingly told him to enjoy his family happiness. A wave of absolute horror and despair washed over Lanc as he realized his children had been turned into undead puppets. Completely broken, he let out a choked sound and desperately tried to run away. Uche gave chase.
Calmly asking if he truly believed he could still escape, Lanc's desperate flight was instantly cut short. He was surrounded and relentlessly attacked by the phantom slashes of his own sons. As he was torn apart by those he once called family, his spirit completely broke, muttering the words, "comrades," then "master," and finally, as blood spilled from his lips, "children." Uche appeared before him for the last time as Lanc's fingers were severed in a brutal attack. The former master told him in a cold, decisive voice that he could have had it all: loyalty, family, honor. After speaking, Lanc finally collapsed, his body and spirit completely shattered. Uche looked down, his face as cold as an emotionless mask. Surrounded by the entire undead legion, he stood over the fallen body of the one who had betrayed him. He said that where he could have had love and loyalty, now he was left only with the hatred of those he had sacrificed. With his final words, Uche told him to face the old path he had chosen for himself. The story flashes back over 60 years ago, when Uche was still in the workshop with his 2 young disciples. He spoke to both Chao Ben and Lanc, congratulating them on successfully changing their profession and reaching S rank. He said that as their master, he had a gift for them. Uche explained that he had sent all the best materials he had accumulated over the years to a master blacksmith. Thanks to great luck, he had forged 2 legendary tier weapons. He handed a giant greatsword to an incredibly impressed Lanc, saying it was the best weapon he could use at his current level, and its style was similar to what he was used to, so it would be easy to master. Lanc excitedly swung his new sword and sincerely thanked his master.
Jin-Su then turned to Chao Ben, handing him an elaborately decorated large shield. He explained that this shield perfectly suited his new profession, and with his combat talent, he would surely master it quickly. Chao Ben held the shield tightly, muttering that it was a waste of money, but he clearly loved the gift immensely. After a moment, Chao Ben, with a puzzled expression, asked Lanc what he was staring at. Lanc pointed at Uche's own sword, asking why his master had never changed his weapon, and wondering if it was getting old. Uche gripped the sword and declared that it was a weapon he would never need to replace, while revealing that it was the Flowing Cloud sword.
He continued to explain that he had risked everything, spending years gathering the best secret treasures. Finally, he sneaked into an SSS rank secret realm to forge this ultimate weapon in an ancient furnace. Even then, he said, this was only the first version, a sword of unique quality, transcending myth and one of a kind.
He explained that it had a special awakening method. It could transform like drifting clouds into any weapon form the user desired. The true condition for it to reach its final form was that the user had to form a bond with it through experience. After years of fighting alongside it, the sword learned to transform according to his will and adapt to his power. Lanc was completely amazed by this. Uche then handed that incredible sword to him, asking if he wanted to try it. Overjoyed, Lanc excitedly asked if he really could. When Lanc grasped the hilt of the flowing cloud sword, the scene immediately flashed back to the past. After a great battle, a man in full body armor, Lanc, stood over the dying body of Uche, whom he had just stabbed with that very sword. Lanc thought that this scene needed to be staged to look like a violent rebellion against the king. With a maniacal laugh, Lanc celebrated that he finally obtained the unique quality weapon. As he seized it, the sword began to change shape, corrupted by a dark source. The scene shifted back to the present. Uche was empowered, his hair glowing with white energy, looking straight ahead with stern determination. He began to step forward, thinking of his past life, recalling that when facing danger on the front lines, he had never hesitated. No matter how arduous the path, he always believed he could overcome any difficulties. He picked up the twisted, flowing cloud sword from the ground, its blade now blazing with a fiery aura. As the sword began to change shape in his hands, he thought that all his hardships were for a simple goal, to live a peaceful life with his friends. But now, holding the weapon in his hand, he realized their greed had severely damaged the flowing cloud sword that he cherished. Uche then pointed the broken blade at the defeated and bloody Lanc. The latter finally admitted that he was wrong. Uche said that he had never cared about the fake hero title. Panicking, Lanc begged for his life. In response, Uche transformed the sword into a massive, heavy scythe. He looked down at his former disciple and asked if it was for this power that he betrayed him, and most importantly, betrayed Xiaobi Ben. In despair, Lanc reached out, asking if his old master did not want to know the truth about what happened. Uche ignored the plea, simply telling him to face the dead end of his own choosing. With one final swift motion, he swung the large scythe and decapitated Lanc, cutting short his final words about the truth. Standing like a dark shadow, Uche made a final cold declaration, saying that whatever Lanc knew, he would also know. After the battle, Uche sat on the throne.
Looking down at the newly formed undead of Jinkun, the one who used to be Lanc, the undead now bound to him spoke in broken sentences, revealing a shocking truth. He was just a bait, used by Luge. Hearing this, a cold, resolute look flashed across Uche's face. He realized his path of revenge had only just begun. Lanc's undead held up a rare promotion certificate, seemingly promising that for this revenge, he would become stronger. The story then explains the power system of the world. Due to strict control over dungeons, ordinary people, like miners, might only reach level 30 in their lifetime. Even talented individuals who join official organizations and are trained can at most reach level 60. Because level 60 is a massive barrier, class advancement is only possible when certain conditions are met, allowing a person's profession to evolve, unlocking better equipment, stats, and special skills. Only those who complete this step can break through the level 60 barrier. As Uche looked at the promotion certificate he obtained from Lanc, he recalled the importance of this item in that process. These certificates were extremely rare, even in his previous life when dungeons were open to everyone.
Only 1 in 10,000 people can promote their profession. Currently, the government completely controls them, making it even more difficult for ordinary people to possess one. Uche thought about how in the entire hero family, only Lanc possessed a promotion certificate, meaning no one else in his family could promote their profession. The power gap before and after promotion is immense. Lanc, for example, had promoted from a simple warrior to a berserker, learning exceptionally powerful skills like the berserker's mark and multiplying his strength many times over. Looking at the kneeling undead of the once incredibly powerful enemy, Uche knew that without his unique SSS rank skill, Mirror World, he wouldn't have had a chance to defeat Lanc. Uche considered his next move. After witnessing the massive surge in power that the profession promotion brought to Lanc, he wondered what would happen if he himself, with the strong foundation of his SSS rank Mirror World skill, also underwent this process. He activated the promotion certificate he had obtained. His mind whirled with endless possibilities as he wondered how powerful he could become. The system initiated the promotion process, scanning his stats and confirming that he met the requirements for evolution. Then it displayed 3 possible evolution professions for the blacksmith profession: armed fighter, wandering bard, and forced musician, asking him to choose one to begin the promotion quest. Uche reached out, his decision already predetermined. He had long decided his path.
He would choose War Dancer, an incredibly rare evolution path that only a few priests could achieve, which was also the only path possessing powerful attack skills. With firm determination, he made his choice. However, right as he selected the new profession, an unexpected notification from his unique skill appeared. The Mirror World system posed a shocking question. Did he want to reverse the War Dancer profession? Uche was completely stunned, realizing in astonishment that his ability could even reverse the very nature of a profession. Uche explained the profession system. The 8 basic classes branch into countless evolutionary paths. While most focus on specific strengths, there are exceptions known as hidden professions. These hidden professions are vastly more powerful, but their quests are extremely difficult to complete. Uche focused on a hidden evolution path for the priest profession, War Dancer. This profession is extremely difficult because it requires high speed and spirit, stats that most priests ignore. The quest also required an incredibly rare item called the Slaughter Blood Heart. This crystal is formed from the energy of large-scale massacres. This makes it nearly impossible for a support class with no attack skills to acquire, so very few have ever succeeded, even though it is the only priest path with attack skills. Uche decided to choose this path, but his Mirror World skill intervened. Just like when reversing a skill, it reversed the entire profession. War Dancer was transformed into a completely new, unprecedented profession, Peace Dancer. The system stated that true peace requires the absolute protection of martial force, allowing these dancers to use both healing songs and songs of destruction. But the requirements were also reversed and increased. Instead of a Slaughter Blood Heart, the quest now required 5 Seeds of Life. Uche was stunned by this absurd requirement. He tried to understand the logic behind it, realizing that the Seed of Life is a legendary treasure capable of creating a recovery potion with infinite vitality. Just one plant is enough for experts to fight over, because it can completely replace the healer's role. Needing 5 plants is almost impossible, but Uche understood that such a high price meant the Peace Dancer profession would be incredibly powerful. He thought of ways to find them while recalling his recent skill upgrade. He entered the Mirror World and discovered that the level 3 upgrade wasn't just simply expanding the map.
In front of him was a giant replica orc chieftain, a dungeon lord. He realized that the Mirror World could now create replicas of dungeon lords, giving him the perfect target to grind for legendary tier treasures. In the Mirror World, Uche summoned the undead of Jin-kun. He noticed that this undead seemed more conscious than the previous ones. After leveling up twice, Uche reflected on his abilities, realizing that since even profession promotion could be reversed, his skills still held immense potential. Behind him, the giant replica orc chieftain roared, but Uche just turned his back, saying it was time to leave the Mirror World. He ordered Jin-kun's undead to attack. With just one powerful sword strike, the undead cleaved the giant dungeon lord in half. A series of system notifications confirmed Uche's victory. He leveled up twice, received a legendary tier equipment named Large Fang Necklace, and completed the dungeon conquest. Opening his status window, he saw he had reached level 50, his stats now high enough to meet the harsh requirements for his intended profession promotion. At the same time, in the real world, the massive energy structure of the hero dungeon began to destabilize and disintegrate. The guards at the entrance noticed and stared in horror. Panic spread as they wondered why the dungeon suddenly disappeared and what had happened to the hero inside, especially since they had been ordered not to enter.
The captain ordered the soldiers to ignore their previous orders and follow him inside as the structure was collapsing. Amidst the rubble, they discovered a horrifying sight, the lifeless body of Jin-kun. The soldiers screamed in disbelief that a member of the heroic family had been murdered. The news quickly spread throughout the empire, and newspapers covered the city's sky with shocking headlines about the hero's death. Citizens watching the news at home were all stunned and terrified. No one dared to believe that the mighty heroic family had been annihilated and the hero himself was dead. In the military command center, an officer stood in front of a screen displaying the only evidence they had, a blurry image from behind of Uche with white hair and a cloak. He announced that a wanted poster had been issued and ordered the military to go all out to catch the criminal. On the dark throne, Supreme King Luge sat in the shadows, casually stating that little Lanc was dead. He looked at a holographic screen showing Uche sitting amidst the dungeon's ruins. Luge asked his subordinate what they had discovered, noting that even though the military was stationed outside, they only knew about it after everything was over. In a wasteland filled with corpses, a cloaked subordinate sat on a pile of defeated S-rank warriors. He reported to the king that none of the officers guarding Jin-kun knew what had happened. He handed a notebook to someone else, explaining that he had his subordinates check the entry logs and the security bureau's data. He revealed that the current suspects were Yunsa and Uche. Hearing that name, the king let out a cold smile. He remarked that Uche was a name that brought back many old memories. The subordinate declared that he would handle this matter himself. The scene shifted to the academy, where the campus was flooded with rumors. Students crossing the square asked each other if they had heard what happened at the hero dungeon. A group of boys discussed animatedly, saying that the past 2 days had been crazy, and they didn't know who was bold enough to attack the hero. Yunsa and Yunin walked past the gossiping crowd. The surrounding students were filled with indignation, questioning why a hero could be killed, calling the perpetrator a national traitor, and demanding to know what the military was doing. Yunsa looked extremely tense and panicked. She was terrified to realize that the man she had helped had actually taken action and directly killed Jin-kun.
Sweat ran down her face as she realized how serious the situation was. She understood that helping him infiltrate the hero dungeon had made her an accomplice in the hero's murder. She hesitated whether to report it to the authorities. However, she reassured herself that after causing such a massive incident, perhaps she would never see him again in her life, even as he was walking through the academy campus and passing by Yunsa.
She stood frozen, her face completely terrified upon seeing him, while Uche looked at her with cold eyes, the quiet atmosphere tense. His mind began to piece together the clues related to the new profession requirement. He thought about the seed of life needed, knowing it was an extremely rare item, and assumed only those with high status or supreme ranks possessed it. He looked at Yuha, realizing from her behavior and resources that she came from a noble family. He recalled the conversation with Jinkun's undead in the mirror world. He had asked the undead if it knew Yuha's true identity, because the undead seemed desperate to meet her. The undead revealed a shocking truth. Her real name was Luzha, the granddaughter of the Supreme King Luj. Back to the present, a dark murderous intent spread around Uche as he stood behind her. He glared at her, thinking he had never expected this. He realized the girl standing right in front of him was the granddaughter of his sworn enemy. Uche walked into the academy campus. As he walked, he passed by Yuha, who was looking at him with pure fear. Uche, on the other hand, was cold and emotionless, ignoring her. Suddenly, a group of students saw him and rushed over, cheering and calling his name excitedly. They surrounded him, asking if he was resting because he was tired after defeating the Wandering Lord. They sincerely thanked him, saying they only survived the dungeon thanks to him, and praised his strength. They were very happy to see him return and said the academy wanted to reward him. However, a male student warned Uche to be careful, mentioning that the Jin family might come looking for him. He explained that the third family head of the Jin family, Jingai, had mysteriously disappeared inside the hero dungeon, and the family was searching everywhere. The male student was worried that because Uche had shown such great power, he might become a target for interrogation. Uche smiled confidently and told them not to worry, asserting that the truth would eventually be revealed. But deep down, he thought of the headlines about the destruction of the private dungeon and the death of the hero. He understood that the Jin family only suspected him based on his voice, but there was no real evidence to prove he was the culprit. The male student continued saying that the destroyer of the dungeon was being hunted by the police and would likely be caught soon.
He thought Uche was safe because no one would believe a student could kill a hero. Uche's thoughts shifted to the heavy police presence on the streets. He recalled his escape, having to use the undead to create chaos just to evade the relentless pursuit and return to the academy. Looking at his classmates around him, he decided the best plan was to blend into the crowd. He concluded that hiding his identity as a student was the safest way to avoid exposing himself while learning more about this new era. The atmosphere in the school was filled with anger and chaos. A male student yelled, blaming the dungeon destroyer for the situation they were enduring. He complained that if it weren't for this criminal, neither the students nor Uche would have been suspected, and claimed that the Jin family were also victims. Other students agreed, expressing shock that a real hero had died. A student shouted that the murderer was an unforgivable evil, insisting that no matter how bad the situation, one should never attack a hero. Uche turned away, listening to them defend the man he had killed. He realized that Jin-kun's hero image, created by Luce's propaganda, had been deeply ingrained in their minds since childhood. He understood that even though he had killed that person, changing how the public perceived him would be extremely difficult. However, the story began to shift when a rumor spread among another group of students.
They gathered and whispered about the things they heard from their relatives regarding the hero dungeon. While some said the rumors were fake, a schoolgirl took out her phone, claiming she had a video. The students surrounded the screen, stunned by what they saw. The video was secretly recorded when the hero dungeon disappeared, exposing a horrifying scene. It showed a deep pit filled with the mangled corpses of those who had been enslaved and tortured by the Jin family for a long time. This new information caused a divide. While some were terrified by the brutality, others refused to believe it, shouting it was fake news in a smear campaign by people with dark motives to ruin the hero's reputation. Uche remained silent, observing the chaotic scene. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the arguments. Luosa stepped forward and declared that the video was completely real. She told the crowd that not long ago she had been invited into the hero dungeon. With a confident demeanor, she let them know that what they saw in the video was only a small part of the truth. Playing with her hair, she added that the dark deeds of the Jin family were actually a well-known secret among the upper class. Uche led her, truly surprised that she had stepped up to help turn the tide of public opinion. The students were confused hearing Luosa support the rumors. A student stammered, asking if what she said was true.
While the others watched in disbelief, Uche stared at her, following how she got involved. Suddenly, Yunsa grabbed Yunsa's hand and pulled him away, telling him to follow her. The rest of the students were completely stunned, their eyes wide open as they watched the two run off together. They arrived at a quiet corner of the school. Yunsa asked why he had returned, wondering if he wasn't afraid of the security bureau investigating him. She reminded him that he had not only caused trouble, but also killed a hero, so the consequences would be very serious. Bowing her head in worry, she asked what was weighing on her mind. Was he afraid she would report him? Uche looked at her calmly. He repeated what he had told her before, that he believed deep down she was not a bad person. Hearing this, Yunsa blushed, clearly flustered by his trust. She turned away to compose herself, then remarked that considering the evil deeds of the hero family, their death was actually for the better. Then she turned back to look at him with feigned anger, pointing out that he now owed her another favor. Uche looked at her with a soft smile, reassuring her that he remembered everything she had said. Uche stared at Yunsa, his mind full of questions about her true motives. He didn't understand why Luge's granddaughter would help him enter the hero dungeon. He wondered if she truly hated what the Jin family had done, or what her connection to the Supreme King was. A dark thought crossed his mind as he considered that deceiving and using her might be the only way to finally kill Luge.
He temporarily pushed those thoughts aside and told her they should focus on their current goal. He asked her if she knew what the seed of life was as they walked down the corridor. Luzha replied nonchalantly that she knew, describing it as an object that creates the essence of life. Uche stopped in front of the principal's office, revealing that the old principal possessed the items he needed. Uche activated his skill and entered the mirror world. Inside the blurry replica of the office, he saw the principal sitting behind his desk. He explained that the old man had collected a rare world tree sapling and treated it as an invaluable treasure. Uche knew the principal had bought almost all the seeds of life on the market just to water and nurture this precious tree. Approaching the center of the room, he saw the SSS rank secret treasure, the replica world tree sapling, surrounded by numerous replica seeds of life. Uche's eyes widened in genuine astonishment, stunned to see so many rare items he needed gathered in one place. Uche tried to use force to take the items, swinging his sword to strike the protective barrier. However, a strong shockwave knocked him back. He realized everything was sealed behind a complex magic formation created by the school principal. Inside the barrier, he could see the replica world tree sapling and the replica life nursery he needed. He didn't expect the security to still be active even in the mirror world. Uche looked at the glowing red and blue magic lines. Although he was a grandmaster of formations in his past life, he found this formation to be different because it blended magic with the machinery of the current era. He knew that with his current strength, he could not break the formation. Even if he tried to force it, the delicate items inside would be destroyed. Deciding to temporarily forget about the saplings, Uche took other items in the room, picking up replicas of a cloak, boots, and a book titled Formations in Mechanics. Stepping outside, he realized the owner of this office, the principal, was much stronger than Lanc, and he needed to be cautious. Uche formulated a plan. He knew there were only two ways to obtain the life nursery, either wait for the principal to open the seal himself or learn the technology of this era to decode it. He chose the second option and went straight to the school library. He grabbed books on general knowledge and mechanics.
Knowing that building a solid foundation is important before challenging enemies, he sat at the desk and tried taking apart modern devices he had copied, like smartphones, but found their mechanisms confusing. He read that his enemy, Luge, was the one behind the development of this technology. That made him wonder where those ideas came from. Uche spent his time studying late into the night, learning how single cores were used as power sources and trying to understand their operating principles. Even though he had grasped the basics, he still found the way machines and dungeon items worked together extremely complicated, raising more questions than answers. He realized his knowledge was still vague, and he would need to read a lot more books to fully understand this new world. Uche walked into the school library, lost in thought. He believed that the most important information about the technology and history of this era would not be found in popular, censored books. Instead, he needed to find rarely read or scarce copies that might contain the truth. However, he knew that rummaging through a mountain of useless books to find a gem would take a lot of time. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting very high up on the library of bookshelves, under the spotlight. He narrowed his eyes and was surprised to see it was Yunin. He found it strange to see her alone, since she was almost always with Yunsa. Knowing she was the bodyguard of Luge's granddaughter, he immediately became alert, wondering if she was looking for something secret in the library. However, upon closer inspection, he saw the cover of the book she was reading. A complete collection of classic world fairy tales. This unexpected choice by a serious bodyguard surprised him. Yunin realized he was looking and looked down at him with her usual sharp, cold eyes. But just a few seconds later, realizing she was caught reading fairy tales, she became visibly flustered and defensive. Uche found the situation quite amusing and asked if he was unwelcome. Yunin still hugged the book tightly and looked embarrassed, not answering right away. Uche explained that he just wanted to get a book in that section. When she asked which book he was looking for, he gave a charming smile and admitted that he wasn't sure yet either, leaving her in an awkward silence.
Continuing the conversation in the library, Uche said that he was looking for a book on how dungeon products and machines operate. To his surprise, Yunin immediately found a book on the subject and handed it down to him. The usually cold and strict female guard looked flustered and turned her face away. Uche thanked her and left to find a place to read. After a while, Yunin returned to her own book. He then asked her if there were any books on mobile communications, but she remained silent and did not answer his question. The next day, Uche returned to the library. Yunin was still in the same place and handed him another book. It was probably the one he had asked about the day before. In return for her help, Uche offered her a canned sandwich, saying it was quite delicious. Yunin flatly refused the offer, but Uche still decided to leave the food for her, placing it on a nearby ledge. As he left, he thought about their interaction, telling himself that even though she was cold and distant, he still felt a strange, inexplicable connection with her. A quiet routine began between Uche and Yunin in the library. Every day he continued his research, and every day he left her a sandwich.
Was she never mentioned, but by the next time he visited, had disappeared. One day, Uche looked for a book about mana engines. He saw Yunin in her familiar spot and thought to himself that she must be taking advantage of the quiet time to read while Yunso was resting. He approached and said that since he wasn't familiar with the library, his searching might be slow and noisy. Yunin was surprised, admitting to herself that she didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. As for Uche, he saw this as an opportunity. If he could get to know her, he might learn more about Luce and Lusa. This pattern continued. He brought books and food for her, and they studied in a comfortable silence. To break the silence, he once asked her the meaning of a sentence in his book, and she simply said she didn't know. Then he asked a more specific question, wanting to know about the array connection system. She explained the literal meaning, and he followed up by asking if she could help find books on that subject. She didn't answer immediately. They sat reading under the warm light of the library, sharing a quiet mutual understanding. After a period of silence, Yunin finally spoke up. She asked why he didn't ask his little follower, referring to Chokakji, the descendant of the traitor. Uche just looked at her with a confident smile, saying that Chokakji would be back soon. The scene shifted to the inner courtyard of the Jin family, where Jinhao and Jin-E were discussing a serious matter. Jinhao was furious, looking at the photo they had received. It showed his son, Jinsu, tied up and gagged. He expressed his outrage at being threatened with his son's life, asking what the kidnappers wanted when they only sent a photo and hadn't made contact for days. Jin-E sat observing from his chair, calmly asking if Jinhao thought Uche was behind a kidnapping. Jinhao pondered, remembering that Uche had connections with Chokakji. He wondered if this was revenge for the members of the Cho family they had captured. That thought led him to an even more terrifying question. If Uche could pull this off, could he also be the one who killed their grandfather, the hero? He began to panic, questioning whether an ordinary student could be that strong, and grew angry that the guards still hadn't caught him, feeling their status was being undermined. He declared that they were a hero family, and even though their grandfather was dead, their power and influence remained unchanged. Just then, an armored guard rushed in, interrupting with the news that Chokakji had returned to school. Meanwhile, at school, Chokakji stood alone by the fountain, holding a large sign that read Toko Techide. The other students watched from a distance, confused by his actions. They recognized him as a member of the Cho family, and wondered why he was causing trouble, especially after the hero's death. They echoed the belief that despite the rumors,
his ancestor Cha-En was still a confirmed traitor. Chokakji passionately debated with the onlookers, asserting that when Zhang Anloi disappeared, someone must have seen the final battlefield. He declared that even if they didn't see it themselves, he had a video as proof. From the balcony above, Uche and Yunin watched the scene in the courtyard. Uche thought about how the truth had been hidden for many years. The hero was wronged and called a traitor, but he saw that there were always people like Chokakji who continued to seek the truth. Below, Chokakji made his final strong statement, shouting that he now had enough evidence to prove his ancestor Cha-En was not a traitor, but a true hero. Like his brave friend, Uche told himself that perhaps this world was about to change, all thanks to Chokakji's perseverance. Chokakji passionately told the students that everything he said was the truth, inviting them to question anything they doubted. The students were surprised by that certainty, many looking on in disbelief.
They began to whisper among themselves, finding the claims hard to believe because the official textbooks told a very different story. Chokakji understood that skepticism, saying he didn't expect them to believe it right away. His main point, according to his words, was that his family was innocent. In a shocking move, he bowed deeply, begging the Jin family to spare his innocent relatives. This plea confused the students, and they began to discuss the long-standing relationship between the two families. They remembered that the Cho family was always known as the servants of the Jin family, which was supposed to be a favor after their ancestors' betrayal. As rumors about the dark side of the Jin family spread, some students began to understand how difficult the Cho family's life must have been. They correctly guessed that Chokakji was trying to free his family from servitude. Chokakji saw the public opinion shift with a resolute smile. He knew this was the perfect time to use the scandal to free his family from the Jin family's control. He decided to fuel public outrage to create a bigger distraction. Feeling that Uche couldn't openly help, saving the family rested entirely on his shoulders. Right at that moment, Uche, observing from a distance, saw people approaching him. 3 men in neat military uniforms confronted him.
The leader was a heavily bearded man named Leo, who introduced himself along with his two assistants, Masu and Mate. They said they were from the peacekeeping office and informed Uche that he was a suspect in the incident at the Hero Dungeon. They demanded cooperation, but Uche remained silent, his expression unreadable. The leader, Leo, then read from a file listing Uche's official background, a 17-year-old male from Dongjin, orphaned at the age of 11 and living alone. The report noted his quiet personality and consistently low combat scores, portraying the image of a completely ordinary student. Peacekeeping Captain Leo said that the file he held was an old record of Uche. He stared at the young man, remarking that his recent actions were very different from his simple past. Leo listed the suspicious events. Uche had engaged and killed the powerful wandering lord, then disappeared at the same time as the third young master of the Jin family, only to reappear right after the incident at the Hero Dungeon. Stepping closer, Leo loomed over Uche, demanding to know why he was suddenly so strong and where he had been during his disappearance. After a brief silence, Uche offered a calm explanation. He said that the hidden boss in the Brave Dungeon was too terrifying, so he left to regain his composure. He admitted that he was stronger than his classmates, but explained that he just preferred to hide it. Then he argued that suspecting him of killing a hero was outrageous. Spreading his arms, he pointed out that at this age he hadn't even had a class transfer yet, so there was no way he could kill a high-level user who had a class transfer like Jin Kun. He concluded that he had no motive for such an action. Leo took a drag from his pipe, seeming to agree that an ordinary student would have neither the motive nor the power. However,
then he leaned in close, his face only a few inches from Uche's. Expressing his suspicion, he mentioned that there were individuals who had undergone class advancement possessing skills to hide their identities, and directly asked Uche if he was one of them. While Uche tried to stay calm, Leo dismissed his facade of innocence. The captain then used an epic-tier skill called Dispel Camouflage, intending to forcefully reveal any illusions Uche might be using. Contrary to his expectations, the skill failed, accompanied by a system notification stating that the target was not under any camouflage effect. Surprised and wondering if this student's skill level was higher than his own, Leo changed the direction of his questioning. He asked Uche if, at his age, he had just started learning about communication devices. Uche pretended not to understand Leo's sharp question about communication devices. He stated that those advanced topics were for graduates and that he hadn't even mastered the basic systems yet, acted confused. The peacekeeper stood in silence, seemingly pondering the answer. After a tense moment, Leo decided to end the interrogation for the day. As he turned to leave, he issued a stern warning that they would return. Uche watched them leave, thinking to himself that his recent studying of general knowledge and textbook information had paid off, helping him temporarily get through their questioning. However, Uche knew this was only a brief respite. His thoughts turned to a crucial piece of information learned from Jin Kun's undead. The undead had revealed that he was merely a bait, a pawn deployed by Luge with the sole purpose of luring out anyone connected to his former master, which was Uche. The undead warned that his death would trigger an investigation by Luge's elite shadow guards, who were much stronger than him.
Uche understood the severity of this warning. The agent sent by Luge would not follow the rules like official peacekeepers. He decided that if he did not advance his class soon, the risk of facing new enemies would be too high. His mind returned to the issue of taking the seeds of life from the principal's treasury. He noticed that the principal was only at school for about an hour a day, and during that time he had never seen him enter the vault where the treasures were kept. This meant the likelihood of the principal activating the security array in a short time was very low. Realizing that waiting to retrieve items through the mirror world was not a good short-term plan, Uche left the school building to think about other options. Meanwhile, on a nearby roof, Leo was reporting his findings to Luge's hooded assistant. He summarized the investigation, stating that the main public suspects were Uche and a notable figure called Happiness Joza. The hooded figure immediately crossed Joza off the suspect list.
However, his attention shifted to her frequent companion, Yunin, whom he identified as a descendant of the treacherous Yun family, making her a notable target. He added that Uche, bearing the same suspicious surname, was also a top priority target. After the mastermind disappeared, Luge turned to a subordinate and issued a grim order. They must closely monitor Uche. If he exhibited any unusual behavior, they were authorized to kill him on the spot. As Uche walked through the school campus, his sharp senses detected agents watching from a distance. He understood that he was being monitored at all times and was temporarily forced to continue masquerading as an ordinary simple student. Afterward, he went to the school cafeteria for lunch. He decided to blend in with the crowd by ordering the same thing as everyone else, a plate of noodles with a fried egg and sausages. Even he himself was surprised to find the food very delicious. This was completely different from his past life, when he was always on the run, eating meager food by a campfire in the wilderness. He had never had the chance to eat anything so good. However, his enjoyment was quickly cut short by the loud complaints of the students at the next table. They were disgusted with the meal, saying that the cafeteria food today was even worse than usual. A student he had once saved in the dungeon approached his table. Leaning in with disbelief, the person asked Uche how he could eat this so happily, asking if he no longer hated the cafeteria food. Uche paused,
glanced at the student with a cold, serious look, and simply replied that it was because he was hungry. The students, not wanting to let him continue eating the terrible food, insisted on treating him to a meal to properly thank him for saving their lives. They invited him to a place called Bean Cho Pa. The mention of a bar immediately caught Uche's attention. He quickly realized it would be an information hub. This would be a perfect opportunity to gather news about modern magical security, or more importantly, the location of another Seed of Life nursery. He stood up and agreed to go along. They arrived at a bustling, crowded place with brilliant purple lights inside.
The bar was packed with people dressed in fantasy adventurer outfits, creating a noisy and vibrant atmosphere. A classmate of Uche happily ordered drinks for the whole group and specially ordered a glass of rucalechaline for Uche, the guest of honor. Another classmate put an arm around Uche's shoulder, excitedly telling him that he definitely had to try Zivet Quinn next. Surrounded by this strange new scenery, Uche thought about how much the world had changed compared to what he used to know. Surrounded by his cheerfully cheering classmates at Pincho Kappa, Uche felt completely out of place, realizing that a noisy place like this could not provide the high-level information he needed. He soon left the party and stood alone on the quiet, deserted street. He questioned his own actions, feeling isolated from the carefree world around him. The solitude brought back a memory from his previous life, when he was once a loved child, warmly welcomed and given gifts by the villagers. That memory gradually faded, leaving him standing on the empty modern street, exposing his deep loneliness. He returned to his room, feeling more than ever that he no longer belonged in this new world. He found a history book of his old family, his heart filled with desperate hope, wondering if any of his friends or relatives had actually survived the years of betrayal. He opened the old book and turned to the undead of Jinkun for answers. The undead gave the terrible confirmation he feared. Everyone he once knew was dead. Haunted by this final news, Uche sought solace and answers in the vast, empty school library late at night. He thought that only an outcast like him would appear here at this time.
He decided to start with the basics, pulling a modern history book off the shelf. Contrary to his expectations, he realized he wasn't alone. Yunin was also there, standing quietly nearby. She asked what book he was looking for. Then she handed him a book, saying she had found the one on security machines he had asked about earlier, while also revealing an important fact. The book was written by the school's principal. In the school library, Yunin approached Uche, holding a thick book in her hands. She said she had found the book on formation mechanics he had asked her to find. Uche took the book and saw that it was written by the school principal. He smiled and asked if she had really stayed up late just to help him find the book. Yunin turned her face away, awkwardly saying that she didn't do it for him, it was just that she couldn't sleep. Uche gently teased her, promising to bring her 2 sandwiches next time as a reward. Yunin tried to act cold, awkwardly accepting his thanks. Uche immediately started reading the book. He was surprised to see that the book explained difficult concepts in a very simple and easy-to-understand way. He told himself that with his current knowledge, it was too early to say he understood the entire system. However, a confident smile appeared on his face when he realized that if the goal was just to destroy or damage it, it wouldn't be difficult at all. He noticed that the mechanical parts only played a supporting role, while the main part was the magic formation that he was already familiar with. Once the formation issue was resolved, Uche turned his attention to Yunin. He asked her a serious question, whether there were any books in this library about the original Yun family from the past. Yunin looked at him in surprise, and a deep sadness appeared on Yunin's face as she bowed her head.
She softly replied that there were none. She said that even if he searched the entire library, he would not find them. Yunin explained that before the Yun family was accused of treason, His Majesty Luge seemed to have had a very close relationship with them. She continued to say that because of that painful betrayal, the benevolent emperor strictly forbade the circulation of any books related to the Yun family. Uche looked at the book in his hand, his face shrouded in darkness. He questioned the word benevolent, asking if, putting the past aside, the Yun family really didn't have a single innocent person. He harshly asked if it was truly impossible for anyone to have survived. Yunin remained silent for a moment, before confirming that yes, no innocent person survived. In Uche's mind, the undead of Jinkun appeared, confirming the horrifying truth that everyone had died. The memories of the past exposed the truth. Luge had personally led the Shadow Guards to strike under the blood-red moonlight. Because Luge was close to the Yun family, he easily deceived them to gain their trust. Then he launched an ambush, killing the Yun family head, their strongest combatant. A thorough massacre took place. Not only the members of the Yun family, but also the guards, servants, and even the children of the servants were captured, tortured, and killed without exception. After Uche's past self died, Luge spread rumors of his treason to eliminate all risks. He ordered the death of anyone who had even a single drop of bloodline related to the Yun family. Back in the present, inside the mirror world, Uche tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his hands trembling with suppressed fury as he uttered the name of his enemy, Luge.
Using that anger as strength, he attacked the magic barrier protecting the principal's treasury in the mirror world with a flurry of furious sword strikes. With eyes filled with hatred, the defensive array finally shattered into pieces, unable to withstand his attack. The collapse of the barrier brought back a deep memory from Uche's past. The scene shifted to a warm, sunny day many years ago, revealing an image of a smiling 12-year-old Uche. In the memory, young Uche was practicing his swordplay in front of a wooden dummy, exhaling heavily as he focused on his training. He stopped and shouted at his sparring partner, a boy with long blonde hair who was tiredly charging at the target, saying that it was enough, warning that if they continued, there wouldn't be a single dummy left intact. The blonde boy, 12-year-old Luge, turned his head with an innocently determined look. He misunderstood Uche's concern, asking if they had run out of dummies, and offering to ask his mother, the Empress, for money to buy more. Uche corrected him, explaining that he didn't want to buy more dummies, but wanted him to rest. He asked Luge why he and his brother were so obsessed with cultivation, saying that if they didn't rest, he himself would feel guilty resting. Suddenly,
a sharp blade tore through the wind in another corner of the training ground where a sturdy teenager was practicing with intense focus. Sweat pouring down endlessly, he repeated his father's teaching that every drop of sweat today would save a drop of blood on the battlefield. That was Yiwi, Uche's 16-year-old older brother. He looked fierce and determined, saying that he was about to be allowed to enter the dungeon, so he couldn't be careless. Yiwi declared he would practice for 10 more rounds. Uche anxiously reminded his brother that the master also emphasized the importance of moderate exertion, but he was interrupted before he could finish his thought about not overworking. But whispering to the young Luge, Uche finished his thought, joking that too much is just as bad as too little. He teased that his brother was just afraid of being defeated by someone 4 years younger, which would be very embarrassing. Despite his exhaustion, Yiwi still respected Luge's status right from that moment. Looking at the young prince, he said that if His Highness Luge had mentioned resting, he would finish this round and then rest. Uche smiled mischievously because he successfully made his brother relax. Right at that moment, a cheerful little girl ran into the courtyard, carrying a large tray of drinks and snacks. She called out excitedly, "Eldest brother, second brother Uche, and Luge." She was Tyla Tai, Uche's 8-year-old younger sister. She smiled brightly, saying that she brought chilled honey lemon water and freshly baked apple pie for everyone. She teased that they normally didn't get to eat special treats like this. In their memories, the children played together. A young Uche mischievously snatched a snack from the wooden box Tyler was holding, while the young Luge ran alongside, joining the joyful group. Uche took a bite and praised it for being delicious. With his mouth still full of food, he told Tyla that she was the greatest younger sister in the world. Beside him, the young Luge ate happily and nodded in agreement. Tyla then ran over to her eldest brother Yui, who was resting after his practice, and handed him a large wooden cup filled with the drink she brought. The focus shifted to the cup as Yui lifted it to drink.
The eldest brother took a refreshing sip, smiled and said it tasted very sweet, then thanked his little sister. The 4 of them, Yiwi, Uche, Luche, and Tila, gathered under the shade of a large tree. Guests from the south were visiting that day, and the kitchen had been busy preparing since morning. Tila then revealed the secret. She had to sneak the food and drinks out, implying that otherwise they wouldn't have gotten such a large and delicious portion originally meant for the guests. Yiwi, who was always upright and serious, was so shocked that he spat out his mouthful of water. Yiwi looked at his sister with a mix of astonishment and reproach, realizing she had stolen the food. Meanwhile, Uche laughed out loud, claiming that stolen food tasted even better, and asked if Luche agreed. Luche awkwardly nodded. The group shared a joyful moment of laughter and joking. Uche revealed that back then, he had no interest in dungeons or becoming a knight. A warmly glowing image of the 4 friends and siblings showed them happily together. Uche thought his only wish was to live happily forever with his family and friends. The scene shifted back to the present, inside the mirror world. A system window appeared before Uche. He had successfully collected the 5 seeds of life needed to upgrade his profession. His finger pressed the Confirm Upgrade button. Green magical energy swirled around him as the process began. However, the happy memory of the past began to crack like a broken mirror. Uche's thoughts turned dark as he realized not everyone shared that simple wish. The smiling images of his siblings and friend completely shattered, replaced by blood and darkness. In his mind, he screamed at Luche, unable to understand why he could throw away so many years of friendship. Uche's face contorted in a horrifying scream mixed with rage and sorrow. With his eyes blazing with power, he roared the question that haunted him.
Why could you destroy it so easily? The story briefly shifted to the thoughts of the Supreme King Luch with his cold, glowing eyes. He justified his brutal actions in the past, asserting that everything he did, including betraying and murdering his old brother, was solely for the stability of the empire. The image of the dying Uch in the past flashed by, bloody proof of Luge's ruthless ambition. Luge glared down with full contempt, disregarding the life he had taken. Returning to the present inside the mirror world, a surge of dark and deep purple energy exploded around Uch. The system confirmed that the profession advancement was complete. He was now a peace dancer. A new system notification appeared, showing the activation of dual professions, healing mode and intimidation mode, granting him the power of both salvation and destruction. Uch left the mirror world, stepping out into the academy campus in the night. With his new power in hand, his expression became dark and focused. He began to think about his next target. Suddenly, a voice shouting his name rang out, breaking his concentration. Uch turned around, looking bewildered as he saw Yunsa running toward him, panting and looking extremely panicked. She begged him for help, tears streaming down her face as she desperately brought up the debt he still owed, mentioning the 2 favors he had promised, and pleaded with him to save Yunin, screaming that the Shadow Guards were about to kill her. Uch was completely surprised. He wondered why the Shadow Guards, Luge's elite assassins, would target Yunin. He assumed that Yunin had absolutely nothing to do with the incident at the Hero Dungeon, so her becoming a target was completely illogical. Trembling and crying, Yunsa began to explain the real reason. She revealed a shocking secret. Yunin was being hunted down because she was actually a descendant of the rebellious Yun family. Uch was stunned.
His eyes widened in pure shock. The girl he had once studied with in the library, the one who said no one in the Yun family survived, turned out to be his blood relative all along. Luosa bowed her head sadly, confirming that Yunin belonged to the rebellious Yun family. She explained that because of this, the Shadow Guards considered Yunin the prime suspect in the incident at the Hero Dungeon. She recalled the terrifying moment when the Shadow Guards barged straight into the house. She watched helplessly as an imposing hooded guard tightly bound Yunin with a bladed chain and took her away without any warning. Luosa explained that she had tried to reason with the guard, proving that Yunin wasn't even present when the hero died, but he didn't care about the evidence and completely ignored her. Tears filled her eyes as she told Uche that she had tried everything. She had called everyone she knew and exhausted every avenue to save her friend, but it was all in vain. She admitted she was powerless and didn't know how to save her. Without hesitation, Uche pulled up his hood to cover his face, his voice calm as he asked her for the exact location where they were holding Yunin. Luosa immediately offered to go with him and lead the way. However, Uche stopped her. He turned his head, his eye glowing with power, and said no. He told her she had to stay behind to handle things and cover for them, saying it would be easier for him to act alone. He used the mirror world skill and jumped into the parallel dimension. He moved quickly through the blurry, inverted city, taking advantage of the world's reflection to travel undetected. Upon arriving, the system notified him that he had left the world.
Leaving the mirror world, he rushed back to the real world, charging forward at an incredible speed. While moving, Uche opened a system window and made a call. He needed to verify the shocking information he had just learned. He spoke to Luosa through the screen, questioning her assertion. He asked whether Yunin truly belonged to the Yun family, pointing out that the entire family was supposedly wiped out by Luje many years ago. He demanded to know how she had survived. Luosa appeared on the screen and explained what she knew. She revealed that according to her information, the Yun family once had an illegitimate child living outside the main estate at that time. This news deeply troubled Uche. He thought about his father, remembering that he was a strict man who highly valued honor. He knew his father could not possibly have had a lover or an illegitimate child. Then it suddenly dawned on him, the image of his eldest brother Iwi flashing in his mind. He realized that the child was not his father's, but most likely belonged to his brother. Luosa continued to reveal a rare moment of mercy from the enemy. She said that King Luje had decided not to kill that particular child. Whether out of pity or because of his old friendship with the Yun family, the child was spared. Luosa recounted the tragic life of that Yun family member. She explained that the child was kept near the royal palace to be raised, but was treated like a prisoner, never allowed to leave the small estate where they lived. The story turned darker as Luosa described Yunin's mother. She did not even know who the father of her child was, and eventually, unable to bear the sorrow, hanged herself. Luosa explained that Yunin was the daughter of that illegitimate child. After her mother's death, the young Yunin was left all alone, continuing to live in that isolated estate under the shadow of her mother's corpse. Uche listened with a heavy heart, clearly grieving over the cruelty his blood relative had to endure.
He asked Luosa how Yunin managed to escape such circumstances and become her personal guard. Luosa walked along the roof, looking down as she revealed her own secret. She told Uche that she was not just a noble, she was actually the daughter of the kingdom's third prince. She recalled the first time she met Yunin, when Luosa was only 7 years old. She was tired of the harsh etiquette lessons and sneaked away to a quiet corner of the palace. There she saw Yunin being bullied.
Luosa explained that the area near the royal palace was full of high-ranking officials' children who were used to being arrogant and spoiled. Because Yunin bore the title of a trader's descendant, no one blamed them for bullying her. In her memory, a group of noble teenagers surrounded the young Yunin, one of them holding up the book she was reading to mock her. He sneered, saying that a trader's bastard didn't deserve to read fairy tales, and asked if she even knew how to write the word happiness. Luosa said that many people bullied Yunin just to curry favor with the king. The ringleader yelled that such books were meant for noble ladies, not someone like her. He shouted that just touching it had dirtied the book, then ordered his friends to tear it up and burn it. Behind him, another guy laughed viciously, while Yunin desperately tried to hold on to the book. The bullying turned violent when the other guy grabbed Yunin's hair, pulling it hard while she hugged the torn book to her chest.
With a malicious smile, the bully squatted down to her level, mocking her for clutching a torn book like a treasure. He then hurled a vicious insult, saying he heard her mother was a madwoman and guessed that Yunin would sooner or later go mad too. Hearing those words, something inside the little Yunin seemed to shatter. Her eyes, originally filled with fear, were suddenly flooded with intense rage. In a desperate act of self-defense, she grabbed the bully's hand and bit down with all her might. The bully screamed in pain and terror, jerking his hand violently to break free. He stumbled backward, staring at his hand in disbelief. He glared back at the trembling little girl, her face distorted with pure, mad anger that she dared to resist. Luzha recalled that day, realizing that although she had seen many people cry from being beaten, she had never seen anyone with such a desperate look just to protect a torn book. The bully screamed threats, furious that she had bitten them, and swore to beat her to death. Right at that moment, the young Luzha stepped out from the shadows, adorned in exquisite royal attire. She pointed at the boys and ordered them to stop, demanding to know what they were doing. The boys were terrified upon seeing the princess, sweat pouring down as they stammered out excuses, claiming that the wild seed had stolen the book and attacked them like a mad dog. Luzha walked over to Yunin and looked at the book she was protecting. She pointed out that every book in the library bore a royal seal and asked if this one had it. The bullies fell silent, unable to answer because they knew it didn't. Realizing that the book was probably just something picked out of the trash, Luzha presented a brand new beautiful book with patterns on the cover. She handed it to Yunin, telling her to take the new book and throw the old one away. Yunin looked at the sparkling new book with wide, amazed eyes. However, to Luzha's surprise, the little girl shook her head. She refused the gift and clutched the torn book tightly. Ignoring the princess, Yunin squatted down and began to carefully pick up each torn page.
Hugging the scraps of paper, she left with tears flowing endlessly. At that time, Luzha realized that the pile of torn paper was much more important to the little girl than a brand new treasure. She watched Yunin sitting alone in the corner of the corridor, the only place where a ray of sunlight shone on the floor. Looking at the little girl's hand placed on the book cover, Luzha felt that perhaps that broken book was the only bit of light and warmth Yunin had in her dark life. Even though the book was torn, to Yunin it was still better than charity, because it was something she truly protected herself. Luzha began to visit that corner frequently, sometimes helping, sometimes just quietly observing. Eventually, Luzha asked the king to allow Yunin to become her personal guard. This official position ended most of the public bullying she had to endure. However, Luzha explained that although the public abuse had stopped, the bullying in the shadows still continued. Hiding her identity at the academy was supposed to be safer, but now Yunin was dragged into this deadly situation once again. Luzha warned Uche about the shadow guards, explaining that it was a unit directly under the king. They were ruthless and would rather kill by mistake than let a suspect escape. In the past, they had murdered many innocent families. In despair and tears, Luzha bowed before the screen, begging Uche to save her friend and promising to do everything possible to repay him. She asked him to tell her if there was anything else she could do to help. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Uche used the mirror world ability to break into the prison. He arrived just in time to witness a horrifying scene that shocked him. The bladed chain used to capture Yunin lay on the blood-soaked floor. Yunin stood there, her entire body covered in cuts and blood, looking severely injured but still resilient. The shadow guard watching her held a jagged blade. He laughed cruelly, saying that she was more stubborn than expected, but tonight he was in charge of guarding her. With evil, glowing red eyes, the guard glared at her. He threatened that the night was still long and he had countless torture methods for her. Just as he screamed that no one could save her, a foot suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Uche delivered a brutal kick straight to the shadow guard's face, the terrifying impact creating a shockwave that sent him flying away from Yunin. Yunin looked up.
Her eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that someone had actually come to rescue her. Uche pulled back his hood, his eyes glowing a dark purple, turned to her and simply asked if she was all right. While the enemy kept blabbering, Uche only focused on Yunin, giving her a healing potion. Ignoring the provocations, Uche activated the abilities of his peace dancer profession. He summoned a giant healing spirit bell that enveloped Yunin, helping to stabilize her condition. The Shadow Guard stood up from the rubble. He stated that he had finally dragged the intruder into the light. With a bloody smile, he recognized Uche as the one who had killed Jinkun. However, he mocked the dead hero, calling him a useless mascot who had hidden in the dungeon for too long. The Shadow Guard continued to speculate that Uche came from the Yun family, as only they held a grudge against Jinkun. He revealed that he had used Yunin as bait to test this hypothesis, and Uche had willingly walked into the trap. Pulling down his hood to reveal a heavily scarred face, he admitted that it was fortunate the king had kept the members of this family as bait. Without this trap, Uche's stealth skills would have been extremely difficult to deal with, to the point that searching the entire city had failed to catch him earlier. Suddenly, a giant pink energy barrier appeared, sealing off the entire area. The Shadow Guard declared it a lockdown array and that Uche had no way out. He smiled and boasted that the barrier was so strong that perhaps only he, at S rank, could break it. The system identified the enemy as Shadow Guard 33, a user of the Tung Huang profession, wielding jagged chained blades. He told Uche that hiding his face was useless and advised him to surrender to avoid torture. But his brutality was immediately revealed as he swung the giant blades at a terrifying speed. Shadow Guard 33 declared that he would play with Yunin first before dealing with Uche. In response, Uche activated the Peace Domain skill.
A burst of golden light erupted, creating an area that reduced damage for allies and slowed down enemies. When the blade of Shadow Guard 33 came crashing down, Uche stood firm. With precise movements, he used his staff to deflect the heavy blows, tossing the weapons aside as if they were weightless. Uche's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light. He looked at the Shadow Guard and confirmed that he had tortured Yunin just to satisfy his own amusement. Shadow Guard 33 sneered and admitted that they were the ones who tortured her. He boasted that the reputation of the Shadow Guards was enough to lure Uche into a trap. Then he unleashed the Blade Fury attack, unleashing a crimson storm. Triangular blades rained down on Uche and Yunin. In response, Uche summoned the undead of Cha-En. The undead warrior stood in front and activated powerful defensive skills, including iron armor and spiked shield, to block the incoming attack. Uche quietly observed as his summon prepared. The name Shadow Guards reminded Uche of a painful night when Luge led an army to wipe out the Yun family under a blood-red moon. He remembered the complete destruction. Everyone was tortured and massacred with no survivors. Snapping out of that memory, Uche told Shadow Guard 33 that he had made a huge mistake. The undead Cha-En successfully blocked Blade Fury, with the red blades shattering against the powerful shields. As the attack was halted, Uche's hand began to glow with purple energy as he summoned his weapon. He switched to intimidation mode, and his attack power surged. Enveloped in dark aura, he gripped a newly formed dagger and declared that the Shadow Guards had slaughtered his family, and now they dared to harm an innocent child. Then he activated multiple reverse priest spells, each skill amplifying his attack power through the energy of the tricky blade. His eyes burned with fury.
Uche declared that the enemies were the ones who shouldn't even think about escaping. Shadow Guard 33 showed interest in Uche's new weapon, smiling as he asked if it could change its shape. He immediately used the powerful technique Muzi Thousand Blades Rotation, filling the area with dozens of vortex portals. He confidently stated that since Uche had used high-level healing and aura skills, he must be a support class with no attack skills. Continuing his mockery, Shadow Guard 33 unleashed Thousand Blades Rotation, firing a storm of red projectiles from the surrounding dark portals. He taunted Uche, saying that changing weapons was useless because he was still just a target. However, Uche was no longer just defending. He skillfully used his new weapon, a deep purple chain, whipping it around to easily deflect all incoming shots. Then he began teleporting around Shadow Guard 33, using his own portals to counterattack. He activated the Martial Intimidation Domain, a skill from the Intimidation mode. This ability created an area where enemies took more damage while he and his allies moved faster. Shadow Guard 33's arrogance vanished, replaced by a manic smile. He admitted that Uche's movements were impressive and that it made sense for him to have killed Jinkun. Despite this, he still believed himself to be superior, roaring that Uche was still far inferior. He charged forward, but Uche disappeared right before the strike landed. Suddenly, a blur of purple energy appeared right above him. Uche had teleported into the air and was diving down. Caught off guard, Shadow Guard 33 could only look up in confusion. Uche's black chains shot downward.
Pinning the guard's shoulder to the ground, struggling in pain, Shadow Guard 33 finally understood. He realized Uche stepped out of the mirror. Finally understanding his stealth skill, he cursed, astonished by the existence of such an ability, which explained why Uche was so hard to catch. Despite his injuries, Shadow Guard 33 sneered, mocking Uche for revealing his strongest skill just to inflict a minor wound. He concluded that Uche was still just a weak support profession. However, right at that moment, he was hit from behind by a powerful dark attack. The system announced the skill name, Decay Blade. This was another skill of the Intimidation mode, making all damage and status effects on the enemy more severe. The guard staggered, injured and shocked as the strike tore through his body. Shadow Guard 33 was completely stunned, unable to believe he had been hit. He screamed in panic, demanding to know Uchi's true profession and why a support profession had attack skills. Declaring he would no longer underestimate his opponent, he prepared to unleash his ultimate attack. The guard activated the skill, Trickster's Splitting Juggling, flooding the area with a storm of countless red triangular blades. He boasted that this time Uchi could not use the mirror to escape, and no summon of his could block such a massive attack. He screamed, demanding Uchi and Yuin die under 1,000 cuts. Despite the terrifying attack raining down, Uchi remained completely calm. He simply raised a finger to the sky in response, activating the legendary tier skill, Interlude Dance Heavenly Requiem Bell. A giant golden spirit bell appeared above, surrounded by glowing angels blowing trumpets. This legendary tier skill reflected all attacks aimed at the angels back at the attacker. Shadow Guard 33's eyes widened in horror as he saw the image of the angels in his reflection. His rain of blades poured down, but instead of hitting the target, they were all deflected back. He was hit by his own attack hundreds of times, screaming in agony. He could not understand why his opponent had a skill that was both invulnerable and damage-reflecting. The counterforce was so strong that it shattered the blockade he had created.
When the skill ended, Uche calmly walked forward. Shadow Guard 33 lay sprawled on the ground, heavily injured and completely defeated by his own attack. Standing next to Yunin and Jinkun's undead, Uche held his blade and spoke to the newly rescued girl. He gently told her to turn her back for a moment so she wouldn't see what he was about to do. Uche placed the blade against the neck of the defeated Shadow Guard 33, who was looking up in terror. The guard stammered, asking what Uche was going to do to him. From the shadows beneath his hood, Uche's eyes glowed with a cold purple light as he made a simple and cruel promise. He would make the guard pay 100-fold for what he had done. In a panic, the guard tried to threaten him, screaming that the other Shadow Guards would arrive soon and Uche couldn't possibly deal with 3 of them at once. He begged him, insisting that it wasn't too late to walk away. As the blade pressed closer, the guard screamed that he was His Majesty's personal guard. If Uche killed him, the king would definitely hunt him down. From afar, Yunin witnessed the scene, stunned by Uche's cold fury. The defeated soldier continued to plead, begging Uche not to come any closer and calling him a madman. Suddenly, the back wall shattered and 3 more hooded Shadow Guards rushed straight into the room. Seeing the situation, they immediately charged forward, calling Uche a rebel and demanding his surrender. However, they stopped in their tracks, completely stunned by what they saw. In front of Uche, the newly created undead of their comrades, Shadow Guard 33, was kneeling, controlled by a dark chain. Uche gave the newcomers a cold, threatening look, his eyes glowing with purple energy. Yunin watched the unfolding events in stunned silence. She looked on with absolute disbelief, slowly realizing in both horror and awe that Uche had not only defeated the 3 newly arrived S-rank guards, but he had also instantly killed them and added them to his undead legion. Uche stood on the fresh corpses of the 3 Shadow Guards he had just killed. He held the chain connected to the undead of the first one, completely and easily overwhelming the powerful enemies. After defeating the Shadow Guards, Uche turned to Yunin. He said that Luzha had prepared a nearby hideout for support and that she should go meet her. He told her that the undead subordinates would protect her on the way out. Yunin looked full of worry, asking what he planned to do next. Standing among the corpses, Uche explained that he still had some cleaning up to do. He expressed concern, saying he didn't know how many guards had arrived and whether the incident could be hidden. He then turned to his real objective, summoning the undead legion to deal with the remaining threats. When the legion was ready, he focused on one undead subordinate. He remembered that the Shadow Guards were the exact group led by Luch to massacre the Yin family, and then asked a crucial question. Was that undead present when the Yin family was massacred years ago? The undead of Shadow Guard 33 confirmed that it was there during the slaughter. Uche continued to ask for the specific names of the Shadow Guards who participated in the massacre. The undead began listing the names it remembered, mentioning level 3 Shilo and level 5 Shilo. Hearing those uniform names, Uche concluded that they must have been secretly raised since childhood. He pressed the undead to list more names, asking who else was there. The undead gave a shocking and unexpected answer. His own biological brother, Yiwi, was also among them. The news left Uche stunned. He stood motionless, trying to process the horrifying information. He slowly turned around, his face distorted by extreme shock and disbelief. He stammered his brother's name, unable to believe the undead's words, recalling the gentle and protective older brother he once knew.